voice of West Virginia. This is Decision 2026, exclusive coverage of the primary election, presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State.
There's an effort to restrict voting access more and more in this country.
I kind of always thought I had to show my ID.
I think it should be a requirement.
I think it's much ado about nothing, but hey, you know, some people have to have something to squawk about, don't they?
Now, from the MetroNews studios in Morgantown, here are Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
And good evening. Welcome inside the MetroNews studios to MetroNews' presentation of Decision 2026. Dave Wilson along with Jeff Jenkins. Coming up tonight, Jeff, it is going to be a battle for control of the Senate. That's the big overall storyline we'll be watching as the night goes on.
You know, Dave, usually, hey, off your election, non-primary or non-presidential election, you think, okay, well, we'll get through this. Not much excitement. Wow. Yeah, a lot of excitement, especially on state races. No one can remember a time when there's been so much money, and I don't think there is a time when there's been so much money spent on state Senate races. I mean, you're talking about, more than $5 million spent by PACs, 7 PACs basically spending all that money, more than $5 million on some of these races. So that'll be really interesting to watch through the night.
We'll be tracking that throughout the night. TJ Meadows is in our Charleston studios. He'll be keeping track of the results and how that could impact control of the Senate when we get back for the legislative session in January 27. Brad McElhinny will be updating the Metro News website. Coach Greg Hunter takes off his Sportsline hat, puts on his newsman hat tonight. He'll be watching the numbers closely throughout the night in those key Senate and House races. And Chris Lawrence, of course, will be at the anchor desk throughout the night. We appreciate you listening in on one of our great radio affiliates across the state of West Virginia and our video stream on the Metro News television app, YouTube, and Facebook Live. Of course, you can get up-to-the-minute results once the polls close 7:30. We should start to get our first results of the evening from early voting and absentee ballots right after the polls close at 7:30. But you can keep updated throughout the night on those statewide races over at the website, wvmetronews.com. Right now, let's get our first update from the Metro News anchor desk in Charleston. Metro News anchor Chris Lawrence. Chris, good evening.
All right, good evening, Dave, and thanks, guys. After months of correspondence in our mailbox and on our TVs and radio, filled up with one ad after another, some of which got pretty nasty, West Virginia voters today had their final word at the polls. Secretary of State Kris Warner said as much on the radio earlier today.
Now it's time for the citizens to speak. We've all heard from all the candidates. Now it's time for all of us to get out and vote that haven't voted. And, again, we thank our poll workers for all that they do.
And the voters responded, well, at least some of them.
No, I just wanted to strictly vote my conscience, my convictions, and my values, and vote pro-America.
Indications are the turnout today will likely be low. However, the early voting totals were higher than the last off-year primary election, which was 2022. U.S. Senator Shelley Capito cast her ballot earlier today at a church in Charleston's South Hills community.
I feel great after a campaign. I think that we're so blessed to have the freedoms to be able to vote. We need to exercise our opinions, and I want to go back to the Senate for a lot of different reasons, but today it's really more about everybody needs to vote and choose your candidates.
And she's facing a challenge today in this primary. 5 other Republicans tonight are in the matchup trying to unseat her. We will be watching that race closely. But as Dave mentioned, what everybody is going to have their eyes on are those state Senate races, particularly that of Senator Tom Takubo of Kanawha County. He's been the target of a lot of big spending with negative campaigning this go-around, and a lot of the money tied to the Sugar Maple Political Action Committee, which has roots with Governor Patrick Morrisey. Now, Takubo says it's a blind shot at his character.
They've never met me. They've never seen what I go out and I do for the community. They've never met my opponent. They've never met Randy Smith. You know who they have met? Patrick Morrisey. That's who they've met.
Now, many believe Governor Morrisey has taken a huge gamble here by endorsing a number of candidates against some very entrenched Republicans in the State House to try and win a friendly legislature to advance his agenda. Former Senate President Mitch Carmichael said it's an effort to push through an agenda.
You're going to make enemies one way or the other on it. But having said that, I think he has every right to promote the candidates he wants to have advance his agenda. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. He has the opportunity, and the voters have the opportunity to look at what do you want to accomplish, and what are the issues that you want to, advance.
So there you go, guys. That's what we'll be watching tonight at the Metro News Anchor Desk. If this effort fails by Governor Morrisey, it could be a long 2 years for the governor trying to get things through the regular session.
Kris, appreciate it. Thank you very much. We'll check in again shortly. And Kris is exactly right, Jeff. This is a big gamble for Governor Morrisey. If it pays off in a big way. If it doesn't, could be a long 2 years, as Kris said.
I mean, he was campaigning all the way up through last night. We saw some social media from him last night. There was some Facebook Live from him last night. So, he went all out, and he did push all of his chips to the middle. And let's see what happens. The voters will speak. We
got a chance to speak to some of the county clerks earlier today. Turnout in some places was steady. Some places it was a little bit down. Let's check in with the man who's in charge of all of this today. Or at least that's what we'll claim for now. West Virginia Secretary of State Kris Warner joins us on MetroNews Decision 2020. Kris, good evening. Thanks for joining us.
Hey, it's great to be with you this evening. We had a fabulous election today. We still have 20 minutes to go. If you haven't voted and you're near your precinct, I encourage you to step out and go vote.
Well, what have you heard? I know you've gone to a couple of counties yourself, Mr. Secretary. So what have you seen? And then what have you heard from across the state?
Jeff, we fielded 196 calls today, and that's updated just a few minutes ago. Every one of those calls, or a majority of those, were just human error, voters going to the wrong precinct. Maybe someone's, upset about their name or address not being updated. But we've been able to handle every one of those calls. We had 265 people in the field today. That was 15 staff members from our election division and office here at the Capitol, 250 fusion liaison officers in all 55 counties. I was in Cabell, Putnam, Kanawha, visiting, just making sure that poll workers didn't need anything, but it was a very smooth election today.
Talking with Secretary of State Kris Warner. Kris, two of the biggest changes, photo ID and Republicans closing the primary. Anybody confused or not aware of those changes that you heard of?
No, I got to tell you, we had 0 calls as it relates to the new photo ID law, which we were very pleased about. I think the message got out. We helped train poll workers and mainly the county clerks, and they did the training, but we were pleased that we did not have one phone call today about that. And then the other issue I think that everybody was watching was closing the Republican primary, which the State Executive Committee did roughly 18 months ago, but this was the first election. We had less than 5 calls from people that were frustrated that if they were unaffiliated, registered unaffiliated, they didn't get to vote a Republican primary ballot.
Do you think any prediction by you from what you've heard? We know there was 8% more in the early voting than there was 4 years ago, which was a good sign, although it was still low overall, I know. Do we get to 20% or more than 20% turnout today?
Jeff, I know that's been done in the past, but this Secretary of State's not going to, make predictions on how many people are going to turn out. People could still turn out here in the last, 15 minutes, and so we're just, we're going to report the facts, and that's what you're going to get, from us. We had 1,684 precincts with over 8,000 poll workers today, and have just been very pleased with how things have gone so far. We're pleased. I got to tell you, last, just anecdotal, in the last 2 precincts I was in today, they told me about how they cheered brand new voters that had never voted before. And, we worked in the high schools. I went to 38 high schools in the last year. Staff has been in 57 high schools. We registered over 17,000 high school seniors to vote. And so it's really neat when you hear the older poll workers talking about how they cheered high school seniors when they came in to vote today, because it was the first time they had ever voted. So pretty neat. Very rewarding day.
West Virginia Secretary of State Kris Warner, congratulations on a smooth day so far. We won't do the touchdown dance just yet, Kris, but looks like everything's going well today.
Hey, thank you all very much for having me. I look forward to catching up with you later this evening.
Absolutely. We appreciate the time. Coming up, we will continue to set the scene. TJ Meadows has spent the better part of the last 4 weeks keeping an eye on the PAC spending and these races that could impact control of the state Senate. We'll bring him into the conversation when we return. You're listening to Metro News coverage of Decision 2026. Back in a moment.
AFL-CIO represents tens of thousands of workers.
Leading the efforts to build a stronger West Virginia. The High Technology Foundation.
Caring for my wife was the hardest job I've ever done, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Family caregivers do it all. I've become a nurse, a bookkeeper, a cook, everything. I had to quit my job to take care of my mom. That really ate into our savings.
I struggled financially to take care of my wife. I really could have used help.
Being a family caregiver is harder than ever. AARP will never stop fighting to get families the support they need. Join us.
Sunshine, open roads, and a new Toyota from Dan Cava Toyota World. Lease an all-new Camry for as low as $398 a month. All new Tundras now up to $8,000 off. All new Tacomas now up to $4,500 off or lease as low as $399 a month. $7,500 off the new BZ or 0% financing for 72 months. We've got a Toyota for you at Dan Cava Toyota World in Fairmont. Shop the world.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father.
I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice.
A pipe fitter.
An electrician.
An iron worker.
I am an industrial painter.
A sheet metal worker.
A laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
We're Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you. We've got it down to a science, an absolute state of art. We do it all, restoration, cleaning, and reconstruction. When disaster strikes, just pick up the phone. We're Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared.
Metro News in that race alone. Tacubo outspent 1.6 to 1 time. So it's close. But when you take a look at the latest results and you take a look at the history, I should say, you see that Patrick Morrisey did not do very well in the 17th in those 97 districts that he had. So the question is going to become, can Morrisey keep that support toward Chris Pritt that he had? And was the money enough to either keep people home and not vote for Tacubo, or get enough people to move over into the Pritt camp that otherwise would have voted for Tacubo? The electorate has not changed in that district. Pritt did not do well against Eric Nelson when he ran for that seat back in 24. And it'll be interesting to see tonight if the money was enough to shift things one way or the other.
We'll be keeping close watch of that throughout the evening to see what the impact could be, again, when we get back to the legislative session in January. Just getting started. Polls open for another 10 minutes or so across the great state of West Virginia. We are just getting started on our coverage.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It is 7:20 across the great state of West Virginia. Jeff Jenkins, Dave Wilson, and our crew here. And I want to remind you the website at wvmetronews.com, but go to elections.wvmetronews.com. That gets you right to our election page. Again, elections.wvmetronews.com. That gets you right to our election page where the results will begin populating tonight. One of the big stories in this election is which group of Republicans will control the state Senate when the night is over. Dave Wilson takes a look at the possibilities and the rift that's grown wider over the past few months.
Since gaining the supermajority in the West Virginia Senate, factions have developed among Republicans, and despite the factions sharing very similar political and philosophical positions, this primary election has evolved into a referendum on which group will have control of the state Senate and in some ways have control of the Republican Party. With that at stake, Governor Patrick Morrisey has been very active leading up to the primary, endorsing candidates and even going door to door in some instances to support candidates who will back his agenda. Former state Senate President Mitch Carmichael says the governor's approach is a gamble.
You're going to make enemies one way or the other on it. But having said that, I think he has every right to promote the candidates he wants to advance his agenda. And the voters have the opportunity to look at what are the issues that you want to, advance.
The most obvious difference in the two factions are the issues. Now, it's not so much that there's disagreement on the issues. All of the Republicans running in this primary season are conservative, despite the campaign rhetoric. It's not really a question of some Republican members of the Senate being conservative or moderate. The differences are in the legislative priorities and whether or not social and cultural issues should take precedence or whether the focus should be on business, job creation, and economic growth. Those key differences have drawn interest from outside the state, with millions of dollars funneling into West Virginia through political action committees associated with Governor Morrisey and current Senate President Randy Smith. State Treasurer Larry Pack says this has added to the Republican tension.
Usually you see this on a national level. You see this as far as Republicans attacking Democrats or Democrats attacking Republicans. This time in West Virginia, it's an inter-party fight, and it's really nasty.
GOP strategist Greg Thomas helped recruit and has worked with candidates in the Tom Tacubo faction and says the introduction of outside money has skewed the conversation away from the issues that voters are actually interested in.
I refer to this election as sort of a gross out election. They're purposefully running the grossest, most dishonest, deceitful, shameful campaign they can to try to suppress voters. We know voters want to hear about jobs and the economy and roads and schools. Let's talk about the most ridiculous stuff we can that just grosses people out so they don't come out and vote, so they don't pay attention, so they don't see that the West Virginia interest candidates are significantly better than the out-of-state special interest candidates.
Jason Huffman is the state director for Americans for Prosperity and disagrees. Huffman asserts that the competition in the primary is healthy and holds the incumbents accountable and believes voters will not be fooled.
I have a lot of trust in voters in West Virginia, and frankly, that's why I think this election cycle was going to be a referendum on politicians that didn't live up to those first principles.
The top target of political action committees supporting the Morrisey-Smith slate of candidates has been former Senate Majority Leader Tom Tacubo. Nearly $1 million has been spent by PACs in the 17th Senate District race between Tacubo and challenger Chris Pritt. Most of that has been spent opposing Tacubo.
I can't explain why we have seen this gigantic flood of dark money into West Virginia. You know, the two things I can tell you is, number one, that it's not good, and number two, that somebody's looking for return on investment. So, you know, there are millionaires and billionaires, and we've never seen this before in West Virginia, that is sending, it was hundreds of thousands of dollars, now it's millions being sunk into West Virginia against local candidates. They've never met me. They've never seen what I go out and I do for the community. They've never met my opponent. They've never met Randy Smith. You know who they have met? Patrick Morrisey. That's who they've met.
In the 10th District, Governor Morrisey made one of his first endorsements for Jonathan Comer, who is challenging incumbent Senator Vince Deeds. Political action committees have spent over $500,000 in that race. Deeds believes the outcome of the election will impact the legislature's effectiveness for at least the next 2 years.
If the Morrisey faction takes over, we'll have more of the same discontent and division that we've had in 25 and 26. We all know that in 25 and 26, there's been a division in the Senate, and the Morriseys do not believe in three branches of government. They really have a stranglehold on the Senate.
But Huffman says the amount of money being spent by the PACs is being blown out of proportion.
Free speech isn't free. You got to get on the airwaves. You guys sell radio ads here, you know that. And to get a message out, it takes money. And I just look at it like the competition of ideas, where, at least from our perspective, what we're trying to inform voters about is where lawmakers stood on the issues that are critical to them.
The lines were clearly drawn prior to the campaign season, and after a brutal intra-party primary this spring, it may be difficult, if not impossible, for members of the grand old party in the state Senate to put aside their differences when they arrive at the state capitol in January for the legislative session. But former state Senate President Mitch Carmichael advises that's exactly what needs to happen once the dust settles.
Do what's right for the people of West Virginia. Do not put personalities or personal grievances or anything of that sort in the way of advancing good legislation.
For Metro News Decision 2026, I'm Dave Wilson.
Really the gist of this whole election, really the main story that we've been talking about. And this is one of those stories that just continue to grow, right? We thought, oh, yeah, okay, they're picking some candidates here, some favorites, and then it just started to balloon once the money got in.
It really started. Remember the first ad that went out with the Tom Tacubo opposition ad in February and kind of ballooned from there. We have much more to come as we continue our coverage of Decision 2026.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
Polls just about ready to close across the state of West Virginia. This midterm election that has taken on new meaning with the Republican battles in this primary election. Let's get another check-in from the Metro News anchor desk in Charleston with Kris Lawrence. Kris, good evening, buddy.
Good evening, Dave. Polls will be closing in about 3 minutes in West Virginia at 7:30, and then it'll take a measure of time for the poll workers to wrap up things they have to do and get those votes to each county's central tabulation center, where we have reporters in all 55 counties that will relay those vote totals to our tabulation center in Morgantown, and we'll bring you the very latest up-to-the-minute results at WVMetroNews.com. At the polls earlier today, Metro News caught up some voters at Morgantown High School.
They were very sweet, very nice. I like that you have to show your driver's license or your ID. I think that's wonderful for the state to do.
I'm not happy with Miss Capito, so that was one of the reasons I came to vote.
I'm very patriotic, and I want the best for my country and city, and I vote in ways that reflect my values and my faith.
And their votes will be among those that we'll be counting and bringing to you tonight. Early votes will be among the first counted tonight. The early voting started slow, but on Friday it picked up big time. And by the time it ended Saturday night, just under 18% had voted. That bests the early voting results of 2022. Secretary of State Kris Warner.
It appears that unofficial numbers right now would say that we had more than an 8% increase in the total number of early voters over the 2022, again, primary all presidential election. So that's the best way to compare the 2026 numbers.
And not much of the conversation, most of the conversation about this whole election has been on how Republicans have chosen sides, and so much money has been sent. On the other side, State Democratic Party Chairman Mike Pushkin says it's ironic.
For years, there have been efforts at the state level in the legislature from the Democrats to clean up dark money in politics. Republicans have fought against that. They have fought to protect dark money in politics for years, and now that's coming back to bite them. Now that money is being used against them.
All right, and guys, that seems to be the theme this evening is how will this rift in the Republican Party be resolved by the end of tonight?
It may not be resolved by the end of the night. Kris, thanks for the update. We'll check in again real soon. And Jeff, we highlighted the Tom Tacubo Chris Pritt race there in the 17th District in Kanawha County. That's just one of several Senate races we are watching very closely tonight. Another is that 10th District where over $500,000 has been poured in by political action committees. That involves Vince Deeds and Jonathan Comer.
Yeah, and the Morriseys really took an interest in Comer. In fact, Denise Morrisey, the governor's wife, the first lady, campaigning with him. The governor was with Comer last night. Deeds well-liked, though. He's a well-liked candidate. He's a retired state trooper. He's a pastor. Comer also a pastor, and that's really been a heated race down there. Deeds running a really clean campaign, didn't get into name-calling or anything like that, and Comer being benefited by the big money that was dumped in there. And that is one of the races a key race. Talk about the Tacubo race, obviously, but that's another one that could be a signal for either side there tonight.
And this wasn't a race. This next one wasn't necessarily on the radar, but in the last couple of weeks, it was certainly in the news. That's the 14th district. That's that very big geographic district. Jay Taylor is the incumbent there, but Mark Harmon is one of the challengers, and he actually had his residency challenged in just the last couple of weeks leading up to this election. The winner of that district could have an effect, certainly an impact on how the control of the Senate goes.
Yeah, I mean, especially if it's kind of a split night or something like that, one of these races will be key. And Harmon is from the area, was in the legislature now a couple of decades ago, and has been was a lobbyist for a long time. And Jay Taylor, won that seat 4 years ago, but he's from Taylor County, and he's got to get a lot of work in the other counties because he only has 9 precincts in his county in this particular Senate district.
What other Senate races interest you going into the results tonight?
Yeah, I think always the Eastern Panhandle, right? So you look at that Eastern Panhandle race at the 15th Senatorial District. Darren Thorne is the incumbent there. He's got the support of Morrisey and some of that PAC money. But Ken Reed, he's been on the ballot several times for several positions. He's pretty well known over there. We'll see what voter turnout there. That's Berkeley, Hampshire, Morgan counties, most of those precincts in Berkeley County. So we'll see if there's an upset there, if Thorne can win the nomination again and run again in the fall. That's another one to keep an eye on. And a lot of people talk about way up in the northern panhandle, the Laura Wakeham Chapman, the incumbent there, state senator against Joe Eddy. Again, a lot of negative toward Eddy, and Chapman, we understand, is running a pretty good race, and so we'll see what happens.
A lot of support from those political action committees associated with the governor, the School Freedom Fund, Sugar Maple PAC. They have spent a lot of money, a lot of mailers, a lot of Laura Wakeham Chapman signage out in the northern panhandle in the last, and it started well before really we got into campaign season. And I don't know that Joe Eddy was able to keep up with that.
Well, Dave, it might come down to how were you able to fight back?
Right.
Tom Tacubo was able, it seems, to fight back a little bit. May not have been resources in some of these other races to be able to fight back.
We have much more to come. Polls just starting to close across the state of West Virginia. You are listening to Metro News coverage of Decision 2026.
This election matters, and voters 50 plus can make the difference. The leaders we elect this November.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared and the Panama Canal opened, Greer Industries was born. Herbert and Agnes Greer began in Morgantown, West Virginia, striking the first pick into the limestone formation that would become the backbone of one of the state's great industrial legacies. From the roads we drive on, the buildings we build, and the communities we serve, Greer Industries has been delivering quality for decades. At Greer Industries, we've been improving lives for more than a century.
Since 1923, the Contractors Association of West Virginia is proud to represent the professionals who are building the infrastructure that keeps our state moving forward. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, airports, and clean water, to the places we work and play, our members build it all. For more than a century, our members have been at the heart of every major project, working together to build a stronger, safer, and better state. Learn more about the Contractors Association of West Virginia at cawv.org.
Nasal obstruction, stuffiness, blockage. Is it allergy? Is it sinus? A lot of times it may be both. The Delview Medicine Sinus and Allergy Center is a clinic where we house all specialties that take care of allergies and sinuses together. You name it, we have it. It's one-stop shopping. Anything ENT that needs done for the citizens of West Virginia, we can provide that care.
Stay ahead of West Virginia weather with Metro News Television. Now bringing you a new way to stay informed across the Mountain State. Get updates daily at 9, noon, and 4. From headlines and precipitation to severe weather threats and highs and lows. See conditions from panhandle to panhandle and check travel with the Fly CRW forecast. Our meteorologists are on your screens and on Talkline, Midday, Hotline, and Sportsline, keeping you up to date. Metro News Television weather. Accurate, local, and always on.
Had the supermajorities, you had primary contest, but they didn't say really nasty things like each other, like Republicans are doing now. This is brand new territory for West Virginia.
Well, and a lot of it's based obviously on the money and those who are giving the money, and maybe a lot of it, guys, is based on just the kind of the political climate we're in right now.
Yeah,
I mean, from the top down.
Yeah,
right?
I think the climate has a lot to do with it because, and we saw it all across West Virginia, all these mailings, all the ads. It wasn't just about here's what me as a candidate can do. It's about, did you know this about the other guy, this other guy? And a lot of the things that were said were just patently untrue or certainly a stretch of the truth and really nasty stuff. Republicans saying, violating Ronald Reagan's tenet, don't speak ill of a fellow Republican. I mean, that's all you've heard for weeks now in West Virginia. It's unprecedented. And also the fact that only probably 1 in 5 registered voters are going to have voted today, and you guys will get into this tonight. You're electing 2/3 of the state Supreme Court. 2 seats of the 5 seats are up on the state Supreme Court. Intermediate Court of Appeals also up. And in your county, school board members. So, and didn't get a lot of attention, but this is a huge election for that reason as well, Dave.
And Hop, we may have not spent enough time on those judicial races because if you look ahead at some of the decisions we know are coming, school vaccine exemptions, we could have school choice, data centers could end up in front of the state Supreme Court at some point. There are some major decisions down the road.
There really are, and one of the challenges is that because of the ethics, the code of ethics for judicial candidates is that they can't say a lot, and they don't say a lot. So if you ask them, like, where are you on data centers, they would say, well, that might come before the court. I can't really speak to that. So a lot of it is about name recognition and character, if you know something about their character, because they will not and cannot speak to issues, even though it's a really, really critical race. And as you said, Dave, they're going to have some big decisions that have come before them.
Now, can we lean on you, Hoppy? Because like when we did this for years, you would always get nervous about calling a race. So now you're not in here full time. So can you call races for us tonight?
I was always bad at that. I mean, we were always nervous about when to call a race. But I'll tell you what, I'll leave that to you guys. I'll just sit over there and watch, and I'll leave that to you guys tonight.
You can make some recommendations if you like.
Well, I'd look at some. I think I'm just like you guys. I want to see how these Senate races go. I think we know how these congressional races are going to go. I think you know how this U.S. Senate race is going to go. I think that Capito will be fine. I know that Tom Willis is running an aggressive campaign, but it's Shelley Moore Capito. She's the most significant, most popular Republican in West Virginia, and you would think that when the votes start coming in, it's going to be Capito's night. I think that's a pretty safe bet.
And she never takes anything for granted. And I know I'm preaching to the choir here to you two guys, but she never takes anything for granted. And you've seen that out on the campaign trail with the ads, being at events, doesn't take for granted anything.
Here's what Capito has always done since she was first elected to Congress, I think, in the year 2000.
That's right.
Comes back to the state. She is always back to the state all the time, right, Jeff? I mean, just always back, going to events. I mean, just time after time after time after time. So her name recognition is like 100%.
And it doesn't hurt now. In fact, it helps that she's so high ranking and that she can bring some bacon back with her, quite honestly. And she's done a real good job of that.
Can bring some bacon back and also is endorsed by Donald Trump. Guess what? That makes a difference in West Virginia, as it does in a lot of places.
He's Hoppy Kercheval, the Dean of Journalism. Host Emeritus. Any other titles we can throw at you tonight?
Unlike you guys, I'll probably be in bed by 10:30, 11 o'clock or
really?
something. No, I'll be up.
Okay. He'll be here.
Okay.
He'll be here.
Thanks for having me.
We appreciate you stopping by. Thanks, buddy. Coming up, we have much more to get to. Polls are just closing. We are expecting to get some of our first results, hopefully here before the end of the hour, as we continue our coverage of the West Virginia primary election. Big focus on the Republican primary tonight. We will continue our coverage here on the MetroNews Radio Network. Back in a bit.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on MetroNews, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on MetroNews, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
740 across the state of West Virginia. Jeff Jenkins, Dave Wilson, our whole crew here at Metro News. And go to our website tonight. And probably the easiest way to get there is to go to elections.wvmetronews.com, elections.wv MetroNews.com. You can also go to the main website, WVMetroNews.com, and click it there. You might have just a tiny bit of an issue there, but keep trying. You'll get to our page, and that's where we have all the results, so check those out. Some West Virginians will have less options, and as they go to the polls, they had less options today as they went to the polls because of the closed Republican primary. That decision means only registered Republicans were able to request a Republican ballot today. And Daniel Woods has more on that issue for Metro News Decision 2026.
As the votes roll in, Secretary of State Kris Warner is nearing the end of his first primary as West Virginia's chief election officer, a primary that required a little extra work from the Secretary of State's office. That work includes helping officials prepare for any challenges that could come from the closure of the Republican primary, a decision that affected not only how West Virginians could vote, but also how officials had to plan the election.
The clerks all have signage up at the polling location that clearly lets you know if you're a Republican, you can vote in the Republican primary. If you're registered unaffiliated, you can vote in the Democrat primary if you request that ballot.
The change is the result of a decision by the party's executive committee to limit the primary to only registered Republicans after previously permitting unaffiliated voters to participate if they asked for a Republican ballot. State Party Chairman Delegate Josh Holstein believes there are not enough independent voters participating in the primaries for it to make a significant difference.
Less than 10% of registered independents actually vote in the Republican primary. It is a very small number. It's even smaller for Democrats. Most independents in this state do not participate in the primary election, and that is the truth of the matter.
While Holstein believes it will not make a significant difference in the outcomes, it certainly makes a difference for election officials. In the months since the GOP elected to exclude independents from its primary, officials around the state have worked to keep their voters aware of just what that means before they go to the polls. Ohio County Election Coordinator Aaron Alietta says that meant finding as many avenues for information as possible.
I don't want my voters to be surprised at the polls. There's a local online magazine called Weelunk, so I put an article in Weelunk. I put it in the paper. I was on the radio. I was on the news. I sent out letters to every newly registered voter who was non-party. So I did a lot of work independently.
Voters are not the only people involved in the election that required additional education to understand what this closed primary means, though. Poll workers remain a crucial part of West Virginia's election process, and county clerks implemented additional training for them ahead of Election Day. And Putnam County Clerk Brian Wood says his message was a simple one.
The Republican Party made the decision. I know that it's different than what it has been in the past years. We just need to make sure that everybody gets the proper ballot.
Reports of frustration at the polls during early voting are limited, but Warner did describe an incident where a man became, quote, belligerent after being told he could not pull a Republican ballot, with poll workers managing to defuse the situation.
He had always been able, in the last 25 years to be able to ask for a Republican ballot, and they said that they handled it by pointing to the signage that's provided by the Secretary of State's office that makes it very clear, based on how you're registered to vote, which ballot you're able to request.
So what does the change do for the Republicans in the long term? Already maintaining a healthy 43% of registered voters, Holstein hopes that it drives growth for the party membership by showing conservative independents that the Republican Party is where they fit in.
Folks in West Virginia know that Democrats don't speak for them, and we want to continue growing that number up from 43% to as high as we can get it. And this is one of the ways that the party's membership felt that they could accomplish that goal.
As for the party growth that Holstein hopes to see, at least one county clerk cited voters changing their registrations, but he's not sure that's going to stick. After speaking with voters to make sure they were prepared for the primaries, Berkeley County Clerk Tony Petrucci says he doesn't think party hopping will become a trend.
We had tried to educate them as much as possible on why that happened. Some people that were Democrats or independents did switch because they wanted to vote for a Republican, and I think they'll probably switch back to their other party later.
The effects of closing the Republican primary remain to be seen, but there is one thing certain. The change brought about more work this time around for the Secretary of State's office, for county election officials, and for poll workers who all just want to see democracy in action every 2 years. For Metro News Decision 2026, I'm Daniel Woods.
Earlier this hour, no major issues with that at the polls when it came to the closed Republican primary.
I'm curious, Jeff, to see the final numbers of total voter turnout. And look, there are any number of factors here, but how much did the closed primary, did it impact voter turnout numbers? Were there party hoppers or were the ones who pushed to close the Republican primary right and saying, hey, independents don't really come out in primary elections and vote? I don't know if we'll be able to discern all of that tonight, but I am interested to see what the final numbers are.
Well, if it lands 20, 22%, 23%, that's kind of where it usually is.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what we'll look at. If it's way below that, then you think, well, did the negative advertising cause that? If it's above that, who voted? Were those the MAGA folks, the folks that backed Donald Trump, even though he's not on this ballot?
And one thing, and look, we're not tracking this on the Metro News website tonight, but some PAC money actually came in late for county Republican executive committee positions that are being voted on, and that is an indication they want to make certain, somebody wants to make certain the primary stay closed.
Yeah, I've never heard of that. I've never heard targeting a state executive committee race.
It's a brand new era.
Today was the first election in West.
Our first results before the bottom of the hour as we continue here on Metro News Decision 2026.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
AARP is your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. Let's get an update from the Metro News Anchor Desk. Check in with Kris Lawrence.
All right, thank you, Dave. At the polls this morning, most things went smoothly today. In Montague County, Clerk Carrie Blaney said there were no problems with that new photo ID measure.
We did not experience any issues with either situation during early voting, and I've not had any issues been brought to my attention.
Putnam County Clerk Brian Wood said his office sent out several cards to voters ahead of the election to notify them of the changes being and also to notify them that a number of their precincts would change because the county, through legislation, was forced to take over the municipal election in the city of Hurricane, and that's the case in several counties today after legislation passed that piggybacks those municipal elections onto today's county and state races. Wood said those mailers actually got him some additional help.
We had a lot of new poll workers from that card, and so I'm happy that they're getting that experience on a off non-presidential election when it's the line's a little lower and they'll have time to learn.
U.S. Senator Shelley Capito has been a long-time power on Election Day, her stature growing with every election. In fact, she's never lost. And she's worked her way up to the position of the state's senior senator and has a role in the leadership of the Republican-controlled U.S. Senate. She voted today at her precinct in Charleston's South Hills.
I think a lot of times we decide we don't like things, and then when we look and see, have we actually voted? Have we actually expressed our opinions? I think in a lot of ways, we can't complain if we don't vote.
Now, Capito finds herself in a race with considerable competition today, 5 different Republicans running, but it'll be interesting to see if that actually split up any potential anti-Capito vote that was coming her way. Guys, we'll keep an eye on that. We should start seeing some of our first results coming in very soon at Metro News Election Central there in Morgantown.
All right, thank you very much, Kris. And Jeff, getting some word, a little bit of a hiccup over in Hampshire County where there's been some machine malfunctions, but techs are on it and say it shouldn't be much of a problem over there.
Okay, that's good news. Good news. The first one of the night. The first good. We'll put that in the positive column. Even though it's a negative, looks like it'll be a positive if it's not long. So, and what clerks usually do in some counties, when the polls close, they'll count their early votes, put those out. Some will do it, some won't. I mean, this is a total county clerk thing, right? I mean, they are the elected official. They're the elections official in their county. So they decide what to do when the printouts come. You know, some do it maybe every 10 precincts that come in. Some wait a little longer. So that's why, the numbers don't come in all at the same time, obviously.
And then sometimes they all print at the same time, Jeff. Yeah. And the numbers all flood in within about 20 minutes of each other. It should be a fun evening, though, as these numbers start to flow in. The Capito race, it was an interesting race with Senator Capito, and I go back to it. A very aggressive campaign by State Senator Tom Willis. But again, This is Senator Shelley Capito, who doesn't take anything for granted. Very, very hard worker. Seems like and when we spoke to some people from Fox today, they were watching this pretty confident the senator is in good shape tonight.
Yeah, and like you said, she didn't take anything for granted. Willis, I mean, he got out there, didn't have a lot of funds, but he got out there, got on shows, did some social media, but there's a lot of candidates there. I think sometimes in those races, Dave, it's most interesting to see how many votes the winner gets. Is there any weakness there that you see from the numbers? And we'll be able to determine that, I think.
A lot of focus, obviously, on the Republican primary, but that is a Democrat primary where you have Jeff Kessler, the former Senate president, running for that nomination, and there are several others in that race. Can one of them emerge to possibly challenge in November? I guess we'll find out later.
We will. And Kessler's been out there, but other people have been out there too. So and it's been a while since Jeff Kessler's been on the ballot.
That's true.
So we'll see. We'll see what happens.
Just getting started. Hopefully getting some of the first results of the evening before the top of the hour. Dave Wilson, Jeff Jenkins in the studio, the Metro News crew. When we come back, we'll bring TJ Meadows back into the conversation from Charleston. You're listening to Metro News coverage of Decision 2026.
This election matters, and voters 50 plus can make the difference. The leaders we elect this November will make critical decisions that impact
I'm getting a great education without any of the debt. I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father. I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education. I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice.
A pipe fitter. An electrician. An iron worker.
I am an industrial painter.
Sheet metal worker.
A laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
You own a boat because you love spending time on the water. Choose the outboard that allows you to make the most of it. Honda Marine's legendary reliability, ease of maintenance, and powerful performance keep you going strong. And they're all backed by the peace of mind protection of the industry's best limited warranty. Visit your Honda Marine dealer today and find out why it's more than an engine. It's your time on the water.
I've paid into Social Security since I was a teenager. It isn't a handout. I earned it.
I couldn't afford retirement without Social Security.
My dad depends on it. I want to know I can depend on it too.
I count on it to pay for groceries and prescriptions. Everything costs more now.
We hear you. AARP will never stop fighting for every voter who's counting on Social Security. Join us.
Leading the efforts to build a stronger West Virginia, the High Technology Foundation has a proven plan to strengthen and diversify our state's economy. The I-79 Technology Park's high-capacity infrastructure continues to attract advanced federal operations that are driving economic growth. This keeps our young, educated residents in the state and brings West Virginians home. The High Technology Foundation, building a stronger West Virginia. Learn more today at WVHTF.org.
First numbers starting to trickle in for the evening. Let's bring TJ Meadows back into the conversation. TJ, a lot of focus on those Senate races, but there are a handful of House of Delegates races that have also garnered a lot of attention from those political action committees.
That's right, Dave. I think there are 3 in the House that are really particular. In the first 2, it's almost like a street fight. I'm talking about the 12th. That is Vernon Kris versus Hartzog. Of course, Kris and the governor, no love lost there whatsoever. That when the gloves are off and it's become personal. We're watching that. Also, next door in the 13th, Scott Heckert. Again, one of the most vocal critics of Governor Patrick Morrisey taking on McCready tonight. And, of course, the PAC money, huge spend in opposition of Scott Heckert. The final one, the 72nd, Clay Riley, up against, give me one moment here, let me pull that name, in the 72nd, that is Megan Krajewski. A lot of money spent in that one as well. And again, most of it in opposition of Clay Riley. That one also somewhat personal. So I think those are the 3 House races tonight that the governor needs on his slate to really be able to declare any kind of political win within the House. And then the other 2, as we noted, important in the Senate, that being the 17th and the 10th, Deeds-Comer. Those are the 5, I think, politically tonight that really weigh one way or the other in terms of political capital for the governor.
Yeah, let's give you some Deeds numbers there. These are from Nicholas County early voting, right? So that's Nicholas County is in that 10th district. Deeds leads Comer 263 to 132. So that's, that's 2-to-1 almost. It's 67% to 33% with Dees. And again, that's just early voting numbers from Nicholas County, but that's one of the counties in those races.
And TJ, when we've talked about those House races, look, it's not unknown. The House was a lot less friendly to Governor Morrisey's agenda during the last legislative session. I don't see a path where the governor is able to flip the House per se, but certainly he could make some headway if he gets a couple of those key races. And that would send a message to other members of the House of Delegates.
Yeah, it's the political of equivalent. We say all the time it's the equivalent of throwing in that elbow, right? Being able to make your mark and make a stance and see what you can translate that into from there in terms of political capital when you're actually in session back in the legislature. How much, what kind of example can you set as a precedent for other lawmakers who might not want to go along and get along?
All right, TJ, we'll check in again. Appreciate it, buddy.
Yeah, man.
Greg Hunter is at the tabulations desk. He'll be watching all of the numbers tonight, looking for this, that, and the other. He joins us from the Metro News studios. Greg, do me a favor. Slide over one seat there, if you would. Thank you very much. Now we're cooking, Greg.
I always follow instructions.
What are you keeping a close eye on tonight as these numbers start to roll in?
I think right now, before we're just starting to get some results, so we'll start to figure that in a little bit. But you guys have gone over some of the voter turnout, or maybe lack thereof, in a primary off-presidential election, and how historically it's been 20 to 23% in that area. Some counties, like a Berkeley County, which obviously is very populous, historically they've been to the 10 to 12% range. In so far, we've heard that may be a number over there this year as well in the Eastern Panhandle. But what that means in practical terms, you figure the Republicans have just over 500,000 registered voters in the state of West Virginia. There are 100 House districts, right, in the state, and that's about 1,000 to 1,200 voters in each of those that are going to decide races in state House races this year. So we think of these things as massive numbers and how it's going to have, mine is just a drop in the bucket, my vote. But really, when you start talking about, state House races, you're going to have 100 votes separating a lot of candidates in some of these closer races. So because there are just not that many voters out there, not many of them vote in the primary elections.
Greg, are you keeping a close, and I don't know if we'll be able to figure this out. Again, we'll have numbers, but we don't necessarily have the data to back those numbers up. When you look at this race, no President Trump at the ticket, and how that impacts those low propensity voters Trump was so good at getting out to the polls when he was on the ballot.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right. And presidential elections, no matter what, but certainly the ones that had Donald Trump on the ticket drew a lot. Typically primaries in a presidential election year will be in the 45% range. So it's just so much less than an off-presidential election. Basically half as many people normally turn out to vote. And we'll see what the numbers are this year. Things can change, but I look back over a decade, well over a decade, and the numbers didn't change a whole lot in any of those, so I would doubt that it changes much this year either, again, in a non-presidential primary.
And the Associated Press just called Shelley more Capito. So we know that they were following that. So, some of the first numbers we saw in was 60-30. So, and then we've seen a couple of sites have called Capito already. So probably not surprising there.
We will double check those numbers as we continue. Coming up, we are just into hour number one of our coverage of Decision 2026, the West Virginia state primary elections. We have much more to come. We'll get some more results as they start to trickle in. Stay tuned. This is Metro News coverage of Decision 2026 presented by AARP.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on MetroNews, the voice of West Virginia. on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. This is Decision 2026, exclusive coverage of the primary election, presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State.
We work hard every day in my office to make sure life's just a little bit better in West Virginia, and how we can fill that role.
I just got tired of watching The Price is Right and shows on TV. I decided I had plenty of life in me, and I could serve West Virginia by running for the Supreme Court.
Now, from the Metro News studios in Morgantown, here are Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
And we have our first called race of the evening, Jeff, and not a surprise, U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito fending off a primary challenge.
Yeah, Metro News projecting here and calling the race for U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito, advancing to the general election as she seeks her third 6-year term in the U.S. Senate. The numbers we have in so far, Capito has nearly 70% of the vote that's in over Tom Willis. He's in second place, about 16% of the vote that's in right now. So Metro News projects that Shelley Moore Capito will advance to the November general election.
We have that story posted up over at the website right now, wvmetronews.com. Let's go back to Charleston and the Metro News anchor desk. Get the latest update with Kris Lawrence. Kris?
All right, thanks, guys. As you mentioned, Metro News projecting U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito will be the nominee, fending off the primary challenge from 5 other Republicans. She will advance to the general election in November, seeking a third 6-year term in the U.S. Senate, and will face a challenge from one of 5 Democrats that are seeking that nomination in today's race. We'll keep an eye on that race and see who she will be taking on in November. Folks were out to cast ballots, and many, like this lady, told Metro News she considered it a duty and an honor to be there.
I'm a loyal American citizen, and I feel it's my duty to vote for every election that I can.
Longtime Kanawha County Clerk Vera McCormick has seen an election or two in her day and told us last week, going into the weekend, the turnout in the early voting was pretty disappointing, but that all turned on a dime Friday.
They should have gotten a lot of information on everybody to make up their mind, but I think they've just been waiting.
Well, Ms. McCormick predicts we'll have about a 22% voter turnout today. Polls have closed for about a half hour now, and soon we'll get more of those results. Secretary of State Kris Warner told us last hour it was a smooth day, only the normal hiccups.
We fielded 196 calls today, and that's updated just a few minutes ago. Every one of those calls, or a majority of those, were just human error, voters going to the wrong precinct.
And there are some nonpartisan judiciary seats up for grabs today. 2 on the Supreme Court, 1 the unexpired 2-year term of retired Justice Beth Walker, and the 6-year unexpired term of the late Justice Tim Armstead. Both sitting justices appointed by the governor to fill those positions are on today's ballot, and there's a race for a position on the Intermediate Court of Appeals currently held by Dan Greer. And remember that those are not for a nomination. Those will be final votes tonight. The outcome tonight decides who will be in those court positions, guys.
Kris, thank you very much. And, Jeff, we have some early numbers on those state Supreme Court races coming in.
This is, Dave, about it looks like about a half dozen counties are in early voting. And in Division 1, this is the Gerald Titus race against Kirkpatrick. It's really close there. And also Laura Fairclough is in there, Todd Kirby, Red Hat Sheehan. And right now, Kirkpatrick, the retired Raleigh County Circuit Judge, with just about a 424-vote lead over Gerald Titus. In the other division, Tom Ewing, the appointed by Governor Morrisey, the former Fayette County Circuit Judge, Bill Flanigan, the delegate, Republican delegate out of Ohio County, with a huge lead over Ewing, with about 6 counties in early voting, 3,700 votes. We know that Flanigan, over the last 14 days, has really reached out and appealed to Democrats in this race, to Democrats. This is nonpartisan, but his campaign appealed to Democrats about this, and with the early voting there. In the Intermediate Court of Appeals, again, about a half dozen early voting. Jim Douglas the family court judge out of Kanawha County leading Judge Dan Greer, the incumbent, by about 2,400 votes. Again, these are just about 6 counties reporting early voting numbers.
All right, we'll get some more results coming up as the evening goes on. One of the candidates who was running unopposed in the Republican primary this year is 2nd District Congressman Riley Moore, and he joins us on Decision 2026. Congressman Moore, good morning. Thanks for joining us this evening.
Dave, TJ, how y'all doing?
We're doing well. Glad you could take some time. So is it relaxing on an election night to just be able to sit back and kind of watch the things unfold for you this evening?
Oh, I'm always on edge, just kind of watching the results. Obviously, I know all these folks, and so I'm anxious for all of them and their families as they're watching these results. I kind of know what that's like, obviously, going through this now for about a decade here. So, no, I mean, is it more kind of relaxed than usual? Yes. I've been contested in almost every primary I've run in. So this year a little bit different.
Congressman, what do you make of, as you kind of watch these things, and there was because you've been in the legislature, there was so much money poured into some of these races, especially from the state Senate, as you kind of watch it afar and a lot of the PAC money in there. What kind of some of your thoughts as you saw that?
Well, a lot of, at the end of the day, right, is when you're going to make a decision on spending this money, raising the money, and how you're going to proceed on this, obviously, you're taking into account political risk, potential outcomes, and is it worth that? And obviously, folks on either side of this have felt that, yes, it is. And a lot of money getting spent in this, and you've not really seen this kind of friction in the legislature. You'd have to go back to when I was there, and then the cycle before that when we actually took the House and the Senate for the first time in over 80 years. So, I think this is kind of the future. Like it, love it, hate it, whatever. I think you're going to see more of this hotly contested primaries, a lot of super PAC money in the future.
How can Republicans patch it up, or can they, after such a contentious primary? You know how things operate in Charleston. How can you patch it up and go forward after such a contentious primary?
Well, look, perhaps for some they won't. Perhaps for some they won't. Look, I could see some folks not being able to move on. Some, certainly, maybe they will. Maybe they can find the way to move on and everybody work together. I hope that's what happens in this. But certainly there's going to be some folks that are pretty upset by it. These are very personal races. Your name is on the ballot. I certainly know what that feels like. And, yeah, we're just going to have to see after the dust settles on all of this who kind of comes out on top.
Congressman Riley Moore joining us from the 2nd District. Okay, let's look ahead to November. What will be your focus over the summer leading up to the November general election?
Well, I'm just going to continue what I've been doing, and that's working hard for West Virginia. I've had a real focus, particularly on water projects back home. I was just in Taylor County yesterday where we had worked to get that water main back into place with the Army Corps engineers. You remember maybe a few years ago that went down. Big shout out to the PSD there, though, in Taylor County, ensuring that people still had access to water through that entire time period. But, we have so many critical infrastructure needs here in the state of West Virginia, water being first and foremost amongst them, that I'm just going to continue to work in the communities, take feedback from them, bring that back to Washington, D.C., and work as hard as I can to meet those critical needs.
2nd District Congressman Riley Moore. Riley, we appreciate the time tonight, and we'll talk again real soon. Thank you.
All right. Thank you all.
Absolutely. Jeff, new numbers? Numbers starting to trickle in?
Yeah, Wood County's come in with some early numbers. Just want to give this real quick. We're watching the incumbent Mike Azinger, Bob Fehrenbacher, the delegate race there it's a Senate race, and Fehrenbacher's a delegate trying to upset Mike Azinger. And after some early votes are come in, Azinger has about a 426 vote lead in that race.
In those 2 House races we're keeping an eye on in Wood County as well. Challenger Charles Hartzog, very early leads by 70 votes over Vernon Kris. The incumbent and House Finance Committee Chairman Scott Hecker is trailing Miss Melissa McCready by 146 votes. Again, that is early voting, absentee ballots being turned in out of Wood County. A couple of House races we're keeping an eye on tonight. TJ Meadows rejoins the conversation when we return. This is Metro News Decision 2026 presented by AARP. We're back after this.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared and the Panama Canal opened,
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on and the bridges you cross. I am getting a great education without any of the debt. I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father. I am a local worker. I am supporting our economy. And I'm working on continuing education. I am a veteran. I am an electrical apprentice, a pipe fitter, an electrician, an iron worker,
I am an industrial painter,
a sheet metal worker,
A laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
If it matters in West Virginia, it's being talked about here.
I always said I was going to move to a mountain in Tucker County, but probably going to put a data center on it, so I got to find a new plan.
Oh, you did not.
Oh, I did. Told you I was a little grumpy today.
Oh, man, you got some zingers today, Dave. I love it.
Join Dave Wilson and TJ Meadows Monday through Friday for Talk Line. Available on mobile, Roku, Fire TV, smart TVs, and online at WVMetroNewsTV.com.
Caring for my wife was the hardest job I've ever done, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Family caregivers do it all. I've become a nurse, a bookkeeper, a cook, everything. I had to quit my job to take care of my mom. That really ate into our savings.
I struggled financially to take care of my wife. I really could have used help.
Being a family caregiver is harder than ever. AARP will never stop fighting to get families the support they need. Join us.
5, 3. For your daily fix of sports in West Virginia, there's only one stop.
I would imagine a group of you got together and watched the Mountaineers last night. What were your thoughts on that performance?
It was funny, we were sitting with a guy last night, and he said, all right, I'm going to go put $1,000 on it. Well, down the stretch of that ball game, he's looking at us like, are you kidding me? And sure enough, the Mountaineers came back. I saw him today. He said, yep, I'm putting another grand on them tomorrow.
Sportsline on Metro News Television.
DeBryan, 9,883 are registered as independents, nonpartisans. They didn't feel like showing up. Only 162 nonpartisans voted early. That's astounding to me. So did the whole independent lockout work? I mean, I don't know, but those numbers seem very, very low. It's early, but it's eye-catching.
Well, the proponents of closing the primary would tell you, TJ, independents don't vote in the primary elections by the numbers. At least that would be their side of the story, right?
Yeah, that's what they say. So we'll see what happens. But I thought that was just very, very low. I'm going to look back at the history. I don't remember it being that low in the past. We'll see how it turns out.
All right, appreciate it, TJ. Jeff, we got some more updated numbers. Again, Metro News has already called the race and projected U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito will fend off a primary challenge here in 26.
Yeah, right now we've got about 4 precincts in and early voting numbers in. Actually, 9 precincts in and early voting numbers in. So go to our website, elections.wvmetronews.com or wvmetronews.com. Capito was 68% of the vote, and we'll check some more numbers coming up.
Numbers are continuing to trickle in as the polls have been closed for a little over 40 minutes or so. We have much more to come. You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
We are back. It's 8:20, and again, some precincts just starting to report, and we'll see those. We've got early voting numbers from a half dozen counties or so, and then some counties are actually sending out. So we've got 9 precincts right now reporting of about 1,648. We'll get to those numbers in just a moment. Across West Virginia today, voters had to reach into their wallet before they could reach forward and touch the screen to cast a ballot. Chris Lawrence explains a new and controversial voting law change.
Today was the first election in West Virginia where voters were required to show a photo identification before they could access a ballot. But many voters have remarked that they thought this had been a requirement for quite a while. Not necessarily. The state's first voter ID law was passed during the 2016 legislative session and was signed into law by then-Governor Earl Ray Tomblin. The measure allowed a fairly wide number of things that people could use to prove their identity, but more than half of those ID instruments had no photograph. During the 2025 legislative session, lawmakers approved a measure that requires a photo ID. Secretary of State Kris Warner says he's talked to poll workers during the early voting about it.
I said, has there been any problem with photo ID? And they said, absolutely not. One lady said, I've been requiring that in my polling place for the last 2 or 3 elections. So, each county is a little bit different. I guess this just made it uniform across all 55 counties and, every one of the precincts in the state.
Some aren't impressed with the change, like Cal Carlson, the Montague County Democratic Executive Committee chairman.
In a sense, it is suppression because you're asking folks to get a photo ID when for how many decades we allowed non-photo ID and we had zero issues with it at the polls.
According to Warner, about 85% of voters use a driver's license to meet the requirement, and always have, which is why so many probably thought this had been a thing for a while. There is still an array of forms of ID, though, that you could use.
A driver's license from another state is good. A U.S. passport can be used. Military ID can be used. And if you have an employee ID that's issued by a municipality, a state, or federal government, that suffices as well. A student ID with a photo from a West Virginia high school or West Virginia institution of higher education. And then we are issuing, along with the county clerks from the Secretary of State's office, a voter registration card that has a photo portion of that.
MetroNews caught up with some voters during the early voting period to ask about it.
There's an effort to restrict voting access more and more in this country.
I kind of always thought I had to show my ID.
I think it should be a requirement.
I think it's much ado about nothing, but hey, some people have to have something to squawk about, don't they?
Where before, folks could show 21 different forms of photo or non-photo ID, and now there's just a smaller list of photo ID that voters are allowed to show, and all Democrats voted against that.
Although the photo ID is now law, there are even 4 exceptions, according to Warner, to this requirement. A voter who has a friend with a photo ID who will vouch for your identity and is willing to sign an affidavit at the poll will enable that person to vote. Second, a poll worker who has known an individual for longer than 6 months can allow them to vote without a photo ID. Many poll workers in West Virginia have been working elections for decades and welcoming the same voters into their polling place every time. Lawmakers believe that carried weight. The third exception is for those confined to a nursing home or assisted living facility in which their home is also the voting precinct. They would not be required to show a photo ID. And finally, those who have a religious objection and also have an exemption from the DMV to having a photo ID due to their religious beliefs. Warner says he's trying to objectively apply the measure.
We have got to be vigilant, and we've got to do everything in our power. And, my job is to carry out what the West Virginia legislature passes in the way of laws, and we're here to execute those.
He added, ultimately, it's about verifying what the voters wanted and what's delivered.
We had 5 elections in the last municipal set of elections in West Virginia, Kris, that all ended in a tie. So if there's even one, it's one too many because you could have put somebody in office that otherwise wouldn't have been there.
There are now 36 states that require some form of voter ID. 24 of those, including West Virginia, require it to be a photo ID. For MetroNews Decision 2026, I'm Chris Lawrence.
U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito to win her primary challenge. Over on the Democrat side of that ticket, Rachel Fetty Anderson, 5,534 votes. Jeff Kessler, 2,772 votes. That's very early, and a lot of that is Montague County early voting numbers, Jeff.
Yeah, they are, and we're getting some of those numbers in. And again, you can go to our website, wvmetronews.com. Also, you can get there by going elections.wvmetronews.com, and you'll get the numbers at the website. So right now, we have just a handful of precincts reporting coming up, and we'll go to a couple of those state Senate races before we transition to some more coverage here. Let's start in the 1st Senatorial District. This is the Northern Panhandle. This is the Republican, Laura Wakeham Chapman, the incumbent. She is leading Joe Eddy, and this is very early. I think this is just early vote. Well, 5 precincts reporting. She's leading 77-42, right? So those are very early numbers there in the go ahead.
I was just going to say, and those are Ohio County numbers. That is, actually, both of them's home county, but that is right out of Wheeling where those two are from.
Right. And so we'll get some of those other Senate numbers in just a moment.
You're listening to coverage of Metro News Decision 2026. We have much more to come.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
Decision 2026, presented by AARP, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. Numbers are starting to flow in from counties around the state. Jeff, we've got some updated numbers. Let's take a run through those state Senate races this evening.
Yeah, let's start in the 1st Senatorial District. That's Laura Wakeham Chapman and Joe Eddy. 5 precincts reporting. Chapman is the incumbent there in the Northern Panhandle. She leads Eddy by 35 votes. In the 2nd Senatorial District on the Republican side, these are 2 newcomers, Toby Haney and Robert Dobkin. And Haney leads with early voting numbers in from a few counties. He leads that race by 454 votes for his pretty dominant lead there early. That's Charlie Clements's seat, and who did not seek re-election. In the 3rd Senatorial District, Republican side, this is one of the races to watch tonight, although most people thought that the incumbent Mike Azinger was going to be pretty strong there. And Azinger, either Mike or his father, have been on the ballot for a long time. And with 3 precincts reporting, that's mostly a Wood County district. He leads Delegate Bob Fehrenbacher by 766 votes in that race. A newcomer to the Senate, Trenton Barnhart. This is the old Donna Bowley seat. She stepped out of the Senate before the last session began after decades there. Barnhart was appointed by the governor, came over from the House of Delegates, and he is leading it with 3 precincts reporting there. He has a 730 vote lead, 1,983 votes to 1,253 over Jason Harshbarger in that race. Senate 4th Senatorial District, 10 of 94 precincts reporting. That's Eric Tarr, who has been in Senate leadership, wasn't this last session. He leads Philip Surface by 64 votes. Very tight there. That's Putnam, Mason, Jackson, Cabell counties, and that's a lead for Eric Tarr, 842 to 778. And Travis Willard's in 3rd at 678. So that's really a tight race between those 3 candidates for that seat. Let's pick up a state Senate race for Democrats. That's the 5th Senatorial District. This is Cabell and Wayne County. The winner gets Chris Miller, who is running unopposed. On the Republican side, Doran Jackson leads Josh Keck there by 240 votes. And Dave, let's check on one other state race here. 6th Senatorial District. Again, just really early voting numbers. Mark Maynard, the incumbent down there in Mingo County, he leads Jeff DeCibio. Mark from Wayne County got Wayne and Mercer, Mingo, McDowell in this, and Mark Maynard leading Jeff DeCibio there by 4 votes with just very early voting numbers in.
We've got all of the numbers posted for you over at the website. Go to WVMetroNews.com. You can get the House, Senate, House of Representatives, U.S. Senate races, judicial races, The results are posted for you, up-to-the-minute updates there. We'll get some more numbers coming up. Right now, let's check in at the Metro News anchor desk with Chris Lawrence. Chris?
All right. Thank you a lot, Dave. U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito. Metro News projecting that she will defeat 5 challengers in the GOP primary tonight. Capito, the incumbent U.S. Senator, has never lost an election during her lengthy political career and now holds a position of leadership in the Republican-controlled U.S. Senate. Now, there are 5 Democrats vying for the nomination to oppose her. Rachel Fetty Anderson had the early lead there. West Virginia 2nd District Congressman Raleigh Moore has had an easy night, no primary challengers. He'll advance on to November with the GOP nomination. Speaking to Metro News earlier tonight, he said the infighting within the Republican Party this election cycle and tons of out-of-state money pouring in is just the world in which we now live.
I think this is kind of the future. Like it, love it, hate it, whatever. I think you're going to see more of this hotly contested primaries, a lot of super PAC money in the future.
That is Congressman Raleigh Moore. He will face one of 3 Democrats that are tonight vying for the Democrat congressional nomination to face Moore in November. Ace Parsi and Stephanie Spears Tonema are locked in a tight race early for the nomination. Parsi has the early lead there, but they're still within striking distance and still counting votes. In the other West Virginia House race, incumbent 1st District Congressman Carol Miller has a commanding early lead in the Republican primary. On the Democrat side, Britt Aguirre has an early lead over Vince George for the Democrat nomination for that congressional seat. So, guys, we'll keep an eye on it throughout the evening.
Chris, thank you very much. Jeff Jenkins over at the tabulations desk. Well, not actually ever moved, but we'll call it that for now as more results are rolling in. We're starting to see these results build, Jeff, throughout the evening.
Yeah, we're looking at, and Brad McElhinny's here with us, and we want to take a look at the Supreme Court races. And Brad, we see with 102, so about 6% of the vote is in already in this race. 102 precincts reporting 2 races. First, the Division 1, this is Gerald Titus. This is the Tim Armstead seat. Of course, the Justice Armstead tragically died last year. And right now, with 6% of the vote in, Kirkpatrick, the retired Raleigh County Circuit Judge, leads Gerald Titus. Pretty tight race there, Brad, with 1,200 votes between the two, about 4 percentage points there.
Mm-hmm. And, Laura Faircloth, who is a longtime judge in the Eastern Panhandle, right there with them. If there were a horse race or a car race, you'd say that there are 3 there at the front, especially with how few votes there are in at this point. But, my synopsis of all these races is the incumbents are having kind of a difficult time early on. Titus, Ewing, and the other division, both on the bench right now for these unexpired terms, each of them trailing early on. And then finally on the Intermediate Court of Appeals, the incumbent Dan Greer behind a bit early on. Finally, my observation is these generally are races that lack name recognition, and you might expect people to be voting based on regionality. In that Division 1, there are 2 Raleigh County presences. Judge Kirkpatrick, who is the leader at this moment, a longtime Raleigh County Circuit Judge, but also Todd Kirby, a current Circuit Judge from Raleigh County, in that race. And, you might think they would be dividing those southern West Virginia votes, but right now Kirkpatrick out in front of everybody. Again, that could change depending on the distribution of the votes very early right now, but looking like a 3-way race in that first division, and Flanigan ahead in the second.
We've heard Flanigan, Dave, was really effective in the last couple of weeks. Heard that from more than one person that he appealed to Democrats. I said that earlier, but that looks like that could be paying off for him tonight.
It certainly could, and I wonder how if things will shift, because we talked about candidates closing strong, so many undecided voters out there with the whatever polling you wanted to believe, how things shift, or if they shift as you start to get vote totals from today. A lot of these are the early numbers, absentee ballots getting released, some of the first ballots from today. But, Brad, I wonder if things will start to shift as the votes from today are counted. Those people who waited till the last day to make their decisions when their votes start to get counted.
Oh, that's why you got to run through the finish line. Really, depending on what precincts we're seeing right now, on my phone, I'm using my phone as my computer. I got 84 of 1,648 in. So the distribution of where they are, I think, really matters. But as they come in, as we see these trends potentially continue or potentially even out, I think that's going to show you where the regionality is. And then, Brad, just to comment on the Capito strong showing here, we've got her with 70% of the vote so far. And Capito is still ahead? Yeah, 70. Yeah, she's got 70% of the vote with basically almost 10% of the vote counted, or 10% of the precincts in. My Twitter feed had somebody saying that she had gotten a Trump endorsement, and the mainstream media has been telling you that the Trump endorsement is not strong, and we'll see. This will be the test. And I thought, we've said every day that the Trump endorsement is going to count for her. And then on the Democrat side, Rachel Fetty Anderson, former city council member in Morgantown, right, leading Jeff Kessler there. Maybe a little bit of surprise there. She's got a 3,100 vote lead. We'll get some more of these numbers. They're starting to flow in. Brad has stories posted over at the website, WVMetroNews.com. Thank you, Brad. Always appreciate it, buddy. Thanks, guys. You're listening to Decision 2026 on Metro News. We're back in a moment.
Since 1923, the Contractors Association of West Virginia is proud to represent the professionals who are building the infrastructure that keeps our state moving forward. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, airports, and clean water, to the places we work and play, our members build it all. For more than a century, our members have been at the heart of every major project, working together to build a stronger, safer, and better state. Learn more about the Contractors Association of West Virginia at cawv.org.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared and the Panama Canal opened, Greer Industries was born. Herbert and Agnes Greer began in Morgantown, West Virginia, striking the first pick into the limestone formation that would become the backbone of one of the state's great industrial legacies. From the roads we drive on, the buildings we build, and the communities we serve, Greer Industries has been delivering quality for decades. At Greer Industries, we've been improving lives for more than a century.
Longer days, warmer drives, and better deals at Dan Cava GMC. Hit the road in one of our new luxury GMC Acadias. Take your pick from our massive selection. Now up to $5,500 off select new Acadias and 3.9% for 60 months. The great deals continue with our large selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. All this and more at Dan Cava GMC in Bridgeport. Shop the world.
Nasal obstruction, stuffiness, blockage. Is it allergy? Is it sinus? A lot of times it may be both. The Delview Medicine Sinus and Allergy Center is a clinic where we house all specialties that take care of allergies and sinuses together. You name it, we have it. It's one-stop shopping. Anything ENT that needs done for the citizens of West Virginia, we can provide that care.
Again, very early on in the 10th, but if you look at a lot of this being early vote, 63% to 37% Deeds over Comer, strong showing. If that transitions to Election Day, it could be a good day for Vince Deeds. And some of the folks I talked to in his neck of the woods with his campaign, they think that they've got a good track here, and they think that they've got a chance to really run up the score. We'll see.
TJ, that's really interesting because we had talked earlier today on Talkline about the early negativity and then coming back strong late in the campaign. If someone like a Takubo or a Deeds is strong in the early voting, that could bode well, like you say, heading into the Election Day results. TJ, thanks for the update. Appreciate it, buddy. Yep. Coming up, we have much more to come as the numbers continue to roll in.
Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It's 8:40 across the state of West Virginia. Jeff Jenkins, Dave Wilson, and crew. And go to our website, WVMetroNews.com, as the numbers start to roll in. We've already called. Shelley Capito will advance to the general election. Right now, she's picking up about 70% of the vote, and you can watch those state Senate races too and the judicial races at our website. There are 2 of 5 seats up for grabs on the state Supreme Court. We're starting to get those numbers in. Reporter Mike Nolting has more on these races on Metro News Decision 2026.
There are 7 candidates seeking your vote to fill 2 of the 5 seats on the West Virginia Supreme Court of Appeals that'll be on the election ballot. One for the unexpired 2-year term in Division 1 of Justice Beth Walker, who retired. Another in Division 2 for the unexpired 6-year term of the seat that was held by the late Justice Tim Armstead. Thomas Ewing was appointed by Governor Morrisey to serve until the election in Division 2 following the retirement of Justice Walker. Ewing served as a circuit court judge in Fayette County before being appointed to the High Court last year. And he says that's given voters a look into how he'll continue his work on the bench if reelected.
Sort of my resume or my statement to the voters. I've demonstrated to you how I'll do this job. If that's not good enough, then to be honest with you, I'm fine with that because I am who I am.
Also in Division 2, House of Delegates member serving Ohio County, Bill Flanigan. Now, he's a cancer survivor who believes that he has the experience to be effective for the citizens of the state as a Supreme Court justice.
I know that sometimes there's ambiguities. There's certain legislative intent that needs to be looked at. I think that, having been debating and crafting and amending these laws a few times myself, I'd be able to have a really good idea of how we should apply them and how we should interpret it.
Over in Division 1, Gerald Titus was appointed by the governor to serve until the election following the death of Justice Tim Armstead. With 22 years of experience, Titus has worked in the Violent Crime Division of the U.S. Attorney's Office in the Southern District of the state and as an attorney with Spillman, Thomas, and Battle.
I don't decide cases based on politics or social status or where you're from or who you are. It's just based upon the law. And so, I have enjoyed being a nonpartisan candidate.
A veteran attorney and Eastern Panhandle Circuit Court Judge Laura Faircloth, a Division I candidate, she says she's the only registered independent in the race and that fairness and transparency are her guiding lights and she'll never be involved in backroom deals.
That's never going to happen in my courtroom, and it will not happen if I'm a justice on the Supreme Court of Appeals of West Virginia, and I'm not implying that it ever has before, but Charleston is known generically as the capital of backroom deals.
Raleigh County Circuit Court Judge Todd Kirby, former House of Delegates member, says he'll bring a disciplined constitutional approach to the bench. He recused himself from a school vaccine exemption case last year because it was a matter that he voted on as a legislator.
I'm not a conservative judge. I'm a judge who is a conservative. And what I think that means is that I understand that our rights come from God. They do not come from Charleston or from Washington, D.C. And so as it relates to whether or not partisan politics should play any part in a courtroom, absolutely not.
Also from Raleigh County and running in District 1, Kirkpatrick, senior status judge with more than 30 years of experience after presiding over the Natalie Cochran murder trial that was broadcast on network cable television. He says his courtroom demeanor and practices are very clear to voters.
Millions of folks saw exactly how I preside over a trial. They saw exactly how I would rule on issues, and they saw the manner in which I imposed the sentence.
Also in Division 1, Martin Red Hat Sheehan. He's a Wheeling attorney with 45 years of experience, former prosecutor, U.S. attorney, Republican candidate for the House of Delegates, and he wants to better manage the caseload in order to help circuit courts in all 55 counties.
You can look at ads on TV, and what you'll see is that everybody running for the Supreme Court says they're people of integrity, people of experience, people of whatever, but nobody's talking about any serious issues about how to fix things at the court.
And that's a look at your candidates for the West Virginia State Supreme Court of Appeals. For Metro News Decision 2026, I'm Mike Nolting.
Thank you for that. And let's look at those judicial races as Mike talked about, Dave. And right now we've got about 16 of the vote in, and Judge Kirkpatrick, the retired circuit judge, just recently retired after 30 years on the bench in Raleigh County, and he's run a pretty good campaign. I mean, he's advertised. He's advertised on MetroNews. I've heard him there. You know, he's done TV, and he's leading by 2,700 votes over Justice Gerald Titus, and then Laura Faircloth is in third out of the Eastern Panhandle. She's about 5,000 votes behind Kirkpatrick. Again, that's about 16% of the vote in. On the other side, Bill Flanigan, that lead against Ewing is right still at the same place. It's Thomas Ewing is the former Fayette County Circuit Judge who's the incumbent, appointed last year by Governor Morrisey to the High Court after Beth Walker took early retirement there. And Flanigan is about a 60% to 40% lead, 11,000 vote lead there over in the state Supreme Court race. And in the Intermediate Court of Appeals, 17% of the vote in. Jim Douglas, the family court judge out of Kanawha County, is leading Dan Greer, the Judge Dan Greer from the Intermediate Court of Appeals, by about 9,000 votes, with 17% of the vote in.
You're listening to coverage of Metro News Decision 2026. More in a moment.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
About 13 minutes to the top of the hour. Dave Wilson, Jeff Jenkins in the studio in Morgantown. TJ Meadows, Brad McElhinny, Chris Lawrence, Greg Hunter, all part of the coverage. Coming up top of the hour, we're going to be joined by U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito. Metro News projecting her as the winner in her primary challenge.
Let's take a look at a couple of the Senate races, Dave, as the numbers start to come in. 11% of the vote is in the 10th senatorial district race. This is the Vince Deeds, Jonathan Comer race. This is a race that the governor has put a lot of effort in to try to get Comer elected, and right now it's 71% to 29% Deeds with the lead over Comer. That's 902 vote lead for Deeds over Comer in that race. Also, another race that we're watching down in southern West Virginia. This is Roland Roberts, the incumbent from Raleigh County, facing a challenge there from Adam Vance, who is a delegate from Wyoming County, Michael Antolini, who is a strong candidate there, also from Raleigh County, and Roberts is leading Antolini there by 214 votes. That's close, and that's just with early voting numbers there. So still a lot to go there. And then one we're watching, and a third of the vote is in on this race, guys. This is the 8th senatorial district. This is Kevin Bartlett's district, appointed by the governor. This is Kanawha, Putnam, Roane, Clay, Jackson counties. And again, about 34% of the vote in. Lance Wheeler, the Kanawha County Commissioner, this is on the Republican side, Kanawha County Commissioner, with a 194 vote lead over Senator Bartlett. Stephen Eschenauer, the director of the Kanawha Charleston Health Department, just 3 votes behind Bartlett. So you got about a 197 vote separation there between Wheeler and the third place Eschenauer.
We've got results posted for you over at the website as they come in, wvmetronews.com. Let's head to the Metro News anchor desk, get the latest from Chris Lawrence.
Moore sitting back tonight watching the Metro News coverage without any anxiety as he ran unopposed.
Is it more kind of relaxed than usual? Yes. I've been contested in almost every primary I've run in, so this year a little bit different.
That was Moore speaking earlier tonight on Metro News coverage of Decision 2026 as he gears up for November. In the Democrat primary early on, Ace Parsi has pulled out to the early lead for the nomination to face Moore in November. Now, Metro News, of course, projecting U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito is on the November ballot to seek a third 6-year term. Capito voted earlier today in Charleston and said she believed the Republican team in D.C. has more to do.
I think if you think, the country's under President Trump's leadership and my leadership is going the right way, a lot of the good policies that we've done, I think that's a good reason to vote. And so I'm excited about having the election over. That's always a good day. And I think everybody else will be too, so they don't have those mailers in their mailbox.
Well, in the Republican Senate, in the Democrat Senate race, Rachel Fetty Anderson out to the early lead there. Former State Senate President Jeff Kessler has considerable ground to make up, but again, it's early. About 9% of the votes are in there, so we'll continue to keep an eye on that. And, Dave, as you mentioned, we're expected to be joined live on set by U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito here in about 15 minutes or so.
Kris, appreciate it, buddy. We'll get another update about 10 minutes from now. Jeff, you're flailing at me. What's going on, buddy?
Well, I said we got some Kanawha County numbers
All
in
right, let's
because
get to
this
them.
is big because we've got 23% of the vote is in Kanawha County. We're looking at 2 Senate races here, particularly the Tom Takubo Chris Pritt race. Again, this is a lot of money went against Takubo in this, and he leads Chris Pritt, the former delegate, in the Republican primary here by 285 votes. So it's very close. 285 votes, 22 of 97 precincts reporting in that one. Also in the 17th Senatorial District, this is an expired term because of Mark Hunt became the state auditor, and Ann Sharnock leaves Michael Giroux, a businessman from South Charleston. Ann Sharnock, who was appointed by the governor, leaves Giroux by 374 votes. That's 58% to 42%, with 12% of the vote in that race.
We've got the results posted for you as we get them over at the website, WVMetroNews.com. You're listening to Metro News coverage of Decision 2026. We're back right after this.
I've paid into Social Security since I was a teenager. It isn't a handout. I earned it.
I couldn't afford retirement without Social Security.
My dad depends on it. I want to know I can depend on it too.
I count on it to pay for groceries and prescriptions. Everything costs more now.
We hear you. AARP will never stop fighting for every voter who's counting on Social Security. Join us.
I'm Sean Kovich, Mountaineer Golf Coach. When disaster strikes your home, business, or golf game, call the restoration company the Mountaineers call. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father.
I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice,
a pipe fitter,
an electrician,
an iron worker.
I am an industrial painter,
sheet metal worker,
a laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
Stay ahead of West Virginia weather with Metro News Television. Now bringing you a new way to stay informed across the Mountain State. Get updates daily at 9, noon, and 4. From headlines and precipitation to severe weather threats and highs and lows. See conditions from panhandle to panhandle and check travel with the Fly CRW forecast. Our meteorologists are on your screens and on Talkline, Midday, Hotline, and Sportsline, keeping you up to date. Metro News Television weather. Accurate, local, and always on.
At WVMetroNews.com.
For your daily fix of sports in West Virginia, there's only one stop. Sportsline on Metro News Television. Available on mobile, Roku, Fire TV, smart TVs, and online at WVMetroNewsTV.com. Join Kyle Wiggs, Coach Hunter, and Brad Howe weeknights for Sportsline on Metro News Television.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley.
All right, Kathy Mattea joins me now.
Here I am. I've made the Tonight Show. Man, this is a milestone. I'm just going to enjoy it. And just about the time I was thinking that, on the monitor in the dressing room, he said, and the music of Casey Mattea. I'm telling you, every time I start to think, man, I am so good, God just comes down, slaps me, and puts me right back in my place.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekly on this Metro News station. Get up to the minute results at WVMetroNews.com. This is Decision 2026.
Back at the Metro News anchor desk, Metro News Studios, coverage of Decision 2026. Let's bring TJ Meadows back. TJ, we've got some updated numbers on that key Senate race, the 17th Senate District in Kanawha County.
Looking here at the Kanawha County numbers that we have, Dave, hitting refresh. Give me just a moment here. But I'll tell you what this is starting to look like. This is starting to look like the time one election ago in 2024 when Nelson and Pritt ran together. 56-45 kind of thing, 55-45 kind of thing. And that's what we're starting to see here now in some of these numbers as we look at Kanawha County. Right now, looking at our website, we're showing, give me 1 second here, showing, if it will reload. Having a bit of a computer issue here. Yeah, 56%, 1404 to 1119, Tacubo to Pritt. So you would conclude that perhaps with 23% of the vote in, maybe the money didn't work, and you would conclude that a lot of this electorate is the same as it was in 2024 with the Nelson Pritt race, and it's falling the same way.
TJ, appreciate it. Jeff, we got some updated numbers. We've hit the point in the evening where the numbers start rolling in very quickly.
Yeah, you have 25% of the vote in. I just wanted to touch on the congressional races like we thought Carol Miller would, be strong against. She is. 73% of the votes have been cast for her in that race over Larry Jackson. Also over in the Democrat side in that 1st Congressional District, Vince George leads Brett Aguirre by 1,700 votes in that race. So that's not surprising. We're going to have U.S. Senator Shelley Capito in coming up after the top of the hour, and she's holding right around 68-70% of the vote in that. We've already obviously declared her the winner. And let's take a look at another state Senate race. They've got 52% of the vote in up in the Northern Panhandle. Laura Wakeham Chapman, the incumbent, leading by 715 votes over, that's a pretty big percentage over Joe Eddy in that race. Azinger up big in the race against Bob Fehrenbacher. And also right now, guys, 54% of the precincts reporting Travis Willard has taken the lead in the Eric Tarr Phillips Service race. Tarr, a couple of term state senator from Putnam County, right now trails by less than 200 votes with 54% of the vote in. That is the 4th senatorial district.
And Jeff, I don't know if I'm surprised by that or not. Eric Tarr, former Senate Finance Committee chairman, he can be a prickly guy, I say lovingly. So I don't know if those results, I don't know if I'm surprised by that or not. I'm not sure what to make of that early on.
I don't either, but, it's several counties, so you got to watch. That's one thing you got to watch.
Yeah.
You got several counties, and we'll see how that goes. The Roland Roberts race down in Raleigh County. This is the 9th senatorial district. Senator Roberts right now leading Michael Antolini by 484 votes. That's 47% to 34%, 41% of the votes cast. And the Deeds-Comer race, the 10th senatorial district, again, 26, so about a quarter of the vote in there, and Deeds leading Comer 64% to 36%, 973 votes with a quarter of the votes counted.
And got messages coming left and right here, Jeff. Decision Desk has called that congressional primary for Carol Miller.
Yes.
I think you said that, did
yes,
you?
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, we have called it for Carol Miller, yes. She advances to the general election.
I'm sorry. We've got messages coming in. We got numbers rolling in, and we're trying to make all sense of it for you. We've got results posted over at the website, WVMetroNews.com. Coming up, U.S. Senator Shelley Capito going to join us from the Charleston studios. We'll talk to her. She is projected to win. Metro News made that call very early in the evening, fend off that primary challenge from State Senator Tom Willis. Gang's all here. We appreciate you being part of it on our great radio affiliates across the state, or if you're watching in on the Metro News television app. This is Metro News Decision 2026. We're back in a bit.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Wake up with the Metro News Radio Network and get informed with the morning news. Veteran anchors Kris Lawrence and Jeff Jenkins bring you the latest headlines from across the state. Follow your favorite sports teams with updates from Daniel Woods. Plus, get the latest entertainment news, weather reports, and daily commentary. The morning news starts weekdays at 6:06 a.m. on your favorite Metro News affiliate and online at wvmetronews.com.
The morning news, the voice of West Virginia.
WVMetroNews.com, the only website you need to stay informed in the Mountain State. Get the latest news and sports stories, information on the great outdoors, and never miss an episode of your favorite Metro News programs and podcasts, including Talkline, Metro News Midday, Hotline, Sportsline, Three Guys Before the Game, and more. Make a bookmark now and visit WVMetroNews.com first thing every morning to find out what's happening all across the state. WVMetroNews.com.
Stay connected to what's happening today in West Virginia.
What about, this and what about that? And it just went back and forth. And I was just the guy reading the text. Okay. So what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, now you just get me fired up. Now you just
so I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna run down to Wendy's and grab a burger, and I'll be back.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for midday on Metro News Television.
News in the Mountain State happens quick. And for decades, you have depended on Metro News for accurate news delivered fast. Now here's your chance to help keep your fellow West Virginians informed. If you see news happening, become a Metro News hawk by texting news to 35651. If you take a picture or video of what you see, submit that as well. Text the word news to 35651 to submit your tip or story. Standard texting rates apply. Please don't text and drive. Metro News This Morning. The biggest stories from around the state of West Virginia when you want them. Kris Lawrence at the anchor desk.
Several different groups have weighed in on a Supreme Court case involving the state's vaccination requirements. The High Court is examining the suit and the various aspects of it, from public health to the validity of the circuit court decisions, and also if the governor overreached in his constitutional authority through an executive order.
The state Supreme Court has agreed to review the case, but no date for oral arguments has yet been set.
That is Brad McElhinny, who writes more about it this morning at WVMetroNews.com.
Daniel Woods at the sports desk.
The West Virginia baseball team continues its strong play through the Big 12 Conference slate, taking 2 out of 3 on the road against Texas Tech, including a 10-2 rubber match win Sunday. The Marshall baseball team is picking up steam too, winning 2 out of its 3 games over the weekend in Sun Belt play. Against Old Dominion, the Herd gutted out a 7-5 win on Sunday.
Metro News This Morning. Listen where you get your favorite podcasts and online at WVMetroNews.com.
For your daily fix of sports in West Virginia, there's only one stop. Sportsline on Metro News Television. Available on mobile, Roku, Fire TV, smart TVs, and online at WVMetroNewsTV.com. Join Kyle Wiggs, Coach Hunter, and Brad Howe weeknights for Sportsline on Metro News Television.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley.
All right, Kathy Mattea joins me now.
Here I am. I've made the Tonight Show. Man, this is a milestone. I'm just going to enjoy it. And just about the time I was thinking that, on the monitor in the dressing room, he said, and the music of Casey Mattia. I'm telling you, every time I start to think, man, I am so good, God just comes down, slaps me, and puts me right back in my place.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley on this Metro News station. Wake up with the Metro News Radio Network and get informed with the morning news. Veteran anchors Kris Lawrence and Jeff Jenkins bring you the latest headlines from across the state. Follow your favorite sports teams with updates from Daniel Woods. Plus, get the latest entertainment news, weather reports, and daily commentary. The morning news starts weekdays at 6:06 a.m. on your favorite Metro News affiliate and online at WVMetroNews.com.
The morning news, the voice of West Virginia.
WVMetroNews.com, the only website you need to stay informed in the Mountain State. Get the latest news and sports stories, information on the great outdoors, and never miss an episode of your favorite Metro News programs and podcasts, including Talk Line, Metro News Midday, Hotline, Sports Line, Three Guys Before the Game, and more. Make a bookmark now and visit WVMetroNews.com first thing every morning to find out what's happening all across the state. WVMetroNews.com.
Stay connected to what's happening today in West Virginia.
What about this and what about that? And it just went back and forth. And I was just the guy reading the text. Okay, so what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, now you're just getting me fired up. Now
Right.
you just
So I'm gonna
going.
run down to Wendy's and grab a burger, and I'll be back.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for midday on Metro News Television.
News in the Mountain State happens quick. And for decades, you have depended on Metro News for accurate news delivered fast. Now here's your chance to help keep your fellow West Virginians informed. If you see news happening, become a Metro News hawk by texting news to 35651. If you take a picture or video of what you see, submit that as well. Text the word news to 35651 to submit your tip or story. Standard texting rates apply. Please don't text and drive. On Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. This is Decision 2026, exclusive coverage of the primary election, presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State.
There's an effort to restrict voting access more and more in this country.
I kind of always thought I had to show my ID.
I think it should be a requirement.
I think it's much ado about nothing, but hey, some people have to have something to squawk about, don't they?
Now, from the Metro News studios in Morgantown, here are Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
We've reached the 9 o'clock hour. Numbers are going final in counties across the state. Dave Wilson, Jeff Jenkins, Greg Hunter, Brad McElhinny, TJ Meadows, Kris Lawrence, all part of our coverage tonight. We appreciate you being part of our team on the great radio affiliates across the state, Metro News Television app, YouTube Live, and Facebook Live as well. Jeff, we've got numbers going final across the state. We'll get to those in just a minute. One of the earliest races we called tonight was the primary challenge on the Republican ticket for U.S. Senate. We called that for incumbent U.S. Senator Shelley Capito, who's kind enough to join us from the Charleston studios this evening. Senator Capito, good evening. Good to talk to you.
Thank you. I've got a big smile on my face.
What was your approach heading into this campaign? Was it any different than any of the other campaigns in your past?
It is different in a primary because you're obviously appealing to a smaller group and a one party, but at the same time, it's the same. I kind of campaigned as people know me, they trust me. I'm very positive about the work that I've done and the work I want to do, working with President Trump and Vice President Vance. And I just kept repeating the same, you have to repeat the same messages. And I could personalize everything because I've really worked with just about every county commissioner, city mayor, school, everything all throughout the state. And that's how I campaigned. A lot of shoe leather at the same time, just like I did the very first time I ran.
Senator Capito, that's a point. You don't take anything for granted. Where did you learn that? Where does that come from?
Well, I think you can guess.
I can.
Yes, you can. My dad, who obviously had a lot of successes electorally and some not, told me you always run, even if it looks like it's going to be a breeze, you run like you're 10 points behind. I put together a great team, and they did a lot of really good work for me and with me. And I think in the end, it all paid off. It came together very, very well. I'm very pleased and humbled, and I want to thank the voters tonight of West Virginia for this victory. It means quite a bit to me.
Senator, with everything that's going on, there's the conflict in Iran, there's affordability issues, there are gas prices. When you were out on the trail talking to voters, what did they tell you they want from you in Washington, D.C.?
Well, what they want are lower gas prices, no doubt. And I mean, that's the one thing about putting 1,800 miles on your car. Last week I was home all week because we didn't have any votes. And I mean, we were everywhere. And almost daily you could see the gas prices going up by 10, 15, 20 cents. And that's meaningful to every West Virginian, and particularly those that have to drive a long way or those who really can't afford it. And so the affordability issue is huge. And so, I talked a lot about the working families tax cut and how 11% of returns at the IRS were up. I talked about no tax on tips and no tax on overtime and no tax on Social Security as a way to help with affordability. But we still got other things we need to do. We need to wrap this thing up in Iran, no doubt. And the president's on his way to China, and I hope that we get some good news there, so ease the tensions with China, but also the Iranian situation comes to a complete end, because I think that's what's driving the prices on a lot of things, because gas drives a lot of prices for food and fertilizer and other things that you see at the end of the day in the grocery store.
Senator Capito, you are obviously very experienced in these races. And at one time, it seems like a long time ago, you served in the House of Delegates.
I did.
Yeah, you did. What do you think of what's been happening in the state Senate? You've come out, obviously, too, supporting some folks, and just, all the PAC money that's been involved, and really kind of the bloodbath among those in your party in the last couple of months.
It's really been disturbing to me to see some of the language, some of the flyers that I get at my house with these weirdo pictures accusing really good people of false things. And I think that is really discouraging. And, I have standards, and I'm not going to do that. And I think West Virginians have fairness standards. And when they're inundated with millions and millions of dollars from out-of-state folks, what you got to ask, what's the reason? And so I did come out in support of folks, mostly the ones that supported me and have been supportive of me, and the ones that really want to see a number one. And you ask me where I learned this from. This is the same thing my dad campaigned on, and same thing he told me. It's always about jobs and the economy. And people know that we're not moving fast enough and agilely enough, and we're not putting the emphasis in the right area. So I'd like to see whatever the legislature is at the end of the day tonight, pull together and really focus on how we're going to help West Virginians. But we have got to put a stop to this negativity. It's really discouraging.
Senator, you're the top Republican in West Virginia. How does the party heal from a brutal primary like this?
Well, I mean, sometimes it's hard to put it behind you. That's why personal attacks just really are difficult for candidates. At the end of the day, I think a lot of people think, oh, Shelley Moore Capito, she's this senator, and, she's removed from real life, and she doesn't really have feelings. Well, you know what? We all have feelings. We all have families. We all have things that, we're trying to do the right thing. And so personal attacks are harder to get over because of the nature of them. But I think at the end, the Republican Party will pull together, as we always have. We're very strong in West Virginia. And I'm hopeful, under my leadership and others, that we can be as strong as ever, because I think our policies fit much better for our state than anything that the Democrats bring to the table.
U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito winning her primary challenge tonight. MetroNews projecting her to be the winner. Some 67% of the vote so far. Senator Capito, thanks so much for spending some time with us here on primary election night. Congratulations, and we'll be talking again real soon.
Well, yeah, and thank you all, because the coverage is great, but you all do cover all the candidates, and I really appreciate that. People are very interested. Thank you.
Thank you very much. U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito. Before we hit this break, Jeff, do we have any numbers to check before we head into this next break?
Yeah, we do. We're looking at the state Senate races, guys, and so almost all the votes are in. I know Ohio County is in totally, but still some votes to count, because there's some other counties in the 1st Senatorial District. Laura Wakeham Chapman has a 733 vote lead over Joe Eddy there in the Republican primary. And also we've been following the Vince Deeds race right down in the 10th Senatorial District. His lead has grown over Jonathan Comer now by a little more than 1,600 votes lead, with 55% of the vote in for the incumbent Vince Deeds in the lead in that race. And that's one of those that was heavily involved with the governor and his wife in that race. And then the 14th Senatorial District, Mark Harmon, the former lawmaker, leads Jay Taylor, the incumbent, by just 89 votes. That's 44% of the vote in that race. 89-vote lead for Harmon over Taylor. That's gone back and forth through the night. And we do have the first votes in, guys, for the 15th Senatorial District. That's Darren Thorne over in the Eastern Panhandle. 53% of the vote in. And Ken Reed, the challenger, with just barely more than Thorne, 49 votes more with 53% of the vote in.
Numbers coming in. We'll keep you updated over at the website, wvmetronews.com. We'll get an update from Chris Lawrence when we return.
The spring sports season.
Caring for my wife was the hardest job I've ever done, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Family caregivers do it all. I've become a nurse, a bookkeeper, a cook, everything. I had to quit my job to take care of my mom. That really ate into our savings.
I struggled financially to take care of my wife. I really could have used help.
Being a family caregiver is harder than ever. AARP will never stop fighting to get families the support they need. Join us.
You own a boat because you love spending time on the water. Choose the outboard that allows you to make the most of it. Honda Marine's legendary reliability, ease of maintenance, and powerful performance keep you going strong. And they're all backed by the peace of mind protection of the industry's best limited warranty. Visit your Honda Marine dealer today and find out why it's more than an engine. It's your time on the water.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father.
I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice.
A pipe fitter.
An electrician.
An iron worker.
I am an industrial painter.
Sheet metal worker.
A laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
Leading the efforts to build a stronger West Virginia, the High Technology Foundation has a proven plan to strengthen and diversify our state's economy. The I-79 Technology Park's high-capacity infrastructure continues to attract advanced federal operations that are driving economic growth. This keeps our young, educated residents in the state and brings West Virginians home. The High Technology Foundation, building a stronger West Virginia. Learn more today at WVHTF.org.
Covering the primary election across West Virginia, this is Decision 2026.
Back at the MetroNews studios in Morgantown, Dave Wilson, Jeff Jenkins. Jeff, we are ready to call another race.
We are. We're going to call a Supreme Court race in Division 2. This is the seat that is held by Justice Tom Ewing, appointed by the governor last year after the retirement of Beth Walker. Bill Flanigan, the delegate, who's been a delegate in both Monongalia County and Ohio County, has just really kind of run away with this. He leads 60%. He has 60% of the votes that have been tallied up tonight, 59% to 41% over Ewing. That's about 24,000 votes. Greg Hunter is with us. And Greg, you've taken a closer look at the numbers, 58% of the vote in.
Yeah, and you mentioned Bill Flanigan has ties to the northern panhandle area, north central West Virginia. Really, it's dominance in those areas that has carried him, because he's won substantial numbers in Brooke, Harrison, Marion, Monongalia, Marshall, Ohio, and then even down to Wood County. Those were just substantial leads. And really, for Tom Ewing, Fayette and Raleigh counties, sort of home counties for him, the only areas that he fared way above Flanigan. So it's really put Bill Flanigan out in front by a substantial number and can't be made up at this point in time.
You know, I started getting a feeling of that last night when I was talking to somebody that's kind of in the know on some of these things, and he mentioned he just thought Flanigan over the last couple of weeks, and you saw some things too, Greg, right? And some people he targeted, and this person I was talking to, you know, just he made a point to tell me that, because he just thought he was just real effective in the way he advertised or way he got to voters, whether it was by text or other ways to voters, and was able to make, maybe those are when the decisions are being made, guys, right? And he was able to get his information in front of a lot of people.
Yeah. Now the first Supreme Court seat is still very close. It's a 3-horse race, and while Kirkpatrick leads it's slim enough that one's probably going to go for quite a while before we can make an ultimate judgment.
Okay.
And Jeff, that experience Bill Flanigan had, and you brought this, was either you or Brad brought this up earlier, running in the House of Delegates, understanding, I think that's an advantage. Having run in the House of Delegates, judicial races are different, but just having that knack from the previous experience in the legislature may have paid off for him as well.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive. You got to say that. I mean, that is impressive lead over someone who's been on the court.
This is Metro News Decision 2026.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It's 9:20. The numbers are rolling in at WVMetroNews.com. We've got about 61% of all precincts have reported so far, so we're well over halfway. We're climbing our way to about 70% of the vote in, and we'll get more numbers in just a second. But there's a battle that West Virginia is in with the Department of Justice as individual states, and it's over voter information in this year's primary. The DOJ has sued 30 states along with the District of Columbia who have not handed over unredacted voter information lists to the federal government. West Virginia, one of the states facing a DOJ lawsuit. Here's Jack Carlson with more on Metro News Decision 2026 feature.
The DOJ says it needs unredacted voter lists to prove states are complying with the National Voter Registration Act and the Help America Vote Act. Newsweek says that 10 states already handed over unredacted lists by this January. Metro News statewide correspondent Brad McElhinny says the DOJ demanded West Virginia's voter data.
West Virginia twice said no to requests to turn over sensitive information to U.S. Department of Justice, and now DOJ is suing in federal court to get state voters' information like birth dates, residential addresses, driver's license numbers, and partial Social Security numbers.
The West Virginia Secretary of State maintains that the U.S. Constitution preserves state control over election mechanics. Lawyers with West Virginia Secretary of State Kris Warner allege the DOJ's pursuit of voter information relates more to immigration enforcement rather than voter rights. Two citizen organizations, the West Virginia Citizen Action Group and the West Virginia Alliance for Retired Americans, each have submitted filings in federal district court to push back on positions taken by the U.S. Department of Justice. West Virginia Citizen Action Group Deputy Director Julie Archer says the DOJ's push for this information stems heavily from debunked theories over 2020 election results. Archer says it was important for the organization to take action
to protect the privacy of, not only of our members, but of other West Virginia voters whose personal information might be shared unlawfully with the federal government in this case. And, as an organization that works to empower voters to have a voice in decisions affecting their futures, their families, and their communities, we're just very concerned.
Archer says that if the DOJ gets this voter information, West Virginians may become scared of how that data is used and therefore more hesitant to participate in elections. Federal judges have already ruled in favor of 6 states who the DOJ has sued: California, Oregon, Michigan, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, and Arizona. Arizona and West Virginia's situations have some similarities. The DOJ reached out to both states to ask for voter information, and both states told the federal government no. Arizona Mirror journalist Jim Small says Arizona Secretary of State Adrian Fontes cited concerns over state privacy laws.
Basically said, look, we don't want to violate Arizona law, and by turning this over to the federal government, there's not an exception in state law that says it's private from disseminating to the public, but it's okay to give it to the federal government.
Small says the DOJ sued Arizona in January, claiming that it has a right to the information through the Civil Rights Act of 1960.
The law there that allows the Department of Justice to get voter information and voter documents was passed, in the middle of trying to protect the rights of Black Americans to vote, and particularly in states where election administrators were still actively denying it, and we're destroying voter registration records, and we're doing things like that.
Small says a Donald Trump-appointed judge in Arizona, along with another federal judge in a similar case in Michigan, found voter information falls under different laws rather than the Civil Rights Act. Small says the court found that law applies to documents given to election officials, not the documents election officials create. There are national concerns about how the DOJ plans to use this data, what it already has, and what it might do with other data. Nonpartisan organization Common Cause has joined several national cases in support of keeping unredacted state voter information away from the federal government. Vice President of Policy Carol Evans says Common Cause is worried who the DOJ would share the information with.
We think that the Department of Justice is using these data and potentially running people's information through databases created by other agencies for other purposes that are not reliable to determine voter eligibility. This enables them to potentially try to say who can and who can't vote to prevent eligible American citizens from casting their ballot.
Archer says the West Virginia Citizen Action Group is also worried about where the data is going.
There is documentation to show that they don't have, with some of the other states who have shared their data with the department, they don't have good processes in place to properly protect and secure that data.
Small says there was a case in Rhode Island in which the DOJ acknowledged it may hand over voter information to Homeland Security, enabling that department to look for who it believes to be illegal non-citizen voters. Small says the 6 federal cases going the state's way is now a framework for states to use in their defenses against the DOJ. He says the Justice Department has some decisions to make.
I think the issue that I'm most curious about at this point is whether the DOJ appeals these things forward and tries to get them overturned in appellate courts, or even tries to take this issue up to the U.S. Supreme Court. And if that happens, then what the fallout would be, or what the new strategy would be from DOJ if they decide that there isn't going to be a legal path forward.
For MetroNews Decision 2026, I'm Jack Carlson.
WVMetroNews.com. Jeff, just an update on that U.S. Senate race. The Democrat nomination, former Morgantown City Council member Rachel Fetty Anderson has pulled open a 4,700 vote, almost 4,800 vote lead.
Yeah, a little surprising. Jeff Kessler, he hasn't been on the ballot for a while, but he, governor, longtime state senator, former state senate president. Maybe some people were just thought, that's Kessler's. But no, that is definitely not the case. So far, there's still, some votes to be counted in that. We're still waiting on some votes in Wood County. We had some early voting numbers there, and we're watching Vernon Criss race, the Scott Heckert race. They were down in the last numbers we have had, so we'll continue to watch those key House races.
We have more to come on Metro News Decision 2026.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
Coming up on 9:30, and Metro News has called the race for the state Supreme Court in Division 2, I beg your pardon. Bill Flanigan projected to win over Tom Ewing. 81,554 votes for Bill Flanigan, 55,590 votes for Tom Ewing. We have the results posted over at the website, WVMetroNews.com. Let's get an update from the Metro News anchor desk. Let's check in with Kris Lawrence. Kris.
Thank you a lot, Dave. U.S. Senator Shelley Moore Capito secures the nomination tonight for the U.S. Senate Republican nomination.
It is different in a primary because you're obviously appealing to a smaller group and a one party, but at the same time, it's the same. I kind of campaigned as people know me, they trust me. I'm very positive about the work that I've done and the work I want to do, working with President Trump and Vice President Vance, and I just kept repeating the same. You have to repeat the same messages, and I could personalize everything because I've really worked with just about every county commissioner, city mayor, school, everything all throughout the state. And that's how I campaigned. A lot of shoe leather at the same time, just like I did the very first time I ran.
Senator Capito joining us earlier tonight on our Metro News coverage. Who will her opponent be in November? Right now, it's looking pretty strong that it'll be Rachel Fetty Anderson. She has a strong lead in that Democratic primary for U.S. Senate, about a 10% lead over Jeff Kessler. Metro News projecting Carol Miller will win the nomination for the Republican primary in the 1st Congressional District. She has a 3-1 lead over challenger Larry Jackson. Next, then the race for the Democrat nomination in the 1st District. Much tighter. Vince George with about a 10% lead there. 2nd District Congressman Raleigh Moore ran unopposed. He was able to take a look at some of the other races tonight and admitted it's a rare thing we're watching.
A lot of money getting spent in this, and you've not really seen this kind of friction in the legislature. You'd have to go back to when I was there, and then the cycle before that when we actually took the House and the Senate for the first time in over 80 years.
Moore to face opposition in November, and right now Ace Parsi has the lead in the Democrat nomination to face him in the general election in November. At the Metro News Anchor Desk, I'm Chris Lawrence.
Chris, we appreciate it. In those state judicial races, Jeff, we've already projected Bill Flanigan to win the State Supreme Court of Appeals Division 2 seat, but it's been a tough night for the incumbents in those judicial races.
Yeah, it has been. Gerald Titus, now he's down now. That lead is starting to stretch for former Raleigh County Circuit Judge Kirkpatrick. He leads now that race over Titus by about 7,900 votes. That's about 5 percentage point lead, 72% of the vote in on that one. Flanigan, as we called the winner, about 28,000 vote lead there. In Intermediate Court of Appeals, Jim Douglas leads Judge Dan Greer of the Intermediate Court of Appeals, 59% to 41%, about 25,000 vote lead there for Jim Douglas. So yeah, it's these are nonpartisan races, right? So it's hard to kind of get your handle on how things are going to go. You really don't know. I don't think there was a lot of polling in these races, and so that's where they are right now. And we're also looking at the state Senate races, Dave, and a couple of these are really close to final, and including Eric Tarr. We talked about him, the former Senate Finance Committee chairman. And there's just 3 precincts left out of that in that race. That's the 4th senatorial district, and he leads Travis Willard there by 418 votes. I'm not sure which precincts those are that are still out, but it's a 418 vote lead, so he'd have to lose pretty substantially in those 3 precincts there for a loss on the night. But we'll see. Those aren't counted yet. And we can still to look at the Kanawha County races. One of those that involves Kanawha County is Kevin Bartlett. He's the incumbent senator appointed by the governor. He is trailing Lance Wheeler now, the Kanawha County commissioner, by less than 200 votes. And our numbers are just about half the precincts are reporting in that. We're still waiting on more numbers from the 10th senatorial district. Again, that's Fayette, Greenbrier, Monroe, Nicholas, and Summers. That's the Vince Deeds, Jonathan Comer race. The governor supporting Comer in that. Vince Deeds ran a clean campaign as an incumbent, and our last numbers there have Deeds up by 1,665 votes. And we had mentioned earlier, well, we'll go over again, 50% of the vote in the 14th senatorial district. That's Mark Harmon, the former lawmaker, just leading Jay Taylor there, the incumbent, by 260 votes. That's been tight all night. 15th senatorial district, Darren Thorne, we had reported earlier, he had fallen behind Ken Reed, but now he leads Ken Reed by about 1,100 votes with 83% of the vote in. So Thorne looking strong there as he comes down the stretch. To the Tacubo Chris Pritt race is... Again, still only about half of the precincts reporting there. Tacubo leading Pritt by 574 votes. And Sharnock with a 700 vote lead over Michael Giroux with about 60% of the vote in there. More and more counties are finishing up. Jefferson is done now, Dave. Wetzel is done. Mercer is final. Roane is final. And Mineral is done for the night. So our folks are putting those numbers in. Webster's final. So several other counties have gone final tonight.
Those numbers are starting to roll in. We're starting to get final numbers about 9:30 across the Mountain State here on primary election day. We have much more to cover. This is Metro News coverage of Decision 2026 presented by AARP, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. Back in a moment.
Well, at the Thrasher Group, we built a firm that reflects the character of the Appalachian region. Resilient,
and resourceful. We have a strong, adaptable team of professionals who understand what it takes to get things done here. It's not just about the technical work, but it's the relationships, the funding strategies, and the problem solving. We live here, we work here, and we care about seeing this region thrive. And that's what drives everything we do at the Thrasher Group.
On the next State of Minds.
I think if it wasn't for West Virginia, I wouldn't be doing what I'm doing. Rhine has been rising over Seneca Rocks for millions of years. I wanted to capture it in a way that was authentic and maybe different than people have ever seen it before.
The best thing about West Virginia is West Virginia.
It's family, faith, and integrity.
It's a strong work ethic.
Everyone knows their neighbors.
I think we feel closer to nature and we feel closer to each other.
You can achieve anything here.
To be a West Virginian is to be hopeful. We live in a state that has boundless opportunities, and with boundless opportunities come hope.
Hope Gas is lighting the way forward for West Virginia. Learn more at wvisforhope.com.
We're Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you. We've got it down to a science, an absolute state of art. We do it all, restoration, cleaning, and reconstruction. When disaster strikes, just pick up the phone. We're Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration, and we're gonna save you.
Don't miss the morning news tomorrow morning starting at 6:06 a.m. Now back to Decision 2026.
Numbers are starting to go final across the Mountain States, and we're waiting on some of those final numbers so we can give them to you. Dave Wilson, Jeff Jenkins, Brad McElhinny joins us in the studios. Brad, what you got?
You know, I think one way of watching the way the evening is going is where Governor Morrisey put his chips on the table. He had 2 members of the state Supreme Court that he appointed, and they are struggling tonight. One we have declared is not winning. That's Tom Ewing, up for a 2-year term. The other, Gerald Titus III, appears to be really in an uphill battle in his race. So that the 2 Morrisey appointees to the state Supreme Court not succeeding at statewide races. The governor put his chips in the middle of the table in a few notable legislative races. A couple of them that, you know, you're really the hot ones you got to watch. Tom Tacubo in Kanawha County, the former majority leader, Morrisey trying to knock him off. That is not looking at the moment like it's an effort that is going to come through. Tacubo, by our numbers, looking pretty good, fairly comfortable. Deeds also looking pretty good. Deeds the incumbent. Morrisey and his family went to bat for the Deeds opponent. Deeds looking pretty comfortable. The other one where I think you begin to assess is the governor coming home with the scalps that he was trying to go after. It's in Parkersburg. It's the House Finance Chairman, Vernon Kris. Our numbers right now are looking challenging for Kris, but I will warn all of us and the listeners that those results appear to be early votes, what we've got on the website at this point. So as the precincts begin to come in, we're going to see if those start to change. The early votes, I would think, will be, you know, the most enthusiastic. So I think that's the last one where you really say whether Morrisey's effort to go all in on this election has paid off or not.
And we see, Brad, a couple of, it appears there's only 3 precincts out. Eric Tarr is going to survive a 3-person primary challenge. Jason Barrett has one renomination.
That's one where I thought, will the data centers be a factor?
Yeah.
That's a nonpartisan issue, but I thought, well, is that going to get Barrett?
Yeah,
Didn't do it.
Yeah, and Darren Thorne has a sizable lead.
Darren Thorne, an incumbent,
over Ken Reed
out of the Eastern Panhandle.
Yeah, over there too. Yes. So we're still a couple of these races. We're still waiting on these. What do you make? And we've called Flanigan the winner in the judicial race. What do you make of that margin? Basically, stayed 60-40 all night.
I think Ewing is a qualified justice and a respectable member of West Virginia's political class. But I think, to run a statewide race on short notice, has only been on the bench for a few months. I think that's a tough ask. And if you're going to run for House of Delegates, as Flanigan has done from two different areas, Wheeling and Morgantown, that's something that takes a certain amount of aggressiveness and political savvy. And, I think that Flanigan's preparation through the House races appears to have paid off.
You can read Brad's stories over at the website, wvmetronews.com. Thank you, Brad. Appreciate it.
Thanks, guys.
This is coverage of Metro News Decision 2026.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It is 9:40. Jeff Jenkins, Dave Wilson, and crew. Go to our website, wvmetronews.com, elections.wvmetronews.com for the election results. Monroe County now final. So we'll have another update of big number. We're going to do another big run of numbers here because we've got several counties that have come in and are final, and our tabulators are putting those in. First, though, thousands of West Virginians did it again today. They spent long hours working the voting precincts across West Virginia. There's a new state law that could give them some additional help beginning in the November general election. Morgan Pemberton explains for Metro News Decision 2026.
Lawmakers passed the bill during the regular 60-day legislative session in March that aims to create a program allowing juniors, seniors who are not yet 18, as well as homeschool and private school students the opportunity to serve as poll workers. Poll workers have several jobs, including opening and closing polling places, checking in voters and issuing ballots, assisting voters, maintaining election security, and managing lines and workflow. The bill was introduced by Jefferson County Delegate Joe Funkhauser on behalf of West Virginia Secretary of State Kris Warner. Warner says this serves as a way for young adults to experience how the polls work.
This will allow younger adults with some requirements. I think you have to have a 3.0 or better grade point average. Senator Thorne was the lead sponsor in the Senate to get this bill passed, but it passed both the Senate, the House, signed by the governor, and it's going to give younger adults the opportunity to be introduced to the system and be able to be poll workers.
The bill ultimately passed the House in an 82-14 vote and passed the Senate unanimously. While it's not in effect for this primary election, it will be for the November 3rd general election. There are 45 states, including West Virginia, that allows for individuals under 18 to serve as poll workers, with requirements that vary by state. Funkhauser says the bill aims to address the shortage of poll workers in some counties, but hopefully get students started young working in the polls.
We're shortage of poll workers in some counties. So this was a way, there's a couple goals here, which is to help get enough poll workers to work the elections, but also to provide training because, you get them started younger, then they may be something that they want to continue to do throughout the rest of their life.
He explained that one of the prerequisites for serving as a poll worker is declaring a party affiliation, which can only happen when you're registered to vote. This bill changes that, allowing students to declare their affiliation without being registered. However, Funkhauser noted that for the students, they will also have to have a parent/guardian signature, proof of a 3.0 GPA, written approval from their principals, and they must complete the required training program. Putnam County Clerk Brian Wood says he supports the bill.
Anytime we can inspire people to come out and participate, that's where it all starts is the ballot box for president all the way down. And without our poll workers, it just wouldn't be possible. So we're very grateful of our poll workers. And we always need new and upcoming poll workers as well.
Wood explained he's seen some positive reactions to young adults helping at the polls. He said that a couple of years ago, they implemented an e-poll book and had students who were 18 helping.
So it really worked out great seeing, both generations, the old veterans showing them what they know about the poll worker, about the polling place and how election day unveils. But then the younger ones coming in and kind of not scared of the technology and putting things together.
Funkhauser said it's encouraging to see young adults participating in elections, especially since poll workers tend to be older, and that the response has been positive.
Absolutely. I mean, that's really, human society has transferred knowledge from the older to the young for millennia. That's how we get the younger generations involved and carry on the torch.
Wood said prior to early voting starting on April 29th, he had the opportunity to send out educational postcards regarding the Republican primary being closed and the new voter ID law. He said he used that as an opportunity to call for individuals who are interested in becoming poll workers. Wood says it paid off.
So we have a lot of new faces this go around. We have some veterans, but we do also have a lot of people stepping up and trying it for the first time. So that's encouraging. I hope they stick with it and they enjoy their day.
Funkhauser expressed hope that this opportunity could become a lifelong thing for younger adults.
Hopefully this will provide, when they're in high school before they go away to college or go work full time to get trained on it, understand how to do it, and you get paid for it. So there's a number of things it helps the state, it helps the individuals that volunteer to participate to be these poll workers. So I think it's a win-win all around.
The law will officially go into effect on June 12th. Warner said they're excited to see it finally be implemented.
And we're very excited by the opportunity for them to be able to be involved even before they are able to vote.
For MetroNews Decision 2026, I'm Morgan Pemberton.
And we know our poll workers who have been great for years, they do trend older. And so that's going to be, we'll watch that in the fall to see how many trainees that we have in some of these races. Dave, we're going to get some numbers here because we have more and more counties that are going final, and a couple of these state Senate races are final.
Mm-hmm. Let's start with Senate District 1. That is up in the Northern Panhandle. This one was called a little bit earlier. Laura Wakeham Chapman. She survives a primary challenge from Joe Eddy. 3,628 votes to Eddy's 2,443. There are a couple of precincts still out there, but she will face what I think will be a very tough general election race in the state Senate against Sean Fluharty, the current Ohio County delegate. He's going to be the Democrat nominee.
That'll be one to watch for sure.
We've got a ton of numbers to get to. We'll try to track down some of the winners as well as Decision 2026 continues.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
About 9:45 Dave and Jeff here in the studios. We've got Brad McElhinny, Greg Hunter, TJ Meadows, Chris Lawrence, all part of our coverage tonight. Hoppy Kercheval is lurking about the building as well. And, Jeff, some of these numbers are going final in these state Senate races.
Eric Tarr has won. Eric Tarr, the Putnam County State Senator, had two opponents in the Republican primary tonight, and Tarr wins by 650 votes. All 94 precincts are in the 4th Senatorial District. So Eric Tarr wins, and that's a key win for those who want to do something else with Senate leadership. We'll see how the rest of it, Dave, shakes out, but that is a key win there.
Another incumbent winning his primary challenge over in the Eastern Panhandle in the 16th Senatorial District. Incumbent Jason Barrett wins by a little over 1,200 votes, and Senator Barrett joins us on Decision 2026. Jason, good evening and congratulations.
Well, guys, thank you so much. Appreciate the opportunity.
What was this campaign like for you? Was it a difficult campaign? How was it?
Well, I mean, if you run in the right way, all campaigns are difficult. And we took this challenge extremely seriously. And, we worked extremely hard in both Berkeley and Jefferson counties to get our message out and talk about the importance of the work that we've done and the work that's yet to be done.
What did you hear as you went out? I mean, where are they at after this Republican leadership? Jason's been in power for a few sessions. Where do people think things are going? Or do they think things need to go, in more accelerated pace in that direction? Or what are you hearing?
Well, we met and talked with a lot of voters across the 16th district, and largely they support the overwhelming supermajority that we have in the legislature, and support the direction that we're headed in, and that's a balance between I feel the economic issues and a balance between some of the social issues and that are important to a lot of everyday West Virginians. So just certainly humbled and honored to have so much support and have such an overwhelming victory this evening. Really means a lot to me, and I'm extremely appreciative to the voters of the district.
Talking to Senator Jason Barrett, winning his primary challenge in the Eastern Panhandle. Look, it's no secret this has been a brutal primary season for the Republican Party here in West Virginia. How do you move forward starting tomorrow?
Well, we have to understand that the folks that won tonight, they're our team and our teammates, and we're going to band together, and I'm optimistic that we can do that and realize that we all want the same thing, and that doesn't mean we have to agree 100% of the time. It's time to put politics aside, and it's time to focus on doing the job that the people have entrusted us to do.
Do you think that they want more economic development? Have you heard that? Because, the Senate's done some other things, some more social issues. Where should this next Senate go?
Well, again, I think it's that balance, and there's been a lot of economic development in the district that I represent, but I also recognize that other parts of our state haven't necessarily experienced a lot of the economic development progress that we have in the Eastern Panhandle. So, I think that is certainly at the top of my agenda moving forward in the next legislative session beginning in January. So that's always the top priority, and jobs in the economy are really important to people, and they are in every election, and this election is certainly no different.
Senator Jason Barrett winning his re-election bid in the primary election, and, well, there's no Democrat candidate in that district, so you'll be heading back to Charleston in 2027. Jason, congratulations. We appreciate you taking a few minutes with us this evening.
Thanks, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Absolutely. Again, Jason Barrett, that's in the 16th Senate District over in the Panhandle.
Okay, in the 10th Senatorial District, which we've been watching very closely tonight, again, this is a race that the governor put a lot of capital in. His wife, Denise Morrisey, put a lot of capital in, trying to get Vince Deeds, the sitting senator, defeated. And this is Greenbrier, Monroe, Nicholas, Summers, and Fayette counties, 10th Senatorial District. 65% of the vote is in now, and Deeds has lengthened that lead, and he's nearly doubled up Jonathan Comer. 4,249 votes for Deeds. Comer, 2,204 votes. That's 66% to 34% for Deeds. That's a strong lead for Deeds, but again, about 35% of the precincts yet to be counted in that race tonight. But Deeds has stretched his lead. A couple of other guys. Dave, 11th Senatorial District. We heard that Bill Hamilton would be, they thought he would be okay in that three-person race against Jack Rieger and Robert Carnes, a former senator. And Hamilton leads that race, 560 votes. And there are still 19 precincts out in that one. That's the 11th Senatorial District on the Republican side. Also wanted to mention a couple of Democratic challenged races in the state Senate. We'll jump up to District 5 in the state Senate. This is the Democrat, and they will face Chris Miller. So this is Cabell Wayne counties. Durham Jackson is leading Josh Keck there by 546 votes in that race. Down in the 6th district, that is the winner there will likely face Mark Maynard, the incumbent Republican. Wyatt Lilly leads Josh Hamby there by 338 votes. The 7th Senatorial District, the winner there will face Zach Maynard, the Republican, who's unopposed there. And that is in Boone, Kanawha, Lincoln, and Logan counties. Cindy Brake is leading Michael Carr there by 518 votes. And we continue to follow the Kanawha County votes. I'm going to refresh my page real fast here on the Kanawha County votes. That's the 17th Senatorial District, There's 2 votes there because we have an unexpired term. And in the unexpired term, Ann Sharnock has stretched her lead to 839 votes over Mike Jarose. And Sharnock is the incumbent there, and 83% of the vote is in on that race. And Tom Takubo is leading Chris Pritt by 776 votes. Right now, we've got in that race 41% of the vote in on that race. We'll check those numbers, but both of those races, Dave, within 1,000 votes of one another.
We've got the results posted for you over at the website. Just go to wvmetronews.com. Let's get an update from the Metro News Anchor Desk with Chris Lawrence.
All right, thank you, Dave. In the race for the Supreme Court, Metro News projecting Bill Flanigan will defeat sitting Justice Tom Ewing for that 2-year unexpired term, a vacancy created when Justice Beth Walker retired. Ewing was appointed to the position by Governor Patrick Morrisey, but Flanigan will win tonight. In the other race for Supreme Court, former Raleigh County Judge H.L. Kirkpatrick appears to have a solid lead over the other sitting justice, Gerald Titus, also a Morrisey appointee to the seat formerly held by the late Justice Tim Armstead. Kirkpatrick with that sizable lead right now for the unexpired 6-year term. Another judiciary race for the Intermediate Court of Appeals, Jim Douglas has built a sizable lead over sitting Judge Dan Greer. Senator Capito with another win, defeating 5 challengers and on to November with the Republican nomination. She learned a lot, as you might imagine, from her dad, Arch Moore.
My dad, who obviously had a lot of successes electorally and some not, told me you always run, even if it looks like it's going to be a breeze, you run like you're 10 points behind. I put together a great team, and they did a lot of really good work for me and with me, and I think in the end, it all paid off. It came together very, very well. I'm very pleased and humbled, and I want to thank the voters tonight.
Capito will face a challenge in November. Looks like it will be against Rachel Fetty Anderson, the former Morgantown City Council member, who continues to extend her lead over in the Democratic primary in a 5-person race there. Secretary of State Kris Warner says they were able to handle any and all problems, and there weren't many today.
We've been able to handle every one of those calls. We had 265 people in the field today. That was 15 staff members from our election division and office here at the Capitol. 250 fusion liaison officers in all 55 counties.
Still unclear what the turnout will be, but the turnout for early voting was better than it was in the last off-year election. At the Metro News Anchor Desk, I'm Chris Lawrence.
Chris, we appreciate it. Results posted over at the website, wvmetronews.com. We have much more. We're here until midnight on the Metro News Radio Network and over on the Metro News television app. Stay tuned. We're back in a moment.
The spring sports season.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father.
I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice.
A pipe fitter.
An electrician.
An iron worker.
I am an industrial painter.
A sheet metal worker.
A laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared and the Panama Canal opened, Greer Industries was born. Herbert and Agnes Greer began in Morgantown, West Virginia, striking the first pick into the limestone formation that would become the backbone of one of the state's great industrial legacies. From the roads we drive on, the buildings we build, and the communities we serve, Greer Industries has been delivering quality for decades. At Greer Industries, we've been improving lives for more than a century.
I've paid into Social Security since I was a teenager. It isn't a handout. I earned it.
I couldn't afford retirement without Social Security.
My dad depends on it. I want to know I can depend on it too.
I count on it to pay for groceries and prescriptions. Everything costs more now.
We hear you. AARP will never stop fighting for every voter who's counting on Social Security. Join us.
Since 1923, the Contractors Association of West Virginia is proud to represent the professionals who are building the infrastructure that keeps our state moving forward. From highways and bridges, to schools, hospitals, airports, and clean water, to the places we work and play, our members build it all. For more than a century, our members have been at the heart of every major project, working together to build a stronger, safer, and better state. Learn more about the Contractors Association of West Virginia at cawv.org.
Now back to Decision 2026 on Metro News.
Metro News Decision 2026 presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. Well, you got a quick moment. Want to give a shout out because we don't do this job on an empty stomach. That's, we can't do that at all. But a quick shout out to the folks who provided some of our fare this evening here in Morgantown. And I've lost the read, Jeff. I had it all teed up. Big swing and a miss on my part. Phil.
Yeah, it was good food. It was absolutely good food. Yeah, go to our website, wvmetronews.com. More and more counties are going in. More and more things are going final with that time of the night where additional counties are wrapping up, and you can see the numbers at our website.
Backyard barbecue.
Yes,
shout out for dinner tonight. This is Metro News Decision 2026.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Wake up with the Metro News Radio Network and get informed with the morning news. Veteran anchors Chris Lawrence and Jeff Jenkins bring you the latest headlines from across the state. Follow your favorite sports teams with updates from Daniel Woods. Plus, get the latest entertainment news, weather reports, and daily commentary. The morning news starts weekdays at 6:06 a.m. on your favorite Metro News affiliate and online at wvmetronews.com.
The morning news, the voice of West Virginia.
WVMetroNews.com, the only website you need to stay informed in the Mountain State. Get the latest news and sports stories, information on the great outdoors, and never miss an episode of your favorite Metro News programs and podcasts, including Talkline, Metro News Midday, Hotline, Sportsline, 3 Guys Before the Game, and more. Make a bookmark now and visit WVMetroNews.com first thing every morning to find out what's happening all across the state. WVMetroNews.com.
Stay connected to what's happening today in West Virginia.
What about, this and what about that? And it just went back and forth. And I was just the guy reading the text. Okay. So what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, now you just get me fired up. Now you just
so I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna run down to Wendy's and grab a burger, and I'll be back.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for midday on Metro News Television.
News in the Mountain State happens quick. And for decades, you have depended on Metro News for accurate news delivered fast. Now here's your chance to help keep your fellow West Virginians informed. If you see news happening, become a Metro News hawk by texting news to 35651. If you take a picture or video of what you see, submit that as well. Text the word news to 35651 to submit your tip or story. Standard texting rates apply. Please don't text and drive. Metro News this morning. The biggest stories from around the state of West Virginia when you want them. Chris Lawrence at the anchor desk.
Several different groups have weighed in on a Supreme Court case involving the state's vaccination requirements. The High Court is examining the suit and the various aspects of it, from public health to the validity of the circuit court decisions, and also if the governor overreached in his constitutional authority through an executive order.
The state Supreme Court has agreed to review the case, but no date for oral arguments has yet been set.
That is Brad McElhinny, who writes more about it this morning at WVMetroNews.com.
Daniel Woods at the sports desk.
The West Virginia baseball team continues its strong play through the Big 12 Conference slate, taking 2 out of 3 on the road against Texas Tech, including a 10-2 rubber match win Sunday. The Marshall baseball team is picking up steam too, winning 2 out of its 3 games over the weekend in Sun Belt play against Old Dominion. The Herd gutted out a 7-5 win on Sunday.
Metro News this morning. Listen where you get your favorite podcasts and online at WVMetroNews.com.
For your daily fix of sports in West Virginia, there's only one stop. Sportsline on Metro News Television. Available on mobile, Roku, Fire TV, smart TVs, and online at WVMetroNewsTV.com. Join Kyle Wiggs, Coach Hunter, and Brett Howe Weeknights for Sportsline on Metro News Television.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley.
All right, Kathy Mattea joins me now.
Here I am. I've made the Tonight Show. Man, this is a milestone. I'm just going to enjoy it. And just about the time I was thinking that, on the monitor in the dressing room, he said, and the music of Casey Mattia. I'm telling you, every time I start to think, man, I am so good, God just comes down, slaps me, and puts me right back in my place.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley on this Metro News station. Wake up with the Metro News Radio Network and get informed with the morning news. Veteran anchors Chris Lawrence and Jeff Jenkins bring you the latest headlines from across the state. Follow your favorite sports teams with updates from Daniel Woods. Plus, get the latest entertainment news, weather reports, and daily commentary. The morning news starts weekdays at 6:06 a.m. on your favorite Metro News affiliate and online at wvmetronews.com.
The morning news, the voice of West Virginia.
WVMetroNews.com, the only website you need to stay informed in the Mountain State. Get the latest news and sports stories, information on the great outdoors, and never miss an episode of your favorite Metro News programs and podcasts, including Talkline, Metro News Midday, Hotline, Sportsline, Three Guys Before the Game, and more. Make a bookmark now and visit WVMetroNews.com first thing every morning to find out what's happening all across the state. WVMetroNews.com.
Stay connected to what's happening today in West Virginia.
What about, this and what about that? And it just went back and forth. And I was just the guy reading the text. Okay. So what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, now you just get me fired up. Now you just
So I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna run down to Wendy's and grab a burger, and I'll be back.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for midday on Metro News Television.
News in the Mountain State happens quick. And for decades, you have depended on Metro News for accurate news delivered fast. Now here's your chance to help keep your fellow West Virginians informed. If you see news happening, become a Metro News hawk by texting news to 35651. If you take a picture or video of what you see, submit that as well. Text the word news to 35651 to submit your tip or story. Standard texting rates apply. Please don't text and drive. On Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. This is Decision 2026, exclusive coverage of the primary election, presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Now, from the Metro News studios in Morgantown, here are Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
We've reached the 10 o'clock hour. Races are going final. We are keeping up to date over at the website, WVMetroNews.com. We've got Greg Hunter, Brad McElhinny, TJ Meadows, Chris Lawrence, all working in the Metro News newsroom this evening to keep you posted. And Jeff, numbers going final. We're going to get to a couple of candidates who won their primaries tonight.
Yeah, we are. This first start in the 4th Senatorial District. This is the Republican primary. Covers Putnam, Mason, Jackson, and Cabell counties. Eric Tarr, the incumbent state senator, is the winner in the 3-person Republican primary. Senator Tarr joins us now. Senator, congratulations on the victory tonight.
Thank you, Jeff. Appreciate that.
Senator, you never know on a 3-person race how that thing's going to shake out. How confident were you heading into tonight?
I felt good going into tonight, but nothing's ever guaranteed. I told a lot of people, there's always a race that goes sideways that nobody expects, and there's a lot of people that felt like I had this as a given, and it never felt like it was given to me. So it's until we really started getting up by a few hundred votes, it was still very questionable to me.
What do you think the difference was tonight, Eric?
I think a big part of it was just campaigning. The Jackson County really turned out well for me. Cabell County turned out well for me. We split Putnam County pretty closely, but I won it. Mason County was really the surprise for me. So on Mason County, that county was lost to me to Travis Willard. And so I think really the difference maker as far as the turnout side of it had to do with Jackson. We kind of figured in the campaign that Putnam County would get split pretty heavily. and that we would see a high turnout in Jackson County because of a mayor's race up there. Kellen Rader had been mayor for 19 years up there and decided to retire, and so had 5 people running for mayor and every city council seat up with 10 people running for city council. So we knew that turnout would be really heavy there. So we focused pretty heavily on the District 4 portion of Jackson County up there.
You have, I'm sure you're obviously concerned about your own race. Have you had a chance to look at these other races in the Senate? They're not final yet. Any early thoughts on how those are going?
Yeah, we've been a group of us been sitting here and kind of once we got to where we feel like the race can be called with the numbers we've been getting in from the counties, looking at where those lie. I've said for a while I expect it's very likely that Senate leadership could change, and it looks like that's a possibility. It's also still looking like it's, as far as like the I guess the philosophy of any individual legislator, as you go down and start looking at the numbers, it looks very similar to that 2024 split that we had coming out. So we were hoping to be a little bit more stronger toward a more sane Senate, I guess I would say. But it looks like it's going to be close to that split again, about almost down the middle.
Putnam County Senator Eric Tarr winning his primary challenge in the 4th Senate District this evening in a tight race there. Tarr with 3,372 votes over Travis Willard's 2,722 and Philip Surface 2,607. All precincts reporting. Eric, congratulations. We appreciate you taking a few minutes with us this evening.
Thank you so much, guys. Have a good evening.
Absolutely. In the 14th Senate District, this was a race we were keeping an eye on coming into coverage tonight, and it's the incumbent Jay Taylor winning by 366 votes over Mark Harmon and Mike Mannypenny, and Senator Jay Taylor joins us this evening. Senator Taylor, good evening and congratulations.
Thank you, Dave. Appreciate it.
How tough was this re-election campaign?
Well, I certainly tried to get out there as much as I could. Attended all the candidate forums, and was out door knocking, and certainly got all the endorsements that I thought I needed and deserved. So yeah, it was definitely a tough race and a close race, and boy, we were going back and forth there down the wire. So. I appreciate Mark Harmon and all the work he did there, and hopefully any kind of issues he's wanting to work on, we can see some of those things through.
Hey Jay, again, congratulations.
Thanks, Jeff.
You come from, when you look at your district, you've only got, you're from Taylor County. And you've got 9 precincts in this senatorial district. So from the beginning, from the geographical look, you're kind of down looking up. But so you got to work hard in those other counties, and so that's got to be part of your strategy, obviously.
Oh yeah. This is Mark won the 3 eastern counties. I won the 3 western counties, and Preston County showed up and voted, and that's one of the things they are really known for is their turnout, and that's definitely what won it for me.
Okay, and I asked Eric Tarr about this. You're concerned about your own race, obviously, but you've looked at the Senate. Eric thinks it's kind of like a 2024 split, kind of that way again, maybe not overly winning one side over the other there. So do you think this Senate, we got the November general election, obviously, but can this Senate work together?
Oh yeah. We'll get over this, and I know that it looks like Team Randy's done well this evening, and I think we've actually picked up a couple people, and I'm confident that Randy Smith's going to still be our Senate president, and we'll do well there.
Taylor County Senator Jay Taylor winning his re-election bid in the primary election tonight in the 14th Senate District. Jay, congratulations. Get you some rest tonight, buddy.
Hey, we got softball regionals still coming up, so I got to go out and coach a little bit of that.
All right, buddy. Good luck in the regionals. Thank you.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, Jay Taylor, the senator from the aptly named Taylor County, joining us. Let's get an update from the Metro News anchor desk. Check in again with Kris Lawrence. Hey, Kris.
All right, thank you, David. It has been a rough and tumble campaign season, particularly in the Republican race for the legislature. State Senate Governor Patrick Morrisey picking candidates to endorse and backing them with his bully pulpit, as well as political action committees that dump millions of dollars into these races, a lot of it for negative campaigning. We're starting to see the outcomes on those. As we heard, Senator Eric Tarr survives and will win the nomination this evening. State Senators Tom Takubo, Vince Deeds, and Roland Roberts all have sizable targets on them, but they look to be headed to victory this evening as well. In the Eastern Panhandle, Senator Jason Barrett wins.
Just certainly humbled and honored to have so much support and have such an overwhelming victory this evening. Really means a lot to me, and I'm extremely appreciative to the voters of the district.
And Barrett added, voters are very supportive of the GOP's supermajority in Charleston, and they need to strike a balance here to lead and govern.
And largely, they support the overwhelming supermajority that we have in the legislature and support the direction that we're headed in. And that's a balance between, I feel the economic issues and a balance between some of the social issues and that are important to a lot of everyday West Virginians.
That is incumbent Senator Jason Barrett, a winner tonight. He'll be unopposed in November. Congressman Raleigh Moore was unopposed tonight, but he had a chance to take a gander at what's been happening within his party in those legislative races.
When you're going to make a decision on spending this money, raising the money, and how you're going to proceed on this, obviously you're taking into account political risk, potential outcomes, and is it worth that?
Again, Moore wins the nomination in the Republican race for Congress. He will have a challenger in November. Also winning tonight, the nomination, Congresswoman Carol Miller, the incumbent in the 1st Congressional District. And two of Governor Morrisey's Supreme Court appointees are going down in defeat tonight. Thomas Ewing has been beaten by Bill Flanigan, and in the other Supreme Court vacancy, Gerald Titus is bested by former Raleigh County Judge H.L. Kirkpatrick, who spent a lot of money and ran a very strong campaign in that race for a vacancy on the Supreme Court. From the Metro News anchor desk, I'm Kris Lawrence.
Kris, thank you very much. Again, want to give a shout-out to Backyard Barbecue. They provided our sustenance to get us through our election coverage tonight. And again, remind you, our coverage presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit them online at aarp.org/WV. We have much more to get to as we continue with our coverage of Metro News Decision 2026 in a moment.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father.
I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice,
a pipe fitter,
an electrician,
an iron worker.
I am an industrial painter,
a sheet metal worker,
a laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
Nasal obstruction, stuffiness, blockage. Is it allergy? Is it sinus? Odd times it may be both. The Delview Medicine Sinus and Allergy Center is a clinic where we house all specialties that take care of allergies and sinuses together. You name it, we have it. It's one-stop shopping. Anything ENT that needs done for the citizens of West Virginia, we can provide that care.
Caring for my wife was the hardest job I've ever done, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Family caregivers do it all. I've become a nurse, a bookkeeper, a cook, everything. I had to quit my job to take care of my mom. That really ate into our savings.
I struggled financially to take care of my wife. I really could have used help.
Being a family caregiver is harder than ever. AARP will never stop fighting to get families the support they need. Join us.
Sunshine, open roads, and a new Toyota from Dan Cava Toyota World. Lease an all-new Camry for as low as $398 a month. All new Tundras now up to $8,000 off. All new Tacomas now up to $4,500 off or lease as low as $399 a month. $7,500 off the new BZ or 0% financing for 72 months. We've got a Toyota for you at Dan Cava Toyota World in Fairmont. Shop the world.
Get up-to-the-minute results at wvmetronews.com. This is Decision 2026.
About 20 minutes after 10 o'clock, as more and more counties are finalizing their numbers. We had already called one of the state Supreme Court races this evening for Bill Flanigan. Let's bring Greg Hunter back into the conversation. And Greg, the other two races for state Supreme Court and Intermediate Court of Appeals, those races are ready to be called.
Yeah, I mean, it's slightly different. Obviously, what were there, 5 in the Supreme Court race in Division 1, but it came down to 3 that really contended heavily. And H.L. Kirkpatrick, from the very beginning, developed the lead and really just continued to lengthen that. It was incredibly strong in southeastern portion of West Virginia, really all the way up from Upshur County, down in through Mercer, Fayette, Raleigh, Monroe, Nicholas. You look at his numbers in all those counties, and that's where he won this race and won it pretty handily over Gerald Titus, the incumbent, and Laura Fairclough, who both had strong areas, but just not enough of them to overtake what Kirkpatrick did. And then the other sort of developed an early trend with Jim Douglas and in the incumbent over Dan Greer, and just never really backed away from that early lead. So both of those, in terms of Douglas and Kirkpatrick, we can now predict their victories.
38 of 55 counties are final. 38
You're
of 55.
listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on MetroNews, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on MetroNews, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
And we are at 10:20 across the state of West Virginia. Jeff Jenkins, Dave Wilson, and crew. And we have 38 of 55 counties completed. And Greg Hunter is with us. We'll go over, take a closer look, Greg, at some of these numbers here. Let's start at the top of the ticket, the U.S. Senate race. Shelley Capito, we declared her a winner now a couple of hours ago. 92% of the vote in. She stuck right around 70% of the vote, 67% of the vote. And I know you've looked at it, pretty dominant all the way around.
Dominant from the beginning, and then what you would expect. But here's an interesting thing, and again, every election is a little bit different. The last 2 times in that she was in a primary, she won with over 83 one primary, 87 the other primary. So this is actually slightly less. I'm not going to say that determines anything of major significance, but it is a slightly less dominant performance, though still obviously very dominant.
Well, you've got 5 opponents there, right? And you've been in office a while.
Yeah.
Right? You're going for your 3rd term in the Senate. So that might be the explanation there. And over on the Democrat side, it's been a fairly close race. Rachel Fetty Anderson, a former Morgantown member of Morgantown City Council, beating Jeff Kessler there. And that might surprise folks because Kessler's been on the statewide ballot before. He's been in the Senate for a long term, a former Senate president.
Yeah. In Fetty's house is about a
just right over there,
away from where we are on the other side of Morgantown High.
I'll tell you guys, she got her message out at least locally up here in north central West Virginia. I know she was out on the stump. I heard the ads up here. She got her name out there, and I'll give her a lot of credit for doing that in a race that name recognition is an awful lot. And Jeff, I was kind of like the rest of you two. When it comes to that race, you think, Jeff Kessler, statewide name recognition, good candidate, but kudos to Rachel Fetty for going out and with not a lot of money either. There wasn't a lot of money raised there, and for going out and getting the people out for her. Good job.
And Carol Miller, another strong showing in the first day. She just continues to win.
Yeah, this just wins. And you mentioned all the precincts that are in. By my count, we probably only have about 15 to 18,000 votes still left. It's going to be a very low turnout. We talked about 20%. It's probably going to be in the 17, 18% range, just by the estimates that I've seen so far.
Yeah, and we still have some important. So we came into this looking at these Senate races. We talked about a possible kind of split. Is that kind of what it's looking like?
Yeah.
If I mean, we still have the Deeds race is still out. The Tacubo race is still out. It's not final yet.
Yeah.
But if those go Deeds Tacubo, then you're probably looking at kind of a split. That's what Senator Tarr mentioned.
No, that's exactly right. And everybody's talked about that 2024 election and how that split the Senate. And this may very well ultimately have a look just like that. But we'll see. There are a couple races left that could decide that.
You know, guys, we may end up right where we started by the end of tonight with that. And don't discount the general election. I think there are going to be at least 2, maybe 3 or 4 competitive Senate races in the general election where Democrats have some very good candidates. I look in the 1st District where Sean Fluharty's running. The 13th here in Morgantown could be very competitive with Mike Oliverio and John Williams. And that could have an impact on the makeup of the supermajority of Republicans in the Senate if Democrats could pick off a seat or 2 in November.
You know, and you can talk about the House races too.
Mm-hmm.
If you look over the House, I mean, they did a better job, the Democrats, of filling the ballot this time. So, you know, again, it's hard to stay at that number, that supermajority in the House. It's very hard to do. And you know, you would think that there might be, you know, some opportunities there for the Democrats to pick off some seats. And we'll go back through the House races. That's always kind of traditionally. I mean, there's 100 of those. I mean, and, you know, we got an hour and a half, so we'll go.
We've got time.
I mean, we'll go back through some of those House races, once of these Senate races. But there's a couple of things that we're watching the Vernon Chris thing, but the Wood County numbers have kind of been slow in getting in. But there's some House races too that we're watching closely. In fact, let me. We got time here, don't we? Yeah, we got time.
We got a couple
it's
minutes.
just live radio and television on the Metro News television app. Let's look at a couple of these House races while we're talking. And I know folks have been. Oh, Kanawha's final. Kanawha is final. Just got that. Okay, so let's go find the Kanawha races. It's final. Let's see if they're in here. And you can go WVMetroNews.com. Okay, Tom Tacubo's a winner. Tom Tacubo wins his Senate seat over Chris Pritt. Tom Tacubo wins by 839 votes over Pritt. 97 of 97 precincts reporting. 839 vote win. So a lot of money for Tacubo. Against Tacubo, and Greg, he survives. That's a pretty impressive win by Tom Tacubo.
Well, when you talk about the split, that's one of the things that's going to create the split, right?
Yeah. Almost $1 million spent by political action committees on that race alone in Kanawha County.
Yeah, exactly. Ann Sharnock wins her race by 900 votes over Michael Giroux, so that's a Morrisey appointee. And she'll face Richie Robb, who's been on the ballot tons of times. It seems like now a lifetime ago that he was a longtime mayor of South Charleston, but he's on the ballot, been on the ballot, and he wins the Democratic primary there in Kanawha County. So he'll face Ann Sharnock. Wes Holden, longtime staffer for former Senator Byrd. No, I think he worked for Rockefeller. I'm sorry about that. For Wes, he worked for Rockefeller. He'll face Tacubo in that race in the fall. More numbers coming up.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
Coming up on 10:30, numbers are going final. We just got updated numbers where they have gone final in Kanawha County, Jeff, and Tom Tacubo in that very tough race down in the 17th District. He wins his primary challenge.
He does. So all those votes are in. 97 of 97 precincts reporting. Tom Tacubo defeats Chris Pritt by 839 votes. So Tacubo with the victory, and Ann Sharnock also with the victory. So both incumbents win there. Sharnock was backed by the governor. Tacubo was opposed by the governor in that race. 16th Senatorial District, Jason Barrett won his nomination. He will not, there's no candidate on the other side, so he advances to the fall election with no opposition. 15th senatorial district, as we're going kind of bottom to top here, Darren Thorne is the winner there. The incumbent over Ken Reed by about 1,500 votes. He'll face Elizabeth Ferris in the general election. Jay Taylor, we just talked to him earlier this hour. He beat Mark Harmon in the 14th senatorial district. Close, 366 votes, and Senator Taylor says it was Preston County that was the difference. He won the western counties. Harmon won the eastern counties in that race, and he says it was Preston County that pulled him through in that race. Also, Ben Queen, there's still some votes out. In the 12th senatorial district, Queen leads Joe Early by 554 votes. Bill Hamilton, still one precinct out there, so Bill Hamilton's going to win. The incumbent from Upshur County, Bill Hamilton, wins, and he'll advance to face Kevin Leon Carpenter. Vince Deeds, 91% of the vote in now, guys. 91% of the vote in. Vince Deeds looks on his way to victory here, right? There's 10 precincts out. Deeds with 2,500 vote lead over Jonathan Comer. So Vince Deeds holds off. Comer, strongly supported by Governor Morrisey and his wife Denise Morrisey, but Vince Deeds, the incumbent, wins that one. He'll face Kent Gilkerson coming up. Roland Roberts wins. So again, we're seeing that split there, right? Roland Roberts wins. The incumbent there from Raleigh County, he defeated Michael Antolini by 768 votes. Don't discount Adam Vance there, though. Mm-hmm. The delegate from Wyoming County, he got 1,500 votes in that race. Where would those have gone? Maybe if he's not in the race, you don't know. Roberts will face Christy Cardwell. Here's another defeat for an incumbent. This includes part of Kanawha County. It's the 8th senatorial district. Lance Wheeler, the Kanawha County commissioner, wins by 187 votes. He beats incumbent Kevin Bartlett, supported by Governor Morrisey, by 187 votes. Wheeler wins. Stephen Eschenauer, the Kanawha Charleston Health Director, finishes third at 1,602 votes. So that was a really close race all the way through. Wheeler will now face Kim Hunley. Impressive win there by Lance Wheeler. We go up to the 6th senatorial district. This is final. Mark Maynard from Wayne County. This is Wayne, Mingo, Mercer, McDowell, and Mark Maynard there from that area of the state, Southern Coalfields. He wins, beats Jeff DeCibio out of Mercer County by 1,100 votes there. Wyatt Lilly advances over on the Democratic side. Doran Jackson, wanted to mention him. Dave, 5th senatorial district, Democrat side. He wins in a close race over Josh Keck. They'll face Chris Miller. And we have a couple more there. You wanted me to keep going?
Yeah.
Okay, keep going.
Need about 30 more seconds here, Jeff.
30 seconds. Eric Tarr won in the 4th senatorial district. Still has some votes out for Trenton Barnhart, but he's beaten Jason Harshbarger. Mike Azinger is leading in his race, 3rd senatorial district. Toby Haney, newcomer, 2nd senatorial district, a winner there over Robert Dobkin in the Republican primary. He'll face Chris Claypool, and Laura Wakeham Chapman, the incumbent, beat Joe Eddy by 1,181 votes in the 1st district. She'll take on Sean Fluharty.
Please welcome to our coverage of Decision 2026, the governor of the great state of West Virginia, Governor Patrick Morrisey, joins us on Metro News. Governor, good evening. Thanks for taking a few minutes with us.
Yeah, thanks. It's a big night for West Virginia. I feel very optimistic about the state's future. We had some incredible victories in the House of Delegates and the Senate, and I'm really optimistic about our ability to work with the legislature to lift our state up economically and to advance educational attainment and do some incredible things for the people of West Virginia.
Governor, you were very involved in this primary. You were literally out knocking on doors one weekend. Why did you feel it was so important to get involved and back candidates in this primary election, which was a very difficult primary election for the Republican Party?
Well, first of all, I'm so grateful that the voters saw to support the overwhelming majority of candidates that we got behind. It was just an incredible evening. But the reason we did this is because policy matters. We have to make sure that we never settle for second best in West Virginia. And I want to make sure that everyone that we bring to the legislature is putting West Virginia interests first. We need people that are going to be fiscally responsible. They're going to look to lower taxes and to help drive that competition that we have across the neighboring states. We know that we've been wildly successful in recent months on our economic development, over $12.5 billion of economic development investments from the private sector in 6 months, over 12,000 projected jobs. But we need to continue the momentum because we have to have needle movement to get better, to lift up our standard of living, to increase our third grade and fifth grade math and reading scores, and ultimately to maintain our West Virginia conservative values. I think with the people that are elected tonight, I'm very optimistic we're going to be able to work together. Whoever won tonight, I can tell you that I'm eager to work with them. That's how I started this process when I became governor. I'm going to continue it, and I think the composition of the House and Senate are going to be strong and allow me to do that, and then the people of West Virginia benefit.
Governor, again, thanks for joining us tonight. We really appreciate it. You look over on the Senate side, you know, you did win some races. You lost some races that you invested in. But as you look at that, and we haven't taken a real close look. It kind of looks at kind of a split there about maybe leadership. We'll see how the things happen in the fall. Do you think, I mean, you look at the Senate, who won, who didn't win? What do you think about that makeup and about, you know, how you maybe can get things through there?
Well, I know that we were involved in about 12 different races, and I think that I don't know all the final numbers, but we'll win either 8 or 9 of them. I think that's a very good batting average. But beyond that, I want to congratulate the other people who won as well, because everyone now needs to be on the same team. And so when elections occur, the voters make a decision. We have to show great respect and deference to those people. And so I can't tell you what the final makeup will be. I've just been looking for folks who want to work with us to lower taxes, to improve our educational scores, to make sure that we're really having a sophisticated economic development strategy, what people have seen in recent months. We need to continue that momentum. I think we have it clearly with a lot of the people in the Senate. I'm really pleased with some of the changes in the House. You know, a number of the people that were real challenges got defeated tonight. I want to thank everyone for their service, but now we have a chance to really bring everyone together to really be unified and to make real progress.
You know, there's a third branch of government too, Governor, the state Supreme Court in this, and two folks that you appointed, very qualified, Thomas Ewing and Gerald Titus, did not do very well in this election going statewide.
Listen, I think one of the challenges with these judicial races when they're held in a primary, and I always had some concerns about it, that you know, it's difficult for people to get known in a short period of time. And so I think they were wonderful picks, but both of them were relatively unknown. And I think some of the other candidates brought some other advantages in terms of their name ID, in terms of the resources that they could bring to bear. But I want to congratulate the justices who did prevail, and we're going to want to work with everyone. I know that it's so important for you to have a strong judiciary that respects the rule of law, so we're willing to work with anyone.
Governor Patrick Morrisey of the great state of West Virginia. Governor, we appreciate the time tonight. Get some rest. It's been a long campaign season leading into the election day today.
Well, thank you so much, and I appreciate everyone who came out to vote tonight, and especially all the huge wins that we had. I'm really optimistic about our state's future. We've cleared some roadblocks, and now it's full speed ahead.
Governor Patrick Morrisey. Governor, thank you so much. We appreciate it. And, Jeff, a couple of those wins the governor was referencing there, we hadn't got to them yet, but it was in Wood County where a lot of money, a lot of time and effort went in, and Vernon Kris and Scott Heckert upset in the primary.
We'll get to those numbers. Go to Chris Lawrence maybe here, and we'll come back.
Go ahead and give me the numbers real quick. We'll get to Chris.
Okay. I will give you the numbers. Vernon Kris defeated by Charles Hartzog, Dave, 266 votes by 266, so 62% to 38%. Vernon Kris, the House Finance Committee chairman, goes down, and Scott Heckert, who's been very critical of the governor. Melissa McCready beat him tonight by 382 votes. That's 63% to 37%. So very comparable numbers there. The governor's supported candidates win. And there were also a couple other upsets in the House. We can get to a couple of those, but a couple of incumbents got beat, a couple more incumbents.
We'll get to those numbers coming up. You can see them right now at WVMetroNews.com. Let's get an update from the Metro News Anchor Desk. Hey, Kris.
All right, thank you, Dave. You guys have been focusing, and we've been focusing on those state Senate races tonight, and for good reason. Governor Morrisey threw down a lot of his political capital in those races, attempting to get candidates that would back his agenda. And as he just mentioned on Metro News coverage tonight, he feels like that he's got that in place. But Senator Eric Tarr from Putnam County was one of those who managed to win tonight, and one who backed Tom Takubo's faction, hoping to focus less on the social issues and more on the economic development and development of business-friendly policies. Tarr assessed the outcomes as they stood this past hour.
I've said for a while, I expect it's very likely that Senate leadership could change, and it looks like that's a possibility. It's also still looking like it's, as far as like the philosophy of any individual legislator, as you go down and start looking at the numbers, it looks very similar to that 2024 split that we had coming out. So we was hoping to be a little bit more stronger toward a more sane Senate, I guess I would say. But it looks like it's going to be close to that split again.
In a tight race that went back and forth throughout the night, incumbent Jay Taylor of Taylor County beat two challengers, including former lawmaker and lobbyist Mark Harmon.
So, yeah, it was definitely a tough race and a close race, and boy, we were going back and forth there down the wire. So, I appreciate Mark Harmon and all the work he did there, and hopefully any kind of issues he's wanting to work on, we can see some of those things through.
And we'll continue our coverage throughout the evening from the Metro News Anchor Desk this evening. I'm Chris Lawrence.
Thank you, Kris. We have all those results posted over at the website. Go to WVMetroNews.com.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It is 10:40 across the state of West Virginia, and every county has reported now. I think that that's what we have at Metro News, WVMetroNews.com. Almost every county might be. Okay, Boone and Lewis. Boone and Lewis counties are the only ones left tonight to report, and you can get the numbers at WVMetroNews.com. Let's go just quickly look at the House. We can go over these a little bit more fully later. We've got another hour and 20 minutes of coverage here, but just want to take a look at some of these. And the governor said, they did invest in some of these House races, just in these Republican primary races in the House. And there were several incumbents that got beat. Mark Zatazalo was defeated tonight. And that's in the Northern Panhandle. And I was told when I was doing some research on this that Tony Viola is a really strong candidate, ran a good race. This wasn't a negative race at all. And Viola beat Zatazalo by 161 votes up in Brooke and Hancock County, 17 total precincts in that race. So there's one incumbent that has fallen tonight. In the 4th Delegate District, this was an open district seat. Derek Enos wins that race over Dolph Santorin, and he wins by 254 votes. Now, here's another incumbent, Dave. In the 6th Delegate District, Jeff Stevens out of Marshall County, he was defeated by Don DeWitt tonight pretty handily by 416 votes. So Jeff Stevens goes out, and I was told that was one of the races that one of the PACs targeted to try to take Stevens out, and they were able to do so. 8th Delegate District, Bill Bell, who was just appointed before the last session. I think one of Bell's issues here is that he came from the smallest he came from Wetzel County, where there aren't a lot of votes. I think most of the votes are in Doddridge County here. Steve Smith defeated Bill Bell, the school teacher. Bell's a school teacher. Smith beating by 295 votes there. So that's another incumbent that lost. That's 3. So that's 3 incumbents. Make it 4 incumbents. 9th Delegate District, Betsy Kelly, another appointee. She was appointed by the governor, John Kelly. She's the daughter of John Kelly, who's a former delegate. But she was appointed to the 9th delegate district. This was the Barnhart district. He went over to the Senate. Carrie Murphy wins that race over Scott McGraw, who came in second, and Kelly finished third in that race. So that's another incumbent that goes down. Bill Anderson was defeated tonight. Bill Anderson, longtime Wood County delegate. Hey, Dave, 5 votes.
Wow.
He lost by 5 votes. You might be able to say recount or challenge ballots. I mean, that could change.
That could change in canvassing.
Yeah, it could. Justice Bernard beat Bill Anderson by 5 votes this evening. In the 11th senatorial district, this was an open seat in the 11th, and I think that was Fehrenbacher's district in the 11th district here, and that's also up in Wood County. And I'll tell you about this race because Jeff Sandy, the former state public safety secretary, remember under Governor Justice, Sandy wins that race. He's former sheriff, too, up in Wood County. He wins by 39 votes over Andrew Borkowski there. We mentioned the Vernon Criss race, the Senate Finance Committee chairman, or the House Finance Committee chairman, defeated tonight by Charles Hartzog by 266 votes. Scott Heckert, the incumbent Republican, Melissa McCready, defeated him by 382 votes. Again, these are single-member districts, and I would say, Dave, it's a lot easier probably to defeat someone in a single-member district than it is a multi-county Senate race.
Oh, absolutely. I totally agree with that.
So you see that. One incumbent who did hang on in the Republican side was Scott Heckert. Not Scott Heckert, excuse me, Dave Fagan, also from Wood County. Fagan, who teaches at Parkersburg South, he defeated Angie Adams only by 31 votes. So that was a very close race. That was a 3-person race there. Fagan hangs on by 31 votes. Jonathan Pinson, I was told this possibly could be a close race, but Pinson wins. That's Jackson and Mason County, 17th delegate district. Pinson beats Scott Cato, the former delegate, by 384 votes. So Pinson wins there. Also, we'll go down to the 21st delegate district. That's Putnam. C.D. Caldwell over Michael Kidd by 71 votes. I was told both of those ran great campaigns. Another incumbent to be defeated, Republican, Daniel Linville, falls tonight. Linville, very outspoken member, speaks a lot on the House floor, in committee. He's defeated tonight by 2 votes, Dave. So we got a 5-vote victory, and we got a 2-vote victory. Aaron Hawley by 2 votes over Daniel Linville. Yes, canvassing will be very important in this race. 2 votes, that could swing. That definitely could swing in the canvass. Does every vote count, folks? Yes, every vote does count. So we're talking a total of 1,200, 1,200, almost 1,300 votes there, and it's decided by 2 votes. 2 votes. Matthew Rohrbach was a winner in the 28th delegate district, the incumbent Deputy House Speaker. He wins by 234 votes. Tyler Bowen, that's a newcomer, 27th delegate district. That's an open seat there. He wins by 27 votes over William Cottle. He'll face Rick Griffin, the former delegate, who's back on the ballot after an unsuccessful run for Senate. He's running for House again in that district. 28th delegate district, Ryan Browning, the incumbent, wins by 189 votes. That's in Wayne County. More to get to there, but as you can see, I mean, that's already a half dozen, and there's more to come. Incumbent Republicans defeated tonight in the primary election.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
AARP West Virginia is your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. We've been keeping track of the Senate and House races tonight. We heard from the governor. He felt pretty confident there, said, hey, out of 12 races, we won 8 or 9 of them. Been keeping track as we've been leading up to Election Day here. Metro News Talk Line is TJ Meadows joins us again from Charleston. So, TJ, how's that chart? We kind of had it split out, Team Tacubo, Team Morrisey in the state Senate. How has that chart kind of fallen into place as the night has gone on?
Morrisey's killing it, plain and simple. I mean, by my count right now, he will have 17 seats firm in the Senate, no doubt. Wakeham Chapman, you can't count her yet because she's going to have to take on Fluharty, Dave, so don't count your chickens before they hatch. But on the Tacubo side, they've got 9. Maybe they get 1 or 2 leaning, but it's going to come down to Williams versus Oliverio. Which way does Eric Tarr go? Which way does Chris Miller go? They're kind of in the middle, but the governor can bank on 17 seats right now, and the Tacubo faction can bank on 9. Now, they picked up Deeds, it looks like, if things stay the same. It also looks like, obviously, they're going to pick up Tacubo. I think that one went final. You guys can correct me if I'm wrong.
It went final.
Okay, but other than that, I mean, Morrisey ran the table tonight. You got to give it to the governor. They ran the table. Now, the question becomes why? And that's going to take some time. Was it voter suppression? Was it independence? Did he just run better campaigns and have a better candidate slate? I mean, that's what is really going to take some time to answer here.
2 thoughts here, guys. 2 thoughts. One being, you can't discount that the Republican primary was closed. No independents were voting. So those independents who, and again, we're speculating here, I know, but you can't discount that being a factor.
No.
And people don't like this, but it's true. Negative works. That's why people do it. Negative works. It motivates. We talked about this on Talk Line for the last week, TJ. It's not necessarily about persuasion. It's about motivation. Can you get your people out to the polls? And Governor Morrisey and his team did that. They got their people out to the polls. Kudos to them.
Yeah, kudos to them. And look, a voter that you can get to stay home that would vote for the other guy is good for you, right? Yeah. So this negative campaign, it works both ways. Folks I talked to tonight, fellas, that are on the Tacubo side of this, here's the narrative that's coming out of the camp. They say that the fact that the primary was closed and the negative campaigning, suppression campaign cost them the court. They see Dems as picking up the court. Now, obviously, it's nonpartisan now, but you can go back and you can look who was on what team before it became nonpartisan. That is the message coming out of the Tacubo faction. Whether or not that holds, whether or not that is reality, I mean, we'll see. Everybody's going to say what they're going to say, but that's the message tonight.
You mean in the judicial races?
In the judicial races, they say because independents, where could independents vote? That's the place they could vote. And they think a lot of independents that could threw an elbow and voted for former Democrats. Now, look, I'm not saying that's what happened. I'm just passing along the narrative that is starting to float out there as we close in on 11 o'clock. You know, people are gonna say what they're going to say, but that's the narrative that's being floated out when it comes to how to view these judicial races. And then with the big wins in the Senate, as far as the numbers, it's voter suppression. That's what they're saying. But again, Dave, to your point, you got to hand it to the governor. I mean, that's a clear win for Team Morrisey. How can it not be? 17 seats firmly in his corner?
And there's a number of House seats, too. Number of House seats that he opposed incumbents. Not everyone, but he opposed incumbents, and they were able to, defeat incumbents. There's a lot of close races in the House, too, but there's at least a half dozen. I haven't taken the official count, but there are more than a half dozen, I think, Republican incumbents who have fallen tonight. Clay Riley did win, by the way.
Yeah, were you surprised? Like, you look at the Chris Hartzog race.
Yeah.
I mean, just not a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not a lot. What, less than 1,000 or right at 1,000?
Yeah.
I mean, so this turnout extraordinarily low, I think, either way you look at it. So that's a factor. There's a lot of the why that we need to uncover and we need to sort through, and we need the data to back up the hypotheses. But it's been a fascinating night. And look, on the numbers, at the end of the day, that's all that matters. 17 seats is pretty good with the opportunity for 18, 19, depending on what happens in the general.
And TJ, the Deeds is final. So the Deeds would, Deeds won.
So here's the narrative. The seats in the Senate that they spent the most on, the Morrisey faction, they lost. They lost. They spent the most on Takubo, the most on Deeds, opposing those two people, and they lost those, won everything else. Go figure.
We've got the results posted up at WVMetroNews.com. We got to get to a break coming up on the 11 o'clock hour. Once again, want to say a big thank you to Backyard Barbecue. They provided our election night fare, which I'm thinking about a late night sandwich here in about an hour and 7 minutes, Jeff. I don't know about you, but I'm thinking about it. So big thanks to Backyard Barbecue and, again, AARP West Virginia for being our presenting partner tonight for our Metro News Decision 2026 coverage. Got to take a break. Back in a moment. This is Metro News coverage of Decision 2026.
Since 1923, the Contractors Association of West Virginia is proud to represent the professionals who are building the infrastructure that keeps our state moving forward. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, airports, and clean water to the places we work and play, our members build it all. For more than a century, our members have been at the heart of every major project, working together to build a stronger, safer, and better state. Learn more about the Contractors Association of West Virginia at cawv.org.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared and the Panama Canal opened, Greer Industries was born. Herbert and Agnes Greer began in Morgantown, West Virginia, striking the first pick into the limestone formation that would become the backbone of one of the state's great industrial legacies. From the roads we drive on, the buildings we build, and the communities we serve, Greer Industries has been delivering quality for decades. At Greer Industries, we've been improving lives for more than a century.
I'm Sean Kovich, Mountaineer Golf Coach. When disaster strikes your home, business, or golf game, call the restoration company the Mountaineers call. Panhandle Cleaning and Restoration.
You own a boat because you love spending time on the water. Choose the outboard that allows you to make the most of it. Honda Marine's legendary reliability, ease of maintenance, and powerful performance keep you going strong. And they're all backed by the peace of mind protection of the industry's best limited warranty. Visit your Honda Marine dealer today and find out why it's more than an engine. It's your time on the water.
Covering the primary election across West Virginia, this is Decision 2026.
Closing in on midnight, results going final across the state. We've got numbers posted over at the website, WVMetroNews.com. Dave Wilson, Jeff Jenkins, Greg Hunter joins us back in the studios this evening. Hey, Greg, what do you got?
Well, we're coming down to it. There are just so few votes left out there that even a couple of races, statewide type races, we can call now. And we've talked about Rachel Fetty Anderson over Jeff Kessler several times, but her lead is now so extensive with so few votes left that we can project her as the victor in the Democratic primary for the U.S. Senate race, and then the two U.S. House races also on the Democratic side. Vince George over Britt Aguirre, and Ace Parsi, Morgantown native, over Stephanie Spears-Tomna. So sorry if I got the last name wrong.
Yeah,
on
that was a fairly close race.
Yeah, that's a very. It's been very close throughout the evening.
Less than 1,000 votes.
Yeah, the numbers are still there, but there just aren't many votes left to make up any ground for anyone. I mean, you're talking about people with 2 and 5 vote
Yeah, what do you
leads.
make of that? That's pretty amazing, isn't it? In some of those delegate districts.
I don't remember multiples like that in the past. And obviously you said it. I mean, there'll be recounts and contested ballots. So we'll see where ultimately that goes. But it does show you, we talked at the beginning of the evening, it was going to be a high voter turnout and a few votes are going to decide races. It definitely is. I didn't think it'd be 2 and 5.
Yeah, it's what do you make of turnout, Greg?
Not good. Like I said, historically, this number has been 20. The highest I saw was 23 non-presidential primary year. This is going to be lower than 20.
Lower than 20.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, again, just sort of trying to figure the numbers. Number I got was 17.5. That was a few minutes ago with not many votes left.
Okay, so the early voting was 17.7. Yeah, so that's right on it.
Yeah.
Right on. Because you got, about 1.2 million registered voters?
Yes, exactly. 1.19, I think exactly.
Like
yeah, 1.2.
Two things. Again, we're speculating, but I can't help but think the closed primary, independents not being able to vote in that GOP primary, had to have driven down turnout.
Well, we don't have the executive races, but there was money put in.
Yes.
There's money put into some of the Republican State Senate Executive Committee, not State Senate, Republican State Executive Committee races in order to try to keep it a closed primary.
Yeah.
There was money put into those campaigns.
Well, that when you have that few votes, every dollar is even more important because you're having to influence fewer voters, right? Because fewer people are turning out.
It's about motivate. Can you motivate that base to get out? And somebody did. Somebody did some work. And I say kudos to them for doing the, boots on the ground or, hitting the pavement there to get their voters out. Hey, by the way, Greg, any indication in that Senate race? I'm just curious where Rachel Fetty, was it Monongalia County that was strong for her? Was there a particular area that was strong for her that you were looking at?
Mon County certainly was extremely strong for her. But Jeff Kessler wins like Ohio County where he's from, but not by as a substantial a margin as he probably needed to. And then it was close throughout other areas, but not by that much.
We've still got an hour to go. This is Metro News Decision 2026.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Wake up with the Metro News Radio Network and get informed with the morning news. Veteran anchors Chris Lawrence and Jeff Jenkins bring you the latest headlines from across the state. Follow your favorite sports teams with updates from Daniel Woods. Plus, get the latest entertainment news, weather reports, and daily commentary. The morning news starts weekdays at 6:06 a.m. on your favorite Metro News affiliate and online at wvmetronews.com.
The morning news, the voice of West Virginia.
WVMetroNews.com, the only website you need to stay informed in the Mountain State. Get the latest news and sports stories, information on the great outdoors, and never miss an episode of your favorite Metro News programs and podcasts, including Talkline, Metro News Midday, Hotline, Sportsline, Three Guys Before the Game, and more. Make a bookmark now and visit WVMetroNews.com first thing every morning to find out what's happening all across the state. WVMetroNews.com.
Stay connected to what's happening today in West Virginia.
What about, this or what about that? And it just went back and forth. And I was just the guy reading the text. Okay. So what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, now you're just getting me fired up. Now
right.
you just
okay. So I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna run down to Wendy's and grab a burger, and I'll be back.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for midday on Metro News Television.
News in the Mountain State happens quick. And for decades, you have depended on Metro News for accurate news delivered fast. Now here's your chance to help keep your fellow West Virginians informed. If you see news happening, become a Metro News hawk by texting news to 35651. If you take a picture or video of what you see, submit that as well. Text the word news to 35651 to submit your tip or story. Standard texting rates apply. Please don't text and drive. Metro News this morning. The biggest stories from around the state of West Virginia when you want them. Kris Lawrence at the anchor desk.
Several different groups have weighed in on a Supreme Court case involving the state's vaccination requirements. The High Court is examining the suit and the various aspects of it, from public health to the validity of the circuit court decisions, and also if the governor overreached in his constitutional authority through an executive order.
The state Supreme Court has agreed to review the case, but no date for oral arguments has yet been set.
That is Brad McElhinny, who writes more about it this morning at WVMetroNews.com.
Daniel Woods at the sports desk.
The West Virginia baseball team continues its strong play through the Big 12 Conference slate, taking 2 out of 3 on the road against Texas Tech, including a 10-2 rubber match win Sunday. The Marshall baseball team is picking up steam too, winning 2 out of its 3 games over the weekend in Sun Belt play against Old Dominion. The Herd gutted out a 7-5 win on Sunday.
Metro News This Morning. Listen where you get your favorite podcasts and online at WVMetroNews.com.
For your daily fix of sports in West Virginia, there's only one stop. Sportsline on Metro News Television. Available on mobile, Roku, Fire TV, smart TVs, and online at WVMetroNewsTV.com. Join Kyle Wiggs, Coach Hunter, and Brad Howe weeknights for Sportsline on Metro News Television.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley.
All right, Kathy Mattea joins me now.
Here I am. I've made the Tonight Show. Man, this is a milestone. I'm just going to enjoy it. And just about the time I was thinking that, on the monitor in the dressing room, he said, and the music of Casey Mattia. I'm telling you, every time I start to think, man, I am so good, God just comes down, slaps me, and puts me right back in my place.
Metro News Hotline with Dave Weekley on this Metro News station. Wake up with the Metro News Radio Network and get informed with the morning news. Veteran anchors Kris Lawrence and Jeff Jenkins bring you the latest headlines from across the state. Follow your favorite sports teams with updates from Daniel Woods. Plus, get the latest entertainment news, weather reports, and daily commentary. The morning news starts weekdays at 6:06 a.m. on your favorite Metro News affiliate and online at WVMetroNews.com.
The morning news, the voice of West Virginia.
WVMetroNews.com, the only website you need to stay informed in the Mountain State. Get the latest news and sports stories, information on the great outdoors, and never miss an episode of your favorite Metro News programs and podcasts, including Talkline, Metro News Midday, Hotline, Sportsline, 3 Guys Before the Game, and more. Make a bookmark now and visit WVMetroNews.com first thing every morning to find out what's happening all across the state. WVMetroNews.com.
Stay connected to what's happening today in West Virginia.
What about this, or what about that? And it just went back and forth. And I was just the guy reading the text. Okay, so what's your take on the whole thing?
Well, now you just get me fired up. Now
right.
you just
So I'm gonna turn on. I'm gonna run down to Wendy's and grab a burger, and I'll be back.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for midday on Metro News Television.
News in the Mountain State happens quick. And for decades, you have depended on Metro News for accurate news delivered fast. Now here's your chance to help keep your fellow West Virginians informed. If you see news happening, become a Metro News hawk by texting news to 35651. If you take a picture or video of what you see, submit that as well. Text the word news to 35651 to submit your tip or story. Standard texting rates apply. On Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. This is Decision 2026, exclusive coverage of the primary election, presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Now, from the Metro News studios in Morgantown, here are Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
Final hour of coverage, Metro News Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online aarp.org/WV. Jeff, I do believe all results, if not final, are pretty darn close at this point.
Yeah, just like one county out, 2 counties out. That's it.
We've got those posted up over at our website, WVMetroNews.com. Big thanks to Kelly Ayersman, who I don't know if she was necessarily in charge. She's in charge of the whole ship.
She's in charge.
But Kelly
she's in charge.
Had a huge team tonight, stringers in all 55 counties, and a team of people here in Morgantown tabulating all of the results tonight, getting those up on the website. Thank you to them. Big job each and every election.
Yeah, so there are just, from our count, Dave, 14 precincts out is all in the state Supreme Court race in Division 2, where Bill Flanigan has won. The delegate, we called that now a couple of hours ago, beat Justice Thomas Ewing, and the Justice-elect joins us on the line now. Bill, congratulations to you tonight. Just give me your reaction.
Well, honestly, I was sleeping. My wife came in and woke me up and said that you guys called it. I hadn't been home a whole lot. I think I've been home 5 days since session and did a lot of campaigning.
Bill,
I'm pretty excited now, though.
Bill, I talked to someone. I talked to someone yesterday, and they told me, and this is someone I respect who knows a lot about the process, and he says that you just did a very good job over the last 2 weeks, that he got something every day from you, whether it was a text or a phone call from your campaign or maybe something in the mail. Talk about that, if you would. What was the strategy there, and the last couple of weeks, the push that you put on?
Well, I think the strategy the team and I had kind of worked with from the beginning was trying to make sure that our message was put to the people that were going out to vote. With the primaries being a little altered this year, we had a closed primary in the Republican side, and it felt like what I really wanted to do was make sure that I went after and met with and talked to as many of the non-affiliated and Democrats as I could. It didn't seem like a lot of people were courting those voters, and they're part of our citizens. They're part of the same people I want to be represented in the state. I felt like those are absolutely people I wanted to be able to meet, talk to, get in front of, hopefully get my message through to them. And I think it worked pretty well.
Bill, having served in the House of Delegates in Montague County and Ohio, how did that Ohio County, let me specify, but how did that experience translate into this campaign? What did you take away from that experience that you applied this time?
Well, I think when I moved into Ohio County, it's been about 4.5, 5 years now. And I think most people know when you go to run races, especially for the House of Delegates or the Senate, a lot of this happens with places that you grew up and you lived. I was basically very new to Ohio County. And the thing I did when I ran for my seat, I worked every day. I went out someplace. I made sure I hit every event that I could possibly go to. And I say it really wasn't a lot of it was my wife and I. My wife was able to really plan out, hey, this is coming up. This is going to be, you should make sure you go here. And on the days when I kind of slacked a little, she'd put a little fire under me and get me going again, get me back out there.
Bill, and again, Bill Flanigan is with us, the delegate now Justice-elect to the state Supreme Court. And by our vote count, about a 28,000 vote victory over Justice Thomas Ewing. And the way Justice-elect this is set up, right, you don't become the justice until next year, so you've got some time before that, and you win tonight, but it's a pretty long wait, quite honestly. Have you thought much about that?
Well, I can tell you that the honeydew list around the House has gotten very long during this campaign. It might take me the next 5 or 6 months to catch up.
It might. It just might.
Well, Bill, congratulations.
Well, I want to tell you guys one of the things I really loved was getting out. I made it to all 55 counties. That was something I had a goal. I set it, which is kind of what I was referencing. I think what I did in Ohio County was the same thing. I made sure that I went everywhere and I got out to each county. One of the greatest things that had happened was Morgan County. I went in for a nice meet the candidate event. It was 10 o'clock in the morning. And I'm getting around, I'm shaking hands with everybody, and the lady stops me. She said, "You don't have to shake my hand. I'm voting for you. You got my vote." And I said, "Oh, well, how did that happen?" She said, "Well, last month you were in Martinsburg and got a haircut. And while you were getting your haircut, you talked to my son about what you were doing and why you were in Martinsburg, and talked to him about what the race pertained and what the Supreme Court did. And you told him that if he liked what you said, to please vote for you and tell other people." And he came home and told the entire family that. And now you have our entire family voting for you. And I just thought that really resonated. That connection, it helped. And I made sure I did that throughout the state. Anywhere I went, if I was driving through the drive-thru at Dairy Queen, I made sure I asked them to vote for me. And
and take a few seconds to talk with them about whatever it was that I could see maybe interested them at the time.
Well, Bill, the strategy worked, and congratulations on winning your election tonight.
I really appreciate it, gentlemen. Thank you very much.
All right. We appreciate you taking a few minutes late with us here tonight, Bill. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
All right.
You can go back to bed now.
Bill Flanigan, again, winning there in the State Supreme Court of Appeals Division 2 over Tom Ewing. 81,554 votes to 55,590 votes. Wins by almost 26,000 votes. Let's get another update. Check in with Kris Lawrence at the Metro News Anchor Desk.
Thank you, Dave. Governor Patrick Morrisey felt really good about how things went tonight. He spent a lot of his political capital in this primary campaign touting candidates he believed were friendly to his agenda, particularly in the state Senate. Speaking to Metro News earlier, the governor seemed pretty satisfied with the outcome.
It's a big night for West Virginia. I feel very optimistic about the state's future. We had some incredible victories in the House of Delegates and the Senate, and I'm really optimistic about our ability to work with the legislature to lift our state up economically and to advance educational attainment and do some incredible things for the people of West Virginia.
Only one Senate incumbent lost. That was Kevin Bartlett, losing to Kanawha County Commissioner Lance Wheeler. Senator Eric Tarr had a challenge, but he prevailed.
A big part of it was just campaigning. The Jackson County really turned out well for me. Cabell County turned out well for me. We split Putnam County pretty closely, but I won it.
In the House, about a dozen House Republican incumbents were defeated, including some very high-profile members of the House, like Daniel Linville, Scott Heckert, and House Finance Committee Chairman Vernon Criss, all defeated tonight. Two of Governor Morrisey's appointees to the Supreme Court go down in defeat. Thomas Ewing, beaten by Bill Flanigan, who you just heard on our Metro News coverage. In the other Supreme Court vacancy, Gerald Titus was bested by former Raleigh County Judge H.L. Kirkpatrick, who spent a lot of money and ran a very strong campaign. Congressman Riley Moore wins unopposed in the Republican primary, and he had a relaxing evening.
Oh, I'm always on edge, just kind of watching the results. Obviously, I know all these folks, and so I'm anxious for all of them and their families as they're watching these results. I kind of know what that's like, obviously, going through this now for about a decade here.
There was a tight race for the Democratic nomination in that 2nd District congressional race. Ace Parsi has the lead, appears to have pulled through against the number 2 vote getter, Stephanie Spears-Tamana. They are separated by a couple of percentage points, but that one is about to be called as well. Congresswoman Carol Miller wins the nomination handily. She'll have a challenge in November as Vince George appears to be on his way to the Democratic nomination for Congress in the 1st Congressional District. From the Metro News Anchor Desk this evening, I'm Kris Lawrence.
Kris, thank you very much. We've got all the results posted for you over at the website, wvmetronews.com. We're with you till midnight. Come on back. This is the Metro News Decision 2026. We're back in a moment.
The spring sports seasons are winding down, and Metro News TV has complete coverage of the state.
I've paid into Social Security since I was a teenager. It isn't a handout. I earned it.
I couldn't afford retirement without Social Security.
My dad depends on it. I want to know I can depend on it too.
I count on it to pay for groceries and prescriptions. Everything costs more now.
We hear you. AARP will never stop fighting for every voter who's counting on Social Security. Join us.
Leading the efforts to build a stronger West Virginia, the High Technology Foundation has a proven plan to strengthen and diversify our state's economy. The I-79 Technology Park's high-capacity infrastructure continues to attract advanced federal operations that are driving economic growth. This keeps our young, educated residents in the state and brings West Virginians home. The High Technology Foundation, building a stronger West Virginia. Learn more today at WVHTF.org.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father. I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice.
A pipe fitter.
An electrician.
An iron worker.
I am an industrial painter.
Sheet metal worker.
A laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
Looking for a show that talks about everything? You found it.
By the way, I'm really happy to talk about this as opposed to Ryan's opinion that
being a sports fan is a bad thing.
He said that it kept him from being stressed about it, not that it was a bad thing, that they didn't have the stress. And, I mean, I've seen you pace.
Yeah, you're only 30 and you look like that.
So true.
Join Dave Weekly and Coop weekdays for Hotline on Metro News Television.
Tomorrow morning starting at 6:06 a.m. Now back to Decision 2026.
Coming up on almost 11:20. Polls have obviously been closed for a while now, and results are final across the board. It's been a big night for Team Morrisey, if you will. The governor and his team able to win victories in several races in the Senate, several races in the House, defeating incumbents. We have all of the results posted over at the website, wvmetronews.com. Also in the judicial races, Kirkpatrick wins in the State Supreme Court Division 1. Bill Flanigan wins in State Supreme Court Division 2. And Jim Douglas with a big victory in the Intermediate Court of Appeals, defeating the incumbent Dan Greer, who had been appointed to that position on the Intermediate Court of Appeals. We have all of those results over at the website, wvmetronews.com. Jeff?
So, Dave, in these Supreme Court races, from what I understand, is that these are unexpired terms. And because these are unexpired terms, both Judge Kirkpatrick and Justice-elect Flanigan can take, I'm trying to get this, I've heard this from a very good source, right, who I trust, that they can take office after the canvass, after the votes are certified, because these are final elections, right? Mm-hmm. And these and Ewing and Titus were not appointed to fill out. These are unexpired terms. This is what I'm understand. I'm trying to get a little more clarification on that. Now the Intermediate Court of Appeals, that's a full term, because the court started. Dan Greer was one of the first appointees to the court for a 4-year term. They staggered those. There was a 2, a 4, and a 6. Right. And so Dan's was the 4. And so that will go through to the end of the year on that one. And we're trying to get Judge Kirkpatrick in his victory. We've reached out to him, so hopefully we can talk to Judge Kirkpatrick coming up.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It is 11:20. And this is Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Thanks for joining us tonight on great radio stations across the state of West Virginia and on the Metro News television app. And we've been going over all of these numbers at wvmetronews.com. And let's again remind you, if you're just joining us here tonight, a big win for Shelley Capito. Although Greg Hunter did point out that in the other primaries, she's gotten about 83% of the vote. Her vote total tonight, Dave, 66% of the vote. Tom Willis, the senator from Berkeley County, the Senate Judiciary Committee chairman, did pick up 19% of the vote, but huge win for Capito. She wins by more than 56,000 votes. Rachel Fetty Anderson, over on that other side, Democrat, wins, so she'll take on Capito. She's a former member of Morgantown City Council. She beat Jeff Kessler tonight by 6,000 votes, pretty handily there. When you consider Kessler's experience, and I think some people were assuming that was going to be it'd be Kessler and Capito, but it will be Rachel Fetty Anderson and Capito in the fall. In the U.S. House races, Vince George beat Britt Aguirre by 2,600 votes in that race. That's 53% to 47%. And the winner there will face Carol Miller. Huge win for Miller over Larry Jackson. She wins by more than 24,000 votes in that race. So it'll be the incumbent Miller now going for, I think, her 4th term. That's right, her 4th term in the U.S. House. And she'll take on Vince George in the fall. Riley Moore unopposed. We talked to him early tonight, 2nd Congressional District. He'll take on Ace Parsi, who wins a very close race. He wins by 780 votes in that race. Also, we mentioned these state judicial races that we have called on the night in the Division 1. So both of the appointed members of the state Supreme Court were defeated tonight. Kirkpatrick, the Raleigh County Circuit Judge, defeated Gerald Titus by just about 9,900 votes, a little more than 9,900 votes. Laura Faircloth, strong showing there out of the Eastern Panhandle, 43,000 votes. And you had Todd Kirby, Red Hat Sheehan also in there, but Kirkpatrick wins by 9,900 votes. Thomas Ewing loses by he was appointed to the High Court last year. Bill Flanigan, we just talked to Delegate Flanigan last hour. Ewing loses that one by 27,000 votes to Bill Flanigan. And in the Intermediate Court of Appeals, the longtime family court judge in Kanawha County, Jim Douglas, beats Dan Greer there, 59% to 41%, the margin in that race.
Jeff, over in the state Senate races, when you look down, 19 races on the ballot, and it's kind of strange where a lot of the money got poured into the Tom Tacubo race, where about $1 million in Political Action Committee money was spent. The Vince Deeds race, a lot of money spent in that race in opposition to those two particular candidates. They won tonight. Tom Tacubo won his race over Chris Pritt. Vince Deeds wins over Jonathan Comer. But in some of those other races where not necessarily, I don't want to say they were ignored, Jeff, but maybe not as much money was spent, the, if you will, Team Morrisey candidates, they won tonight. The governor and his team had a really good night getting candidates elected. Not only in the Senate, they got several candidates elected over in the nominees. I know there's a general election coming up, but there are people nominated in the House of Delegates as well.
Let's go down this Senate list, and we've got some time here to do that, and we can set up the general election here, Dave, and we'll start at the 1st Senatorial District. On the Republican side, Laura Wakeham Chapman, the Republican incumbent who had the support of Governor Morrisey, she beat back Joe Eddy and a businessman there, and they worked against Joe Eddy, and she beat him by 1,100 votes, so almost 1,200 votes. She'll face Sean Fluharty, which is coming over from the House of Delegates. That'll be a good race, I think.
I think that will be a very, very tight race.
Yeah, we'll be watching that one in the fall. In the 2nd Senatorial District with the Republicans, two newcomers here. This has been Senator Clements' spot. Charles Clements, and Toby Heaney wins this race. This was a close one. He wins by 639 votes over Robert Dobkin. So Heaney advances. They'll face Chris Claypole coming up. Heaney will face Chris Claypole. I think you pronounced that Haney. Sorry about that. Mike Azinger in the 3rd Senatorial District. The incumbent beats back Delegate Bob Fehrenbacher by 2,100 votes. Casey Pethrin will be running against Azinger. Pethrin unopposed there in the 3rd Senatorial District. In the 3rd Senatorial District also, this is an unexpired term because of Donna Boley, who retired from the Senate. Trenton Barnhart, the delegate, was appointed by the governor, and Barnhart wins tonight pretty impressively, actually. We thought it might be closer. We heard it could be closer. Barnhart, who doesn't have an opponent in the fall, defeats Jason Harshbarger by about 22%, 1,900 votes there. Barnhart wins. Eric Tarr, a winner in a 3-person race, and he says Jackson County was the difference for him there. He told us earlier, beat Travis Willard by 650 votes. It'll be Tarr against the Democrat Zach Abbott coming up in the fall election. In the 5th Senatorial District, challenge race in the Democratic primary, Duran Jackson wins there over Josh Keck by 343 votes. He'll face Chris Miller, who ran for governor a couple of years ago, well-known car dealer, and he's trying to get into the state Senate. So Jackson against Miller there, and that's our friend's seat, the Mike Wolf's seat. Right?
Yes,
yeah, that's Mike Wolf. We'll get to more of these coming up.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
Coming up on 11:30, we'll get some final thoughts from TJ Meadows. Coming up, we'll see. Brad's probably pretty busy. We'll see if we can convince him to stop by one more time before we call it a night. We've been highlighting the judicial races tonight in Division 1. Winning the State Supreme Court of Appeals race in Division 1, Kirkpatrick, who joins us this evening on Metro News. Judge, good evening. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
What do you think was the difference in the campaign?
Well, everybody worked hard, but I put a lot of work in my social media campaign. I was all over Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you name it. Everybody was on TV and the newspaper, on the radio, and I tried to match my opponents in that regard, but I think that the social media gave me a little edge.
I think it was, Judge, I think it was your wife on those radio spots.
Well, she did a wonderful job. I didn't even have to coach her. She just was a natural.
Here you go. Here you go. Judge, congratulations on this. When you look at it, it's a very compressed campaign. Obviously, you've been on the ballot before, 30-year circuit judge in Raleigh County, and you've dealt with a lot of people. I mean, and I'm just speaking here, if you're not a fair judge, if you're, you don't do this well. I mean, because you have affected a lot of lives, following the law, obviously, but you've affected a lot of lives over the years. So, I mean, do you think this speaks as much to what you did? It has to, right, on the bench in Raleigh County all these years?
I think so. I think people have seen how I operate in my courtroom, and they know pretty much that I'm fair and impartial, and I try to call it right down the middle and not be influenced by politics. The State versus Natalie Cochran case that was broadcasted worldwide gave millions of people an opportunity to see me in action and to see how I conducted myself in the courtroom. And so it gave folks a preview of the type of person that I am and the type of judge that I am.
Judge, I understand, and I want you to guide me through this a little bit, that understand that since this was an unexpired term, that you don't have to wait to the end of the year. Am I right about that? Can you take over after
Yes, you're absolutely right. Once the election's confirmed, there's a 10-day waiting period, but I will be sworn in right away, and I will start, and I'm anxious to do that. I'm really excited to get on the high bench and get rolling.
And a little bit of a legacy here, or a little bit of a, Justice Wooten, and before that, Justice Hutchison. You got a little bit of a Raleigh County run there on the high court.
Yes, that's right. Both of them are great friends of mine, and I'm happy to be in that group.
How did you?
And I do want to thank the voters and my wife, Becky, my long-suffering wife of 51 years. I don't know how she's put up with me all this time, but she has, and she's a wonderful person. And I appreciate the support of all the folks that got behind me and everybody that voted for me.
Judge Kirkpatrick. Judge, from what you told us on Metro News Talk Line during the campaign, she wanted to get you out of the house. She needed to get you to do something.
Well, she did. She said she was tired of me watching The Price is Right, and that I needed to get back to work, and so here I am.
Judge, what have you thought about working just on the high court? I know you've dealt with them before, obviously, and probably, I don't know how many times you've probably sat on the court to hear certain cases. What really interests you about that, about working with a 5-member court to make decisions?
I think we have a really good court. I'm, as I say, anxious to blend in and get started. I argued many cases before the court as a lawyer. I've got a lot of reported decisions. And then I was tabbed to serve as a temporary justice on many occasions. So I know the landscape. I know the environment. I've written dissents even. And so I think that I'll be able to fit in really well.
Judge Kirkpatrick winning a seat on the State Supreme Court of Appeals in Division I. Congratulations on the victory, and we look forward to seeing you on the court.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Judge. We appreciate that. And so the key point, so here's the key point, unexpired term. As soon as the election is certified, he can take office. Same thing for Bill Flanigan. The term is a 6-year term that was left right after the Justice Armstead death last year, and now 6 years. Kirkpatrick, the 6 years left on that term, and for Flanigan, there's 2 years left on the Beth Walker term.
We'll get some final thoughts with TJ Meadows, another update from Chris Lawrence as well, and maybe we'll shame Brad into coming back down to the studio.
Well,
we
got to run through all the house races
and
too.
run through the house races. We've got a lot to do.
Yes,
not a lot of time to do it. We'll be back in a moment.
Caring for my wife was the hardest job I've ever done, and I wouldn't trade it for anything.
Family caregivers do it all. I've become a nurse, a bookkeeper, a cook, everything.
I had to quit my job to take care of my mom. That really ate into our savings.
I struggled financially to take care of my wife. I really could have used help.
Being a family caregiver is harder than ever. AARP will never stop fighting to get families the support they need. Join us.
In 1914, the same year the first commercial flight soared and the Panama Canal opened, Greer Industries was born. Herbert and Agnes Greer began in Morgantown, West Virginia, striking the first pick into the limestone formation that would become the backbone of one of the state's great industrial legacies. From the roads we drive on, the buildings we build, and the communities we serve, Greer Industries has been delivering quality for decades. At Greer Industries, we've been improving lives for more than a century.
I am building the future.
I am the road you drive on
and the bridges you cross.
I am getting a great education
without any of the debt.
I'm getting paid to secure a career.
I am a mother.
I am a father. I am a local worker.
I am supporting our economy.
And I'm working on continuing education.
I am a veteran.
I am an electrical apprentice,
a pipe fitter,
an electrician,
an iron worker.
I am an industrial painter,
a sheet metal worker,
a laborer.
I'm a union carpenter.
I am the building and trades.
Since 1923, the Contractors Association of West Virginia is proud to represent the professionals who are building the infrastructure that keeps our state moving forward. From highways and bridges to schools, hospitals, airports, and clean water, to the places we work and play, our members build it all. For more than a century, our members have been at the heart of every major project, working together to build a stronger, safer, and better state. Learn more about the Contractors Association of West Virginia at cawv.org.
Now back to Decision 2026 on Metro News.
Just a little past 11:30. All the results are final in the West Virginia primary election 2026. You can see those results over at the website, wvmetronews.com. Let's get one more update from the Metro News Anchor Desk and Chris Lawrence. Hey, Chris.
All right, thank you, Dave. Bill Flanigan, former member of the legislature, wins a 6-year unexpired term on the Supreme Court. And speaking to Metro News tonight, just as like Flanigan said, he courted voters that he thinks were being overlooked.
The strategy the team and I had kind of worked with from the beginning was trying to make sure that our message was put to the people that were going out to vote. With the primaries being a little altered this year, we had a closed primary in the Republican side. And it felt like what I really wanted to do was make sure that I went after and met with and talked to as many of the non-affiliated and Democrats as I could. It didn't seem like a lot of people were courting those voters, and they're part of our citizens. They're part of the same people I want to be represented in the state. I felt like those are absolutely people I wanted to be able to meet, talk to, get in front of, hopefully get my message through to them. And I think it worked pretty well.
Also winning tonight in that Supreme Court race over Justice Tom Ewing was former Raleigh County Judge Kirkpatrick.
Everybody worked hard, but I put a lot of work in my social media campaign. I was all over Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, you name it. Everybody was on TV and the newspaper, on the radio, and I tried to match my opponents in that regard. But I think that the social media gave me a little edge.
Both Ewing and Gerald Titus, who was defeated by Flanigan, were appointees by Governor Morrisey to the High Court to fill those vacancies. Now, the governor's asked about that earlier this evening.
Listen, I think one of the challenges with these judicial races when they're held in a primary, and I always had some concerns about it, that, it's difficult for people to get known in a short period of time. And so I think they were wonderful picks, but both of them were relatively unknown.
But in the legislative races, Morrisey's strategy to push his chips to the middle of the table seems to have panned out big, with a lot of incumbent Republicans defeated in the House. The governor took sides in the primary and supported certain candidates over members of his own party.
The reason we did this is because policy matters. We have to make sure that we never settle for second best in West Virginia. And I want to make sure that everyone that we bring to the legislature is putting West Virginia interests first.
Millions of dollars spent in those races, a lot of it on negative campaigning. Now, U.S. Senator Shelley Capito won the nomination tonight, but she, too, watched a lot of that happen in the primary and was bothered by it.
It's really been disturbing to me to see some of the language, some of the flyers that I get at my house with these weirdo pictures accusing really good people of false things, and I think that is really discouraging. And I have standards, and I'm not going to do that.
Capito easily won over 5 GOP challengers tonight, and will face Democrat Rachel Fetty Anderson from Morgantown in the general election. Be sure and join us tomorrow morning. We'll cover it all and recap all of the races on the West Virginia Morning News. At the Metro News Anchor Desk, I'm Chris Lawrence.
Chris, thank you very much. We appreciate it. And again, catch all of the results tomorrow morning on the Morning News. And, of course, we'll be talking about this a lot on Metro News Talk Line 10:06 tomorrow morning, Jeff.
Absolutely, yeah. And Chris mentioned some of those Senate races. So the governor backed 12 candidates in Senate races, Dave, and he won 9 of the races. So his candidates that he backed won 9 of the 12 races. And we've gone over some of those. And you can see them at wvmetronews.com. And so we're going down now to the 8th senatorial district. I wanted to highlight this 8th senatorial district because this was Kevin Bartlett, an incumbent, defeated by Lance Wheeler, Kanawha County Commissioner, by 187 votes tonight. We'll get to all of these coming up here in the next 20 minutes.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia. Coverage of the primary election on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia, continues.
It is 11:40 on Metro News, and go to our website, wvmetronews.com, for the numbers tonight, and we're going to run down some of these. We've already covered about half of the state Senate races. We'll start again with the 8th district, heading into the Republican from the 8th district. The Republican nominee is Lance Wheeler, the Kanawha County Commissioner, beat incumbent Kevin Bartlett, who was supported by Morrisey, beat him by 187 votes, although I would not classify Wheeler as anti-Morrisey. I think that's not a. Go ahead, Dave.
I was going to say he might be one of those who could go either way.
Yeah, we'll see.
You would know better than I do, being from Kanawha County, but he could be in that middle area.
Yeah, impressive win, though, by him tonight in that 3-person race. Stephen Eschenauer, Dr. Eschenauer came in third. And Wheeler will face Kim Hunley, the Democrat, in that race in the fall. Roland Roberts, that was a governor supportee, the incumbent pastor from Raleigh County. He wins over Michael Antolini by 768 votes. Adam Vance picked up 1,500 votes in that race, and a third candidate may have had an effect there. Christy Cardwell, the Democrat, will face Roberts in the fall election. Vince Deeds, this was the big win for, if you want to call it, Team Tacubo. Vince Deeds wins re-election. The governor supported Jonathan Comer. Denise Morrisey supported Jonathan Comer. And Comer defeated tonight in Greenbrier County by, more than Greenbrier, but in the 10th senatorial district by 2,900 votes by Deeds. So the incumbent wins there. Will face Kent Gilkerson in the November general election. Bill Hamilton wins again, just keeps going. Bill Hamilton, long-time service in the House, has never lost in the Senate race. 11th senatorial district, Hamilton will face Kevin Carpenter the Democrat in the fall. It was a close. There's still some Lewis County votes out, but it looks like Ben Queen's going to win. I think Lewis is still out, but the 12th senatorial district's got Queen in the lead, the incumbent there over Joe Early by 588 votes. And the winner faced Lynette Murray, who was unopposed tonight. This is a race we'll watch in the fall. 13th senatorial district. Neither were opposed here in the primary. Mike Oliverio, the Republican from Montague County, will take on John Williams, the Democrat delegate from Montague County, who's now running for Senate. That's a race to watch in the fall election. 14th senatorial district, Jay Taylor wins in that multi-county district. Taylor says it was Preston County that made the difference for him tonight. The incumbent beats Mark Harmon, the former lawmaker, by 366 votes. Taylor will take on Jason Armatrout in that race in the fall. 15th district, Darren Thorne, the incumbent, impressive tonight over Ken Reed. And he'll face Elizabeth Ferris. That is an Eastern Panhandle 15th senatorial district. 16th district, state senate, Jason Barrett. We talked to him early in the night, the Senate Finance Committee chairman. 1,500 vote winner over Chantel Mack, and no candidate in the Dems for the fall election. So Barrett will return to the Senate for another 4-year term. Tom Takubo, another target of the Morrisey camp to defeat, but Takubo wins. The former Senate Majority Leader beats Chris Pritt tonight in the Kanawha County by 839 votes. So Takubo wins. He'll take on Wes Holden, the Democrat, in the fall. And a win for incumbent Ann Sharnock, appointed to that seat by the governor. Also 17th senatorial district, unexpired term there. She beat businessman, restaurant owner Michael Giroux by 900 votes. And Richie Robb beat Ted Bettner, two well-known names in the Kanawha Valley, over on the Democratic side. Now let's try to run through some House races here. And we can start at the top, okay? And we'll go over some of the challenge races. By my count, there are 12 Republican incumbents who lost tonight, a dozen. And we start in the 2nd district, where Tony Viola beat Mark Zatazalo, the incumbent. That's up in the Northern Panhandle by 161 votes. And I'm just going to hit the races that where incumbents were defeated. In the 6th district, Don DeWitt beat Jeff Stevens by 416 votes in that race. That's Marshall County. The incumbent Stevens, Republican, loses in that race. Also an incumbent just appointed before the last session, Bill Bell, incumbent school teacher from Wetzel County, defeated tonight by Stephen Smith by 295 votes. Also an incumbent, also an appointee by the governor before the recent session, or during the recent session, actually, Betsy Kelly. She lost tonight, finished 3rd in a 6-candidate race. In the 9th delegate district, Carrie Murphy won that race with the 23 precincts, won the race by 253 votes. In the 10th delegate district, longtime delegate Bill Anderson, longtime school teacher. I think he's retired from teaching now, but he was defeated by Justin Bernard by 5 votes. So that may not be over, okay, because you got vote canvassing, you got some challenge ballots, could have a recount, only a 5-vote difference there, but Bernard beats Anderson in the unofficial count of the night tonight. This is the one we kept a watch on. Also in Wood County, 12th district, a lot of money spent against Vernon Chris. The governor was mad at Vernon Chris for trying to change the Hope Scholarship. I mean, that's basically why I was mad at him. A couple other things, but that was the main thing that he was mad at Vernon Chris about. And the governor's back candidate, Charles Hartzog, political newcomer, beats Vernon Chris by 266 votes in that delegate district, and Dave, less than 1,000 votes in that whole district there. Turnout seems to be pretty low. 13th delegate district, Scott Heckert, also in Wood County. The incumbent loses in that race. So you had in 3 Wood County races, you had incumbents defeated. You had Anderson, Chris, and now Heckert in the 13th delegate district.
They were Team Morrisey, whatever entity that is, very active. They were very active in Wood County, literally going out knocking on doors, pounding the pavement of Wood County, and it paid off.
Yes, and we'll get to some of these. We got a couple more minutes left when we come back, so we'll get to some more of these.
Now, back to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia. Here again, Dave Wilson and Jeff Jenkins.
AARP West Virginia is your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. TJ Meadows in our Charleston Bureau, Jeff Jenkins, Brad McElhinny, and Chris Lawrence, Greg Hunter also on our coverage tonight. And Jeff, I was just checking on the Secretary of State's website there. Turnout's actually, with a few counties still hanging out there, almost 21%.
Okay. Yeah.
So, I mean, you're in the ballpark from 2022.
Yeah, I think it was 23%. So you're close there. But it's still low, isn't it? I mean,
I wouldn't be proud of that,
right,
but we're in the ballpark
Yeah.
from the last, off-year election.
Yeah. So it was, we talked to some folks. They were trying to, early on, leading up to the election, in our research, they were trying to predict, okay, who does turnout help? If it's a higher turnout, does it help, more, because President Trump isn't on the ballot? Where do the what you call the MAGA folks vote? Would they come out? And if it's a higher turnout, do they come out? And does that affect the races? But it looks like those who usually come out. It came out, in this.
I wonder if the impact, though, is in those single-member House districts, Jeff, where we're talking about less than 1,000 people voting overall, if that's where you really feel the impact. It's not so much on the macro level, but the micro level.
I think exactly that's what happens because that's a single-member district. I mean, you can win or lose on an issue, it appears. I mean, and that's, you can't. I mean, I remember the days of 8-member districts where you could just get a whole slate in, quite honestly. But that's no longer. We mentioned there were 12 incumbent delegates who lost. One of those, this is the closest race of the night, 22nd delegate district Republican, and there's no Democrat candidate in this. This is Cabell County, 11 precincts. The incumbent, Daniel Linville, loses to Aaron Hawley. And they had a close race 2 years ago.
Yeah.
Actually, I think it was less than 100 votes. Tonight, it was 2 votes. Aaron Hawley wins by 2 votes over Daniel Linville. Now, that is certainly a prime for the canvassing because you'll have a number of challenge ballots, right, that will need to be opened by canvassers in Cabell County. And also, it's prime for a recount, I would think. I mean, if it stays there, I mean, that's 2 votes. That could shift definitely in the canvass. I mean, when you get to 12 or 13 or 14 in double digits, you go, well, it's hard in a canvass. But 2 votes?
2? You can find them.
Yeah, absolutely. So we'll see what happens there. But right now, Daniel Linville on the losing end of that. He's one of 12 incumbents. Hey, Jeff Eldridge pulled it out. I was looking at that. Lincoln County, Jeff Eldridge, that's the 30th delegate district. Jeff Eldridge, who's been in and out of the legislature. He's an incumbent this time. Jeff Eldridge, he and Flimsy Adkins run close races. They did 2 years ago. Eldridge beats Flimsy by 25 votes. So that's another close race there, 25 votes. Over in the House of Delegates, 35th Delegate District, there was a challenge race in the Democratic primary. George Barker beat Derek Pearson there by 507 votes. Trying to look down here again at some of these. I think that might be the last. Now, I may have another incumbent here. Roy Cooper wins again. I'm just kind of scrolling down here toward the bottom because I think Jeff Campbell wins again, by the way, in the 46th Delegate District. They went after him with a little money, the Morrisey camp did. But again, looks like Greenbrier County voters rejected all that. They rejected it in the Deeds race. They rejected it in the Campbell race. They rejected it in the Ray Canterbury race. And the Ray Canterbury also won in the 47th Delegate District. The incumbent beat Mary Catherine Tuckwiller in that race. Okay, Greg Watt. That's what I was looking for. So there's 2 here, Dave. Greg Watt, 48th Delegate District. Nicholas Greenbrier, Webster. Mainly Nicholas. I think he's from Webster, actually. Mackenzie Holdren, very young candidate. I think she is an attorney, young attorney, ran an aggressive campaign. She beat Watt by 62 votes in that race. Also, Stanley Adkins, former mayor of Summersville, was defeated tonight. Incumbent, 49th Delegate District, Newt McCutcheon beat Stanley Adkins by 267 votes. 51st Delegate District, Fayette County, Cy Persinger beat Marshall Clay. Dan Hill, who's been on the ballot a lot, came in second. Clay came in third. And Cy Persinger advances there. He'll take on Kobe Lopez in the 51st Delegate District coming up in the fall. I think that might be, let me see here. As we scroll down, Roger Hanshaw, by the way, was unopposed today. He does have a opponent coming up in the general election. Okay, here's another one. We're all the way down now to the 69th Delegate District. That is Danny Hamrick and Keith Marple. Man, they've gone back and forth a lot. They've had close races. This Marple that's usually had the upper hand on Danny Hamrick. Well, Hamrick, who's been in the legislature before, he wins tonight. He wins. Hamrick wins by 32 votes over Keith Marple, the incumbent. That's Harrison and Lewis, Southern Harrison County and Lewis County, 2 precincts in Lewis. And Hamrick will now face Jocelyn Blackwell coming up in the general election. Also, Laura Kimball beaten tonight. Okay. Tim McNeely, former Mountaineer walk. I'm going way back. Former walk-on Mountaineer from Chapmanville.
Right.
But maybe better known as the Fairmont State University
Probably.
athletic director, right? And then his role he's played at Fairmont State. He defeated Chapman by 4 votes.
Wow.
Look at that. So we have a 2 vote, we have a 4 vote, and we have a 5 vote. So that also is prime for canvassing, prime for recount. Tim McNeely over the incumbent, Laura Kimball, supported by the Morrisey camp. He beats her by 4 votes. Wow. We have some House races that are close that are going to depend on the canvassing there. And you can check all of these out. Just rolling down through here. They're at WVMetroNews.com. Gary Howell hangs on by 101 votes, beat Mineral County Commissioner Dutch Skaggs in that race. They went after Howell, actually, in this. That's in Mineral County, but he wins by 101 votes. Also, in the 89th Delegate District, there was a challenge race in the Democrats. J.P. Hepworth, this is Hampshire, Morgan County, beat John Zupan. They'll face David Cannon. He'll face David Cannon coming up in the fall election. And just real quick here as we go down, and that's the end of the upsets there. So there you have it, about 12, might have been 13 as I got down to Kimball, but it was at least a dozen Republican incumbents. But again, there's 3 really close races. 2 votes, 4 votes, 5 votes. Really close races that are going to depend on canvas.
Final break. Back with our final thoughts, and we'll wrap up our coverage of Decision 2026 in a moment.
The spring sports seasons are winding down, and MetroNews TV has complete coverage of the state tournaments from Joe Brocato.
Hit the road in one of our new luxury GMC Acadias. Take your pick from our massive selection. Now up to $5,500 off select new Acadias and 3.9% for 60 months. The great deals continue with our large selection of quality pre-owned vehicles. All this and more at Dan Cava GMC in Bridgeport. Shop the road.
Stay ahead of West Virginia weather with Metro News Television. Now bringing you a new way to stay informed across the Mountain State. Get updates daily at 9, noon, and 4. From headlines and precipitation to severe weather threats and highs and lows. See conditions from panhandle to panhandle and check travel with the Fly CRW forecast. Our meteorologists are on your screens and on Talkline, Midday, Hotline, and Sportsline, keeping you up to date. Metro News Television weather. Accurate, local, and always on.
What do you know about hot dogs? Because we've been all about hot dogs this week.
I love hot dogs, and I love them with Miracle Whip.
Oh, God, I forgot. Never mind.
And onions.
Okay.
I actually, yesterday morning, I had a hot dog for breakfast at 6:45 with onions and Miracle Whip.
And with that, we'll be back right after this.
Join Dave Allen weekdays for Midday on Metro News Television.
Well, you know, at the Thrasher Group, we built a firm that reflects the character of the Appalachian region. Resilient and resourceful. We have a strong, adaptable team of professionals who understand what it takes to get things done here. It's not just about the technical work, but it's the relationships, the funding strategies, and the problem solving. We live here, we work here, and we care about seeing this region thrive. And that's what drives everything we do at the Thrasher Group.
Get up to the minute results at WVMetroNews.com. This is Decision 2026.
Presented by AARP West Virginia, your ally for real possibilities in the Mountain State. Learn more by connecting on social media at AARP West Virginia or visit online at aarp.org/WV. Again, another shout out to Backyard Barbecue providing some.
Is there any left?
I hope so.
Me too.
Really craving a late night sandwich. Also, a couple of people want to thank before we offer some final thoughts. Sophia Wasick on our phones tonight. Outstanding job helping to track down some of these candidates tonight. Our video crew, if you've been watching on the MetroNews television app tonight, Jake Link and Zach Karolchek have been at the controls. Also, Harrison. Sorry, I can't say your last name. We'll just go with Harrison on there. And I think Hoppy's been lurking about the building somewhere this evening as well. So big thank you to all the guys behind the scenes tonight. Rick Williams, Ken Tennant as well.
Yeah, we appreciate that. Dale Cooper, all those guys. Yeah, because this was a first for us to have two locations, video locations, and obviously continuing across great radio stations across the state, which we thank our affiliates for taking our coverage as they have for years. And thanks to all of our stringers, right? And those who put that together on the backside, all the folks.
Kelly Ayersman handles all of that and leading up to Election Day.
All of our personnel over here in another part of Morgantown that take in the numbers and put them in for us to read. So just great work. We can't do it. And again, people vote, and there are results. And you can get all the results at wvmetronews.com. There'll be plenty of reaction coming up tomorrow. The morning news begins at 6:06. And then Talk Line, midday, I'm sure we'll touch on it, too. They'll be focusing on some of the reaction from what happened today.
Couple of final thoughts, Jeff. Got about a minute.
Well, I think, Governor Morrisey, not everything he wanted, but he's got to be pleased with the Senate. And if he gets some of those House races, he knocked off some of the folks he did in the House. So he's got to be feeling pretty good. And then maybe a couple of surprises in the state Supreme Court. At least one, maybe the Flanigan margin of victory there over Ewing.
This is only the beginning of the story, Jeff, because I just have a feeling tonight. I have nothing else to base it off of other than a gut feeling. We might be surprised by some of the things that end up happening in November, and preparations for 28 are already underway.
They are.
Jeff, it was fun.
Yeah, it was.
Thank you to the entire crew. For Jeff, I'm Dave. We'll talk to you later.
You're listening to Decision 2026, presented by AARP West Virginia on Metro News, the voice of West Virginia.